wings stretched wide. Below me, somewhere in the trees, wolves howled. It shattered the air around me, causing my feathers to shake. I dove for the earth. I landed in a clearing, the ground soft beneath my feet. There was a white wolf standing before me. It had black on its chest, on its legs. It said, "Hello, little bird." I opened my beak and croaked in return. Nevermore. It smiled, this wolf, this great king. "I have found you," he said. "I'm sorry it took me so long. You prophet still, bird or devil." I hated it. I hated him. I wanted to sink my talons into his belly. I wanted to peck out his eyes evermore and watch the life bleed out from underneath me. "I know," he said. Other wolves moved in the trees. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Their eyes were red and orange and violet. They were alphas and betas and omegas. The woods were filled with them. He took a step toward me. I fluttered my wings, hopping back. "Little bird," he said. "Little bird, you fly away, always away. I never wanted you to leave me. I never wanted to see you go. I love you." I didn't believe him. He laughed, the sound low and rumbly. He said, "I know you don't. But one day, I hope you'll forgive me for all that I have done to you. For all my faults, I did what I thought was right. I did what I thought would keep you safe. You are pack, and pack, and pack, pack, pack." His eyes were red. I croaked out, "Thomas, Thomas, Thomas, Thomas." He craned his neck forward, pressing his snout against my head. And I said, "Oh, oh, oh, oh," and it looks as if we'll have snow early this year," the shock jock announced brightly. "Those weather jerks are calling for as much as a couple of feet throughout the Cascades and the higher elevations. Roseland could see 6, Abby might get 8. You'll need to look into changing those Halloween plans, as the storm will start taking a dump late Monday night and on into Tuesday, possibly extending through the rest of the week. ODOT is urging those in the mountain communities to stay off the roads if at all possible, or even to get the heck out of Dodge if you can. This looks like a big one, folks, and it's better to be safe than sorry, especially if it takes a few days for the roads in and out of the towns to be cleared. Let's go to Marnie and check in on your news around the region." I switched off the radio as I hit the dirt roads that led to the Bennett house. It was mid-afternoon, and the sky above was gray and heavy. The truck shook as I hit a pothole. My headache hadn't faded. The front of the house should have been filled with cars. It was Sunday. It was tradition. But Team Human, God, I was never going to forgive Chris for getting that stuck in my head, had been warned to stay away, at least until they were called. Tanner and Rico were at the shop catching up on paperwork. Chris was at Jesse's house. They weren't happy about it, but agreed. Robbie was out on the porch, watching me, wearing those ridiculous glasses. He waved at me. I nodded back. "He's coherent," he said as I exited the truck. "A little. It was a long night." "How long?" "A couple of hours. He's a little confused, but I don't know. It comes and goes. I've never seen anything like it." The steps to the porch creaked under my weight. Robbie looked pale and withdrawn. He wouldn't meet my eyes. His gaze jerked toward me, then away, back and away. He was nervous. I didn't know why. "Is that it?" He shrugged. He started wringing his hands. I didn't have time for this. "What's the matter?" For a moment, I thought he was just going to stand there fidgeting. I had no problem leaving him on the porch if he was going to waste my time. I had shit to do. I didn't have to wait long. "I didn't know," he blurted, eyes wide. There it was. About? He winced. This. Everything. About the Omegas. About the infection or magic or whatever it is. Any of it, I didn't know. Okay. Did someone say you did? He shook his head. No, but I'm not. I came from there. I was Osmond after Osmond. You're nothing like him, kid. Trust me on that. If I thought you were, you wouldn't be standing here. I don't care what Ox would say. I'd turn you inside out without a second thought. That probably wasn't the most reassuring thing I could have said. He squeaked. I'm not going to do it, I told him. Because you're not him. Right, he said, swallowing thickly. That's good. I appreciate that. Really. Like, so much. Good talk, I said, turning for the door. But it's weird, right? I sighed and turned back around. What is? That I didn't know. Because Michelle knew. For a long time. Or at least she knew something. Probably above your pay grade. But it shouldn't have been above Joe's. If Thomas knew, then the moment Joe became Alpha, she should have told him. He had a point. Those were some strange days. Things were chaotic. He pushed his glasses up his nose. Maybe. But this past year, after Richard, we were calm. Everything was fine. Mostly. Why not then? Especially since all these Omegas kept coming here. Any one of them could have bitten us. Maybe they were just regular Omegas and not the infected kind. But what if they weren't? Why would she take that chance? One of the many thoughts that had run jumbled through my head. I don't know. I know you don't. But I think I do. I looked at him sharply. What? Thomas Bennett was royalty, he said, shifting his weight from foot to foot nervously. All the Bennetts are. It goes back years. Joe, Thomas, Abel, even before that. Michelle was always supposed to be temporary, an interim Alpha until the Bennett Alpha could take his rightful place. But it hasn't happened. She's asked for him, but why not push more? Why hasn't she demanded Joe go to Maine to become the Alpha of all? Why haven't any of the other wolves tried to call for him either? I was told that after Abel died, there was a huge uproar that an Alpha could be killed in his own territory, especially a Bennett Alpha. They practically forced Thomas to relocate back east. Thomas Bennett wasn't forced to do anything he didn't want to, I said bitterly. He blinked. No, like legitimately forced. He was told that if he didn't return, he was going to have to give up his title to another, abdicate his throne, if you will. The only reason he was able to come back to Green Creek was because of what happened to Joe. And then, well, you know what happened after that. History I didn't want to have to think about. What's your point? Yeah, it's like, okay, you're an Alpha, right? Power and pack and blah blah blah. But when you're Alpha of all, it's more. It's incredible, or so I'm told. You're the most powerful wolf in the world. You rule over all, hence the title. Why would anyone want to give that up? You think she's trying to stay right where she's at? Robbie grimaced. I've been thinking about it, okay? Why else would she keep the rest of this from us? Why would she send Philip here over and over again to get the Omegas, only to have us kill the last one? Enlighten me. She's testing them, he said excitedly. Or us. Joe and Ox. Joe's a Bennett, so she thinks she knows what to expect from him. But Ox, she has no idea. None of us do. There's never been someone like him before. He was a human that somehow became an alpha without being a wolf. And Richard was able to take that from him. That shouldn't have been possible. Nothing about Ox should be possible. I rolled my eyes at the dreamy quality to his voice when he said, "Right? He's just awesome." I snapped my fingers in his face. "Focus." He jerked his head. Sorry. What were we talking about?" "Michelle. Testing Joe and Ox." Yeah. She wasn't lying about what happened with Richard turning into an alpha." That caught my attention, because they rarely spoke about those few moments. His gaze turned downward. "It wasn't right, feeling him. Ox is light, like the sun. Richard felt like an eclipse. It was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. But we could feel him. And them. All the other Omegas. They were... I don't know. It didn't last long, but it wasn't good. And now, with this thing, she's pushing, I think. Maybe she's using Ox to bring all the Omegas out of hiding. Because we've been hurt by them before and we've healed fine. So it can't be all of them. I think she knows that. She wants to see what they're capable of. What they'll do." "In order to what?" He looked frustrated. "I don't know. I haven't gotten that far. But it's something. I never..." He shook his head. "Power does funny things to people. It gets in their heads. Makes them change. She wasn't always like this, okay? She used to be different. Better. I thought after she sent me out here that when I came back, maybe I could be in a pack, you know? That I'd finally stay in one place. Be part of something real instead of forming these pseudo-bonds that were only meant to keep me from slipping." I reached out and wrapped a hand around the back of his neck. He closed his eyes and leaned into it, humming under his breath. "You have that," I told him quietly. "Here, with us. She didn't have a damn thing to do with that." He trembled as he opened his eyes. "I know. But what if she's trying to take that away?" I shook him a little. "What do we do when someone tries to come for us?" His eyes blazed orange. "We fight back." "Exactly. They don't think of you like that. Your alphas want you here. Your pack. Even Joe, now that you've stopped trying to slobber all over Ox's dick." He jerked his head back. "I wasn't trying to slobber all over..." "Though," I said with a frown, "you are making crazy eyes at his brother. I don't know if that's going to help things." He squeaked again. I took a step back. "We'll figure this out, okay? But if this is Michelle pulling the strings, then you'll need to prepare yourself for that, because she will need to be stopped." Another thought struck me. "Do you think she would have done this on purpose?" He blinked. "What?" "The infection. If she sent Pappas here, knowing he was already on his way to turning Omega, as a way to get to us, to Joe and Ox." He shook his head. "I don't... That seems too grand for her. Too big." "You're the one that said the alpha of all isn't something to give up lightly," I reminded him. He looked frustrated. "I know. It's just... If that's the case, I can't make it fit. Why would she run the risk of infecting others? It's already spreading. Why would she want it to spread further? It could turn around and bite her in the ass." He gnawed on his bottom lip. Then, "What if it's your father?" I narrowed my eyes. "Then I will handle it myself." He nodded slowly. "That bugs me too. What? How did he escape? To that, I had no answer. Robbie smiled weakly. I like being here. I feel safe. I'm not Osmond. I'm not Pappas. I know. He sighed. Good. I turned and headed inside. Before I shut the door, I heard, Thanks, Gordo. I heard movement in the kitchen. I looked in to see Elizabeth hugging Kelly. His head was on her shoulder. He was shaking. Carter was leaning against the counter, arms crossed over his chest, brow furrowed, mouth thin. He was staring off into nothing. They knew I was there. I left them be. Mark wasn't in the house. I just knew. I didn't know how that made me feel. Maybe he'd changed his mind. I'd actively avoided thinking about how he'd said I was his tether, even after all this time. It didn't matter. Not now. We had other things to worry about. I would deal with that later if I had to. I didn't know when I'd become such a proficient liar. I made my way down to the basement. I saw Joe first. He was propped up against the wall, an eerie approximation of how his brother looked standing upstairs. He glanced at me and nodded before turning back toward Ox. Ox stood in front of the open doorway. The line of powdered silver remained along the floor. Pappas sat cross-legged in the center of the room, hands on his knees. He was nude. His eyes were closed, and he was breathing in deep breaths and letting them out slowly. Neither of them acknowledged me. I went to Joe first. He reached out and ran a hand along my arm, fingers trailing as he left his scent on my skin. My tattoos glowed briefly under his touch. Ox was my tether, and our packs were one. But Joe, it was different. With him. Those 3 years had changed us. I heard what you said, he told me quietly. To Robbie. I scowled at him. You know I hate it when you eavesdrop. You're in a house of werewolves. Everyone hears everything. Which is why I don't like any of you. Lie, he said, smiling quietly. It fell only a moment later. Ox, he's trying. I glanced at them. It was only then I noticed Ox was taking the same breaths as Pappas, like he was trying to center him somehow. Is it working? I don't know. There was a moment when I thought. He shook his head. His eyes, they're violet now. He's an Omega. I think last night was a slip. He hasn't gone completely feral. At least not yet. Unless we can figure out a way to fix it, it's only a matter of time before. I can hear you, Pappas said without opening his eyes. His voice was deeper than it normally was, like he was speaking through a throat filled with gravel. But he sounded more in control than he had since he'd called me. I didn't know how long it would last. If Michelle had been telling the truth, he was well on his way. Ox sighed as he looked back at us. Thanks for that. We were getting somewhere. Pappas opened his eyes. They were violet. No, Oxnard, you weren't. This is a lull. I've seen it before. Joe pushed himself off the wall and made his way toward Ox. I followed him and stood on his other side. Pappas watched us with the eyes of a monster, tracking each of our movements. It sent a chill down my spine. It was like we were being hunted. Ox looked at me, jerking his head toward our guest. So that's how it was going to be? We spoke with Michelle, I said evenly. Did you? Yes. Pappas eyed me curiously. He was speaking with a lisp. His mouth was full of fangs. You don't say. She told us everything. I highly doubt that. Why? Because she deals in secrets, even if they're eventually to her own detriment. He rocked his head side to side. His neck popped loudly. It caused my bones to ache. And she doesn't trust you. Any of you, really. Because we're something she doesn't understand. Yes. 3 days. He blinked slowly. 3 days. That's how long she said she's given us. Ah. For what? I thought you said she told you everything. About the infection, how it spreads, what it entails, how your tether is shredding. Not about how she plans on containing it, to keep it from spreading. Your wards, what do? They let me know when something supernatural approaches. Witches, wolves, omegas. Are they infallible? Why? Just a question. No, I said. They're meant to protect us from those who would do us harm. It's a warning system, to give us time. And your pack is tied into it? Yes. Can they be modified? For? His eyes grew brighter. You were trying to keep things out. Have you thought about what that means you'll be keeping in? It's only a matter of time. He opened his mouth, baring his teeth. He snapped his jaws at us. Once, twice. He settled again. I can feel it, pulling at me. I want to tear into you. I want to taste your blood. Feel your bones crack between my teeth. I'm told All of us? Ox asked. Pappas shook his head. Then, maybe, but it would be Gordo first. Joe crowded in closer to me. Why him? His magic. What about it? I asked. It hurts. It stings. It stinks. It's a cloud of filth that covers all of you, and it's driving me crazy. I want to tear it to pieces. I want to tear him to pieces. The Omega, Ox muttered. The girl. She looked as if she wanted to go after you first, too. Joe stared at Pappas. And every time you came into the room, she was more agitated. That's not... I shook my head. Shit. What is it? Ox asked. It has to be him. My father. Why? Magic, it has a signature, a fingerprint, specific to a witch. But amongst family it'll be similar. Not the same, but familiar. If my father did this, if this is his magic breaking the tethers of the Omegas, his magic is in them. And they're recognizing him in me. Joe sighed. This sucks. I snorted. Yeah, sounds about right. Pappas stared at me. I killed them. The betas? He growled. Yes. You warned me. I did. I can't remember. You called me. You said your tether was breaking. You told me about the infection. That she knew about it. I betrayed my alpha, he whispered. You warned me. Us. You knew what was happening. You wanted to be stopped. It's not you, Pappas. It's something inside you. He stood slowly. He was a big man. His skin looked as if it were rippling, like he was fighting his shift. His thighs were tree-trunk thick, and the muscles quivered as he took a step toward us. Ox rumbled deep in his chest, a clear warning that caused my skin to crawl. Pappas ignored him. He only had eyes for me. Your magic, he said.
It offends me. It makes my skin itch. You would be first. I would come for you first."
"You already tried that," I said coolly. "It still hasn't healed." He didn't acknowledge the burn mark in the shape of a hand, blackened and crisped. Joe's finger circled my wrist. Maybe not piss him off even more?
"You'll have to kill me,"
Pappas said, coming to stand in front of us, his toes inches away from the line of silver.
"Eventually."
"We don't want that," Ock said. "Not for you. Not for any of them like you. But I will. If I think you're a danger to my pack or this town, I'll do it myself."
"And Carter and Mark? What if they become the danger? What will you do then?"
To that, Ock said nothing.
"She's scared of you," Pappas said, head cocked. "The boy who ran with wolves. She doesn't know what you want, what you've become."
"The only thing I want is right here in Green Creek."
"She doesn't believe that."
Ock shook his head. "That's not my problem." He grinned wildly.
"It is now. I know. I thought I could fight it. I thought I hid it from everyone."
We stayed quiet.
"The last Omega. The man. Do you remember him? His name was—"
Joe said. "Jerome. His name was Jerome. He feared us, but he still came."
"Yes," Pappas said. "Jerome. He nicked me. A scratch that barely bled from one of his fangs. On the back of my hand. He surprised me. He moved quicker than I expected. We had just crossed out of your territory, and he acted like we were removing him from his pack."
His hands flexed. His claws gleamed dully in the overhead light.
"I didn't know why. I thought it was nothing. I healed. And even if it was something, I was stronger than an Omega. I could fight it. I could beat it."
He laughed. It was a cruel sound.
"I was wrong."
"What is she doing?" I asked. "What did Michelle mean by 3 days? What is she going to do?" He was up against the silver then, almost quicker than I could follow. He snarled at me, angry when his body hit an invisible wall. Spit flew and splattered the ground in front of us as he banged his fists against the barrier. The silver stayed where it lay on the floor, unmoving. Jesse had spread it, but I had shaved it myself, putting the thoughts of earth and home and pack into it. He wouldn't get through, no matter how hard he tried. It didn't stop Ox from stepping in front of me, claws out. He saw a threat, and his instincts had kicked in. His mate and his witch were his only concern.
"Help me,"
Pappas gasped as he took a step back. His hands were broken, the fingers bent at odd angles. They began to pop back into place, the echo of bones snapping all around us.
I can't fight this. Not for long."
"Tell us what she's planning and I'll help you," Ox said. "I'll do whatever I can."
"You killed her, that girl."
"Yes."
"She wanted to see if you would."
"I know."
"She didn't think you'd—"
"Philip, what is she doing?"
"It's not the same,"
Pappas said, starting to pace back and forth. He moved like a caged animal, eyes on me.
"It's not the same as death. When the tether breaks, it snaps clean. It's there, and then it's not. I would know. It happened to me. Once. I loved her. She was human, and I loved her. But I was prepared for it then. This is different. This is shredding. This is the bond fraying, piece by piece. It was her, and then it was the memory of her. I can feel it in my head. It's being taken from me. It hurts. I want to kill you. Do you get that? I can hear them moving around above me, and after I kill all of you, I would go for her. Elizabeth, she would fight me, but I would put my teeth in her throat.
Joe roared at him, eyes red, taking a step toward Pappas. He stumbled back, cowering against the far wall, whimpering as he curled in on himself. I heard the thundering of feet above us, the answering howls of the pack hearing the anger of their alpha. Pappas rocked back and forth, eyes violet. "If they send wolves, we'll be ready," Ox told us. The entire pack gathered at the Bennett house. The light was failing. The moon, which would be full in less than a week, was hidden away behind a blanket of clouds. I wondered if she still missed the sun. "If they send witches, we will deal with them. We've done it before, and we can do it again. We will not abandon our home. We'll find a way to fix this. I promise. They can't have us. They can't have any of us. You are my pack. You are my family. Nothing will take any of you away from me. Thomas taught me that a wolf is only as strong as its pack, that an alpha can only truly lead when he has the trust of those around him. There has never been a pack like ours. They want to fight? They've got one." The wolves sang around him. The humans tilted their faces toward the sky. Mark's shoulder brushed against mine. Ox was right. Let them come. We would tear the earth beneath their feet. The next morning, Pappas was shifted. His wolf was black and gray and white. His coat was thick. His tail swished. His paws were massive. He snarled at the sight of me. His eyes glowed violet. Robbie called back east. There was no answer. The shop was closed that Monday. Most of the businesses were ahead of the storm. The schools, too. We were in the clearing. The air smelled of snow. It stung my nose and made my eyes water. I moved swiftly as a shifted wolf came at me. My skin was slick with sweat. I was breathing heavily. The wolf's jaw was opened wide, but the ground split beneath its paws before it could jump, a column of rock shooting up and knocking it off its feet. It landed with a crash on the ground, skidding through grass and dirt. It pushed itself up, shaking its head as if dazed. "Good," Joe said, standing near my side. "Kelly, shift back. Carter, you're next." Jessie bounced on her feet in front of Tanner, her hands wrapped with white tape as she waited for Tanner to make his move. He feinted left, then went right, broadcasting his intent in the movement on his body. He was quick, but Jessie was quicker. She stepped to the side, spinning around, fist outstretched. She knocked him in the back of the neck, sending him stumbling and falling to his knees. "Maybe it's someone else's turn to get beat up by Jessie," he mumbled, rubbing his neck as he winced. Rico and Chris took a step away from them. We moved as one. We were a pack. We'd done this again and again and again. Robbie was quick on his feet. Carter was a wall of strength. Kelly could move in the shadows. Elizabeth coiled like a snake, teeth bared. Jessie could face down a wolf on her own and win. Rico and Chris could unload a single clip in seconds. Tanner's knives could pierce the flesh of even the toughest wolf. Joe and Ox were the alphas, and we moved in sync with them. And then there was Mark, the brown wolf. He was fluid, dodging anything that came at him. He was grace and art, the muscles underneath his skin shifting as he moved. I watched as Ox came for him half-shifted. He waited, crouched, until Ox was only a few feet away before he leapt up and over him, back legs hitting the alpha's shoulders, knocking him off balance. He landed on his feet on the other side of Ox, whirling around, ready for when Ox came for him again. We had trained for this, some of us our whole lives. We were the Bennett pack. Which is why it was startling when Kelly snuck up on Carter, who was distracted by Robbie's twitching tail. Kelly pounced on him, teeth bared. And Carter responded by knocking his brother halfway across the clearing, roaring in pure fury. Kelly landed hard, dirt and grass piling up around him as he came to a stop. He groaned as he shifted back to human. "Carter, what the hell, man? I was just—" But Carter didn't stop. He ran toward his brother, a glint in his eyes that I'd never seen before. I shouted, "Ox!" Ox moved, clothes shredding as his wolf burst forward. Kelly scrabbled backward, eyes wide at the sight of his brother barreling toward him. Carter's neck stretched outward, fangs aimed for Kelly's bare leg, and he let out a loud yelp as Ox landed on his back, forcing him down on the ground. Ox roared in his ear as Carter twisted underneath him, trying to knock Ox off to get at his brother. The call of his alpha startled him, breaking him out of his shift almost instantly. He panted up at Ox, whose teeth were near his throat. "Holy shit," he breathed. "I didn't mean to. Oh my God, Ox, I didn't mean it. I didn't." Ox snapped at him. He fell quiet. Joe moved toward them, motioning for Kelly to back away. I thought Kelly was going to argue, but he did as his alpha said. Joe stood above his brother, his hand on his mate's side. He said, "Carter?" "Joe, I don't know what happened, okay? I didn't mean to." And Joe said, "Show me your eyes." "It's not like that. I swear, I just forgot for a second. I'm not like that. I'm not like them." "Show me your eyes." Carter looked stricken as his blue eyes changed color. Orange. Only orange. As bright as always. Joe sighed. "Ox, let him up." Ox stepped off him, but not before he leaned down and pressed his nose into Carter's neck. A pulse of brother, home, safe, home, rolling through the threads. Carter curled into a ball on the ground, a wounded noise pouring from his throat. Kelly was at his side a moment later, putting a hand in Carter's hair, whispering in his ear, telling him it was fine. Everything was fine. It would be okay, Carter. I'm here. I swear I'm not mad. I'm not going to leave you. We're going to be okay. Robbie looked as if he was going to go to them, but Elizabeth stopped him, a hand wrapped around his wrist. She shook her head when he looked back at her. "Let them be," she said quietly. Robbie nodded, but turned back toward him, shoulders tense. "What the hell was that?" Rico whispered. "Don't know," Tanner said. "Do you think?" "Does it happen that fast?" Chris asked. "I thought it was supposed to take weeks. Maybe it's the full moon?" "Would you idiots be quiet?" Jesse hissed. "They can hear you." "Right," Rico said. "Sorry about that. We'll just stand here silently, watching his two naked brothers lay on each other and cry. Ay, my life." "Can we beat this?" I needed to hear it from her. I needed her to say yes. I needed her to tell me so that I could be brave. Elizabeth didn't look at me. "I don't know. If anyone can, I would expect it to be us. But sometimes strength isn't enough. We need to prepare, just in case." Her voice broke at the end. I wanted to give her promises I knew I couldn't keep, but I couldn't find the words. I left her standing in the kitchen. I reached out to some old contacts, witches without packs, as I couldn't trust those with wolves. Not when I didn't know what Michelle was capable of. Abel had told me once the moon had missed her love, that the wolves came to be because of that witches were created due to a last-ditch effort to stop the sun from burning those who sang to her. It was bullshit, of course. Once, when magic flourished, there were more of us. Magic hadn't yet begun to fade, dying out with each passing generation. Covens existed, groups of witches that numbered in the dozens. Some were good, some were not. Most of them burned. There were still some of us left. They were older, far older than I. The old witch by the sea had been one of them. He, too, had been part of a pack once. He, too, had loved a wolf. He would have been my first call, if not for his heart stopping the moment we'd left. I remembered what he'd seen in the bones. "You will be tested, Gordo Livingstone, in ways that you haven't yet imagined. One day, and one day soon, you will have to make a choice. And I fear the future of all you hold dear will depend on that choice." I still didn't know what he'd meant, but it felt like it was happening now. There was a woman in the north. She was borderline cliché, cauldrons bubbling, hunched over spell books that were more often bullshit than real. She claimed to speak with those who had crossed over from this life, though I didn't think she could be believed. "Does she live in a broken-down cabin in the middle of the woods?" Rico asked me. "Like eating children and shit? Is that offensive to witches? Are you offended? I'm sorry if you're offended." "Eileen lives in an apartment in Minneapolis," I said. "Oh, that's disappointing." "Livingstone," she said, her voice crackling through the phone. "I wish I could say that this was a surprise." "I need your help." Eileen laughed until it shattered into a dry cough that stretched on what seemed like ages. "Damn cigarettes," she finally managed to say. "Quit smoking, Boyle. You'll regret it eventually, what they do to you. That I promise." I ground out my cigarette in the overflowing ashtray. She knew nothing. She'd never even heard of tethers broken from the outside. "I'll look," she said, but she sounded apologetic. "See what I can see. Put some feelers out there. You hang in there, Boyle." "Have you?" No, Gordo. I haven't heard anything about your father. But there are whispers." "I don't have time for you to be vague, Eileen." "Bite your tongue, Gordo, lest I hex it from your mouth." I sighed. "There's movement." I closed my eyes. "Witches?" "And wolves." "Heading our way?" "I don't know. But now that you've told me what you have, I wouldn't be surprised. This feels different. Things are changing, Boyle." "Shit." She coughed again. "You always had a way with words. Watch yourself. And your pack. I'll do what I can." There was a man in New Orleans. He had albinism, his skin preternaturally white. His hair was pale red. Dark, rusty freckles across his face. His voice was smooth jazz and warm whiskey. He practiced white voodoo, his magic sharp and filled with rough edges. He was a healer, and a powerful one at that. "Pauvre Tibet," Patrice said quietly. "That's what they got, them tethers." "I know," I said through gritted teeth. "But it's always been more with you Bennetts. Something extra. Why is that, you think?" I didn't know how to answer that. Nothing about us was normal. "You gotta reinforce those tethers, Gordo. They gotta be strong.
Vous comprenez? Even when all seems dark, they need to remember what they have.
There's nothing, he snorted.
Those wolves, in Maine, they think they know all. They think their way is the only way. It's not. There is more. So much more. We exist, little witch, to maintain the balance. Your place. Your Green Creek.
It's different, I said quietly.
Oh yeah. Big. Maybe the only place left in the world like it. Who wouldn't want that?
The thought sent a chill down my spine. My father
isn't you,
Patrice snapped.
He made his choice. You made yours.
The choice was made for me.
Lies. Did you fight for what was yours? Or did you let the wolves do what they wished?
I didn't know what to say.
Thomas Bennett was a good alpha, he said. But he made mistakes. He should have fought for you more than he did. You must now decide what he could not, what your daddy didn't understand. You must decide to fight, Gordo, and what you're willing to do, what you're capable of.
I don't know how to stop this, I admitted.
Don't know either. I'll look. I'll pray, Gordo, on my end. But you must do all you can. Yon se lang, se jamais se. One language is never enough. We need them. They need us. The wolves. Never forget that.
If only my father and mother had thought the same.
Breathe,
Ox said in the clearing, Carter sitting across from him in the grass. His legs were crossed, his eyes closed, hands on his knees. He looked tired, lines of purple under his eyes. It felt blue and bleak.
What do you hear? The trees? The birds? What do you feel? The grass? The wind? This is your territory. Yes. You were made to be here. It was made for you. Carter whispered. Yes. Your tether, Ox said gently. What is it? Carter was struggling. His throat worked. His fingers dug into his jeans. His breath was a thick plume pouring from his mouth. The air was bracingly cold, and I shivered. Kelly, he finally said. Why? Ox asked. Because he's my brother? Because I'm his protector? Because I love him? He keeps me sane. He keeps me whole. He's not like Joe. He's not meant to be an alpha. Kelly's not as strong as him. He needs me. I need him. And he's there still? Carter nodded tightly. Still. But even I could see it was beginning to fray. It's Pack, Ox said, watching Carter flee through the trees. I waited. For me, he stared up at the sky. That frozen ice smell in the air was stronger still. The snow was coming. Like it was for Thomas. It's my pack. I wasn't surprised. He's struggling already. I know. That doesn't mean he's weaker. He can't shift, Ox. If what Michelle said was true, then it makes it worse. I swallowed thickly. Mark, either. He can't. You have to tell them. Full moon's coming. What then? They won't have a choice. I don't know. He smiled faintly. He'll need you. Now more than ever. I hung my head. You know? About you being his tether? Yes, I know. I sucked in a breath.
What if? Ox, I'm not enough. For him. You are enough, Ox said quietly. Even if you don't believe it yourself. You have a pack that believes it for you, and a wolf who will do anything to keep his tether safe. We have to fix this, I said, sounding desperate. We have to find a way to stop this from happening. His eyes flared red. Trust me, I'm just getting started. I watched Mark and Ox disappear into the woods. Behind me, I heard Robbie pleading into his phone. Please, Alpha Hughes, please call me back. We need help. You can't just leave us like this. You can't do this to us. Please, please don't do this to my family. As the meager light began to fade outside, I walked down the stairs to the basement. Behind the line of silver stood a shifted Omega wolf. He snarled at the sight of me, smashing into the barrier again and again and again. Eventually, he started to bleed. But he didn't stop. Later, at home, I took a duffel bag out of the closet. I unzipped the secret pocket. Inside lay a wooden raven. I traced the wings with my finger. I set it on the nightstand next to the bed. I watched it for a very long time, waiting for sleep that would never come. The snow began to fall just before midnight. Chapter 17. Storm. Son of a bitch, Chris said, wiping flakes of ice from his face. This couldn't have waited? We're the only tow truck in town, Rico reminded him, pushing himself up from a crouch. And because this idiot decided to take the curve faster than he should have, means we get to go out in the cold while everyone else is sitting in front of a fire and being warm and comfortable and probably sipping a nice brandy and... We get it, I muttered, making sure the hook was fixed to the front of the car. We'd been at the Bennett house under lockdown, waiting for something to happen. Michelle's warning of 3 days hadn't yet passed, and Green Creek was buried under a near foot of snow, with more coming down. I hated being reactive rather than proactive, but keeping our ears to the ground had revealed nothing. Michelle Hughes and Maine were silent. Philip Pappas was more wolf than man. I'd gotten a call from Jones, the cop at the motel, telling me some asshole had lost control of his car before smashing into a snowbank, crumpling the front fender into the tire. It had been abandoned when Jones had come across it in his SUV while on patrol and had called me. Ox hadn't been too happy about us leaving the safety of the Bennett house. I'd promised him we'd be careful. The wards were quiet. We'd know if they were breached. Whatever Michelle was planning, we'd be ready for it. I thought the storm had come at the right time. Green Creek was essentially isolated now. Nobody could get in. Mark hadn't been happy about us leaving either, if the look on his face had meant anything. But he hadn't said a word, only reached out and touched my shoulder before disappearing farther into the house. The guys had teased me mercilessly about possessive wolves and scent marking. Assholes. I hadn't had the courage to ask him yet what had happened with Dale, though I knew something had. I tried to tell myself it was none of my business, or that it could wait, or that it meant nothing. Good? Tanner called from the driver's seat of the tow truck. Yeah, Chris shouted back. Looks good. The boom on the tow truck creaked as the winch whirred to life. The sedan rose, front end up toward the back of the truck. Thanks, Gordo, Jones said. Red and blue lights spun lazily behind him. I know it sucks to be out here, but I didn't want to take the chance of someone else coming around that corner and running into it. It's fine, I grunted as the car came to a stop. We'll get it to the shop and take care of it once the storm passes. You got a bead on the driver? He shook his head. He looked troubled. No, couldn't have been out here long. I passed through a few hours ago and it wasn't there. Had to happen since then." Rico and Chris glanced at each other. "Where'd the driver go?" Rico asked. "I don't know," Jones said. "Hopefully toward town, though everything is closed. It'd be just my luck if whoever it was hit their head at impact, then decided it'd be a good idea to go wandering out into the snow." Chris let out a low whistle. "Human popsicle." Jones sighed. "I'm supposed to be on vacation in a few days. I can kiss that goodbye if there's a stiff out there. Just my luck." "Run the plates?" I asked. "That's the weird thing. Come look." He jerked his head toward the back of the car. We followed him and... "No plates," Rico said. "Huh. Maybe he took them with him? He hit his head and then took his plates before he walked out into the storm?" Chris asked. "That's a little weird." "As weird as werewolf—" "Rico," I snapped. He coughed. "Right, boss. Sorry." Jones looked at us curiously before shaking his head. "I looked for the plates before you got here, thinking maybe they got knocked off in the crash. But there's nothing. Not even any footprints. It's fine, though. I can stop by the shop after the storm and get the VIN to run that. I'll find out somehow." "Unless that's been shaved down," Rico said cheerfully. "Maybe there's a body in the trunk." "I don't like you," Jones said, pointing a finger at Rico. "Vacation. First time in 2 years. Don't fuck with me." "Yes, officer." The radio on his shoulder crackled to life. Jones sighed. "No rest for the weary. You guys gonna be all right getting this back to the shop? Need me to follow you in?" I waved him off. "We'll take care of it. Call me if something else happens." He nodded before turning back to his cruiser. We waved as he drove by us, honking his horn before heading toward town. "Weird, right?" Chris said, staring at the car. "You don't think it's—" "Let's just get it to the shop," I said, cutting him off. "I want to get back to the house before this storm gets any worse. Chris with Tanner in the tow truck. Rico with me." "Move your asses," Tanner bellowed. "I'm fucking cold." We moved our asses. It was slow going getting back into Green Creek. The snow was coming down harder than I ever remembered seeing it. The roads had been treated ahead of the storm, but it wasn't doing much. Large drifts lined either side of the road. We followed the tow truck slowly, the light bar atop flashing bright yellow. Rico had his phone out, set up on the dashboard, speaker on, trying to continue the conversation he'd been having beforehand. "Baby," he was saying, "baby, listen to me. I swear I'm—" "I don't care, Rico," Bambi said, voice crackling through the phone. "You were supposed to come over here, but instead you tell me there's a situation you have to handle and you won't be in town for a couple of days? And when I ask you what situation, you tell me it's top secret." I turned slowly to look at him. He shrugged. "What was I supposed to say?" he muttered. "I heard that, Rico. Who are you talking to? Who is she? If you got some bitch pregnant, I swear to God I will end you." "Hi, Bambi," I said, dry as dust. "Rico didn't get me pregnant, I swear. And even if he tried, he'd end up knocked flat on his ass." "Is that Gordo? Gordo, who is he screwing besides me?" "I told you, I'm not screwing anyone but you," Rico cried. "You know you're my one and only." "Like I believe that. You're a smooth talker, Rico. I see how you flirt with women. You did it to me, after all." "What can I say, mi amor? The ladies love me." "Probably should have kept your mouth shut," I told him. He winced as Bambi began to let him know what she thought about that. I tuned them out, staring at the tow truck ahead of us. The car hooked up to the boom was shaking slightly, bouncing on the road. We passed the sign welcoming us to Green Creek, mostly covered in snow. We hit Main Street, the shops closed up on either side of us, the windows frosted in ice. The neon lights of the diner were a beacon in the white. The only time I'd ever seen them off was after Ox's mother died. The owner had shut the lights down for a couple of days to honor her, in his own way. I hadn't known how I'd felt about that, but we'd been on the road shortly after, and I'd forgotten about it until now. Memory was a funny thing. It was Halloween, and the sidewalk should have been filled with people getting ready for the trick-or-treaters. Instead, Green Creek looked abandoned, a ghost town. There was a shriek of static as we drove down Main Street. I glanced over as Rico picked up his phone off the dashboard, frowning down at it. And another thing, Rachel told me that you talked. And? Bambi, you're breaking up, Rico said. I can't hear what you're saying. What? I'll kill you. Don't think The phone beeped as the call dropped. Huh. Rico picked up the phone from the dash and frowned down at it. No bars. He looked over at me. Think it's the storm? I shrugged. Could be. We don't have the best cell reception up here to begin with. Surprised you lasted this long. Though I don't know that's necessarily a bad thing. I glanced down at my own phone. No service. Boss? The CB crackled. I picked up the receiver. Yeah, Tanner. You leave the garage door unlocked when we picked up the tow truck? Yeah. Have Chris get out and open it up. There wasn't time to react. One moment, Chris and Tanner and the tow truck were crossing the T intersection, pulling even with the diner off to their right. The next, an old crew cab truck with a black snowplow blade attached to the front slammed into the driver's door of the tow truck. Rico shouted next to me, screaming Tanner and Chris, and no, 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 as the tow truck began to tip onto its passenger side wheels. The sedan being towed fishtailed to the left, then snapped right as the truck flipped onto its side, skidding in the snow. Metal shrieked as the boom pulled the car over along with the truck. It smashed into the diner front, glass breaking as the truck went into the diner. I swerved hard left even as a bright burst of something exploded in my head, the old truck groaning as it began to slide on the slick surface. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as I struggled to hold on to it, gritting my teeth against the onslaught rolling over my body, my tattoos feeling like they were on fire. I thought we were going to tip over too, but somehow we stayed upright, coming to a stop yards away from the intersection. Red blazed in my chest. The tangled roots were writhing. What the fuck? Rico was screaming, voice breaking. Gordo, what the fuck? The crew cab began to back away slowly. I groaned, bringing my hands up to my head, trying to focus, trying to clear my vision and... What do we do? Rico asked frantically. What do we do? Something's wrong, I ground out as I looked back up. Something's... The passenger door on the crew cab opened. A man rose from inside, standing against the door. He was wearing Kevlar, a balaclava covering his head and face, goggles over his eyes. All I could make out was the tip of his nose, the white flash of teeth. In his hands, he held a semi-automatic rifle. He pointed it directly at us, elbows resting on top of the door. I grabbed Rico by the neck and shoved him down as gunfire erupted. The windshield shattered. Rico cried out, but I didn't think he was hit. I couldn't smell blood. The Raven spread its wings even as something tried to cage it. I slammed my hand to the floor of the truck. The frame rattled as the pack bonds flared brightly. Blue, ice blue, and red, red, red. I was buried in my fury. I was reveling in it, and deep in my head and heart, the roots of the threads that bound us together roiled like a den of snakes, thrumming and writhing. But it felt different. I couldn't pick out the wolves. I couldn't hear them. I was pissed. The road cracked beneath the truck as I pushed. I gritted my teeth as the pavement slid apart, shaking the truck around us as Main Street split right down the middle. The gunfire cut off, and I heard the man yelling, "Back, back, back," and all I could think about was Chris and Tanner. Chris and Tanner, knowing they had to be hurt, knowing they had to be scared, and I wouldn't stand for it. I wouldn't stand for any of it. "Stay here," I growled at Rico. "What? Gordo, no, we have to." I ignored him. I reached up and snapped off the rearview mirror. Cold air and snow blew in through the shattered windshield. Glass littered the dashboard. I threw open the driver's door. It creaked on its hinges. I stepped out of the truck, leaning my back against the door. The storm swirled around me. No one approached from behind us. I held up the rearview mirror above me at an angle, twisting it until I could see in front of the truck. I could make out the tow truck on its side in the diner. The back tire was still spinning. The boom had snapped off, and the car they'd been towing had slid away from the diner. The driver's door was still closed, which meant that Chris and Tanner were probably still inside. I tried to feel them, tried to reach along the threads, but it was as if they were muted, and I couldn't find them, couldn't hold on to them. "Shit," I muttered. I turned the mirror. The crew cab had fallen into the crack in the middle of the street and lay, nose first, at a sharp angle. The rear of the vehicle pointed up toward the gray sky. I couldn't see the man with the rifle. I looked back in the truck. Rico was staring at me with wide eyes. He had a gash on his cheek, and blood was trickling down his jaw. To me, "You stay right by my—" A bright lance of pain roared through my head. It was as if long, spindly fingers had reached inside my skull and were gripping my brain, squeezing tightly, digging in. I gritted my teeth as a wave of nausea rolled through me, vertigo causing my stomach to swoop. The wards. Someone was fucking raping my goddamn wards. I heard Rico saying my name, telling me to get up. I had to get up. "Please, Gordo, please." And somewhere, in the furthest reaches of my mind, I heard, "Gordo, Gordo, Gordo." And I knew that voice. I knew the wolf behind it. He was furious, and he was coming for me. I tried to tell him no, 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 to stay away, to stay back, but I couldn't focus. I couldn't find the thread that connected us, lost in a haze of the storm that raged in and out of my head. Then, from behind us, a voice in the snow. At first I couldn't make it out, what it was saying. It sounded bigger than a normal human voice should have, amplified somehow. I was on my knees in the snow, bare hands cold and wet on the ground in front of me. I tried to lift my head, but it was so heavy. "What is that?" Rico asked, voice cracking. "Gordo, what is that?" I breathed and breathed and this town has been marked by God as an unholy place, in need of a cleansing. Your sins are many, but you are human. You are fallible. It is to be expected. The blessed waters have receded from the earth beneath your feet. And do you know any better? Do you understand the depths of what hides in the forest? It is unfortunate, truly. You walk the streets of this town, cowering behind the abominations that have infiltrated your very lives. Their shadows stretch long, blocking out the light of the Lord. You tell yourselves that your eyes are playing tricks on you. that you don't believe in the twisted depravity. But you know. Each and every one of you knows."
I lifted my head. There, walking down the middle of the road toward Green Creek, was a figure. At first, it was nothing but a black smudge against the white of the storm, fat flakes swirling around it. But with every step the figure took, it came more into focus. It was a woman. She was speaking, her voice booming and echoing around us. Behind her was a line of vehicles like the one that had crashed into the tow truck, the tires crunching in the snow, snowplow blades on the front. Some had light bars across the top, rows of LED bulbs shining bright. And there, on either side of her, was something I did not expect. 2 shifted wolves. The one on the right was red and white, its coat thick and long. Its teeth were bared in a silent snarl, a thick line of drool hanging from its mouth. The one on the left was gray and white and black, like a timber wolf. But it was bigger than any wolf I'd seen before, its back almost to the woman's shoulders, its massive paws looking bigger than the spread of my hands. Both of them had chains wrapped around their necks, silver links that looked as if they had been embedded into their skin. The woman was holding the ends of the chains, like they were leashes. The eyes of the unknown wolves flared. Violet. Omegas. The woman spoke again. Her voice carried through the storm, blaring from the vehicle directly behind her.
"The cities of the plain knew sin. They knew vice. They were Admah, Zeboim, Bela, Sodom, Gomorrah, all in the land of Canaan. And God sent 3 angels to Abraham in the plains of Mamre. The Lord revealed unto Abraham the egregious sin that was Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham, the prophet, begged the angels to spare those in the cities of the plain if 50 righteous people could be found. And the Lord agreed. But Abraham knew what the people were. He knew what they were made of. And he returned to the Lord again and again, asking that the number be lowered, from 50 to 45, 45 to 40, to 30, to 20, to 10, to find 10 people out of thousands who could be righteous. And God agreed. He said yes. Find just 10 righteous people and the cities would be spared.
The wolves at her side growled. Their nostrils flared. Rico's breathing was quick and high. The woman wasn't dressed like the man that had fired upon us from the crew cab. She didn't have a Kevlar vest or a balaclava. She wore a heavy coat, the collar pulled up around her neck and face. Her skin was pale, her lips thin. She had a scar on her face, starting on her forehead, crawling down over her eye and onto her cheek. She was lucky she hadn't been blinded. Something with large claws and teeth had tried to kill her, and she had survived. I wondered if she now wore that wolf skin over her shoulders, the head of which rested on top of hers, the length falling behind her like a cape. She hadn't had that scar the last time I'd seen her, sitting across from me in the diner when I was a kid, asking if we could pray. Meredith King. Elijah. She was older now. She had to be in her early 50s. But she moved easily, artfully, like a much younger woman. She held the heavy chains in her gloved hands, and the wolves kept pace with her, matching their steps with hers. She said,
2 angels were then sent to Sodom to investigate. There they came upon Abraham's nephew, Lot, and while they broke bread with Lot, the sinners of Sodom stood outside Lot's door. Where are the men that came into thee this night? They asked. Bring them out onto us so that we may know them." And Lot refused, because he knew what these men meant. He knew what they were asking for. In their black hearts, they thought to defile the angels of the Lord. Lot, in order to appease the lust of the growing crowd, instead offered his 2 virgin daughters. The offer was refused. The crowd moved toward the house, intent upon breaking down the door. The angels, having seen there was no good left in Sodom, struck the crowd with blindness and told Lot of their decision to destroy the city. For there were not 50 righteous men. There were not 20 righteous men. There were not even 10 righteous men in the city of Sodom. They harbored the monsters of man, the sins of the world. The angels told Lot to gather his family and leave. "Look not behind thee." The fingers wrapped around my brain gripped tighter, and I cried out in pain, my head feeling like it was breaking apart. "And they fled," Elijah said. "They fled, even as fire and brimstone began to rain down from the sky. For God is a loving God, but he is also a vengeful God. He will smite from the world the wickedness that festers like disease. The cities of the plain were destroyed, and even though she was told not to look back, Lot's wife did just that, and she paid the price for being a non-believer, becoming a pillar of salt. And when the fire ended, all that remained was a smoking wasteland, a dead and ruined land kept as a reminder of the power of sin, of abomination. Green Creek is the new Sodom. You have monsters in your woods. There was a cleansing here once. At least, an attempt at one. God brought down his righteous fury through me, but I wasn't strong enough. The wound was cauterized, but still it seeped, and soon it began to fester." She stopped walking. The trucks behind her eased to a halt. The wolves brushed against her, shifting side to side, eyes filled with murderous violence. "I doubt there is even one righteous man in this place. One person capable of standing with God as I have." Her voice echoed through the snow. "Green Creek is a gateway to hell, where beasts have crawled up from the burning fire and shoved their teeth into the earth. I failed once, and I paid the price for it." She reached up with one gloved hand, the chain rattling. She touched the scar on her face, the eye underneath it foggy white and unseeing. "I will not fail again. All outside communication has been cut off. Your phones, your internet, all the signals have been jammed. The town of Green Creek is under quarantine by order of God and the clan of the kings. I am but a messenger, here to make sure the word of the Lord is carried out." She smiled a terrible smile. "This place will know the light of God, or it will be nothing but a wasteland." She dropped the chains. "Oh shit," Rico breathed. Elijah said, "Sick 'em, boys." The Omegas roared forward. I rose quickly, slamming the door to the truck. "Don't fucking move," I snarled at Rico, ignoring the pull I felt in my head, the spindly fingers having become hooks as the wards shifted, becoming something twisted and rotten. My legs felt weak, and I stumbled with the first running step I took, somehow managing to keep myself upright. I heard the snarl of wolves behind me, the sounds of their paws in the snow, the heaving breaths in their chests. The raven was struggling to flap its wings, exerting more force than should have been necessary. The roses felt like they were rotten, shriveling until I thought they were dying. The thorns were blackened and cracking. I ran for the upturned crew cab still stuck in the remains of Main Street. I could see the men inside, slumped forward and unmoving. I glanced over my shoulder in time to see the Red Wolf leap over my truck, its chain trailing behind it until it landed right behind me. It hit the ground hard, its paws sliding out from underneath it. It slammed into the earth with a low whine, snow piling up around it as it landed on its side, heavy chain dragging behind it. The bigger timber wolf didn't follow. It came around the driver's side of the truck, claws digging in as it course-corrected toward me. The Red Wolf was struggling to rise to its feet as the timber wolf ran past it. I'd been around wolves for most of my life, and I recognized when the wolf began to lower itself toward the ground, muscles coiling in its legs. I was almost to the crew cab when the wolf leapt toward me. I kicked my legs out in front of me, falling to my side, sliding through the snow and under the angled truck. Ice and gravel tore at my skin. I flipped over in time to see the timber wolf smash into the side of the crew cab, the metal groaning, truck shifting after me, scraping along the broken pavement. The wolf was dazed, mouth open as it lay on its side, tongue lolling out in the snow, breathing heavily, eyes unfocused. I stood, here and here and here, and here's another ward. Twist it, twist it, twist. And screamed as a voice filled my head, the spindly fingers digging even deeper. The wards around Green Creek were shredding, as if being pulled apart by some force greater than I'd ever felt before. It was strong. They're stronger than we thought, than we expected. Twist them, break them. Too much for me to take. It fucking filled me up, and I was sure I was burning from the inside out. And even though I hadn't heard his voice in decades, even though I had been a child the last time I laid eyes upon him, I knew that voice. I knew it down to my very bones. The Red Wolf was on its feet, and I was surrounded. On either side of me stood alpha wolves, shifted and snarling. Behind me, pressing his snout against my back, was a brown beta. I could feel the low thrum of the song he was singing, but it was buried under the roar of the broken wards and the voice of my father. Another, but he remained hidden, moving behind the buildings to the right. And others. Our pack. All of them. "Chris, Tanner," I said through gritted teeth. "In the tow truck. Rico in my truck. They need help." Joe rumbled lowly and disappeared into the divide that split Main Street. Mark huffed a hot breath against the back of my neck. The Red Wolf shrank back against the growl of a pissed-off alpha, a low whine in the back of its throat. Its ears were flattened, its shoulders low to the ground. Its tail was curled up behind its hind legs as it backed away slowly. For a moment, its eyes flickered, the violet fading to brown, before going back again. The timber wolf had lifted itself to its feet, its violet eyes narrowed at me, teeth gnashing as it took a step, chain dragging alongside it. Behind it, I could see Rico in the truck, peeking his head over the door. The timber wolf coiled and Carter launched himself out from an alleyway. He collided with the side of the timber wolf, knocking it off its feet. Fangs and claws dug into flesh, the burst of blood shocking against the white snow. The timber wolf snarled in anger as it landed on the ground, turning its head to try and close its jaws around whatever part of Carter it could get. It was bigger than Carter, but Carter was faster. He twisted, avoiding the fangs snapping in his direction. Carter's back left paw hit the chain, and he yelped in pain, a thin wisp of smoke curling up. Ox darted toward my truck and Rico. The Red Wolf scrabbled backward, trying to get away from the charging alphas. Even through the storm in my head, I could hear Ox saying, Get pack, get pack, get pack. And run, run, we run. We don't fight. Not here. Not now. We run. And even before their words finished echoing, the raven began to move. It felt caged still, like something was trying to stifle the bird, but it wasn't enough. I crossed my arms, hands grabbing the opposite wrists. I dug my fingernails into my own skin and scraped down, sliding my hands until I was palm to palm, slick with blood. The timberwolf craned its neck farther to try to get at Carter, and there was a brief moment when I thought it hesitated, nostrils flaring as its nose came into contact with Carter's side. But it didn't matter. My blood dripped onto the earth, and the chains wrapped around the necks of each of the foreign wolves jerked up, pulling the wolves up by their necks. The legs of both the red wolf and the timber wolf kicked, trying to find purchase on the ground. But I gritted my teeth, palms pressed against each other, and they're breaking, they're breaking, they're breaking. Took a stumbling step forward, feeling like my head was splitting right down the middle. It wasn't just the voice of Robert Livingstone in my head. No, it was a goddamn chorus of voices ringing out as the wards turned against my magic, being taken away from me and made into something else. I pushed through the haze that had started to fall over my eyes. The feral wolves were snarling as they hovered 10 feet off the ground. Mark stood at my side, pressed against me, tail curled around my hips. He was grounding me, trying to burst through the cacophony of voices in my head. He was here. He was pack, Gordo, pack, here, love, mate, heart. And whatever was happening with the wards was pushed to the background. The scene in front of me snapped back into startling focus. Carter's head snapped toward me as a wave of my fury rolled through the threads between us. I ignored Rico as we walked by the truck, the door open, Ox gently biting him on the hand and pulling. I heard him gasp as we passed by, but it didn't matter. He was safe. His alpha would see to that. Mark stayed by me with every step I took. The snow stuttered and shook around us as if it were reacting to the unseen force of the magic burning in my chest. I squeezed my hands into fists. The blood squelched between my fingers. The chains jerked up, wrapping themselves around the feral wolves. They yowled as the silver burned their flesh. There, standing a dozen yards down the road, was Elijah. Hunters had surrounded her, the doors of their trucks opened behind them. All had guns trained on us. Elijah looked up at the wolves floating 10 feet above the ground, writhing in pain as their skin burned. She smiled, then turned her gaze back on me. Gordo Livingstone, as I live and breathe, you certainly have grown up well. But I suppose we were all younger then. Lord knows I certainly was. But that is the way of things. Time stops for no man. Her smile widened. Or woman. She glanced up again at the wolves. Those are mine. My pets. What the fuck are you doing here? I growled at her. The hunters behind her laughed as Elijah cocked her head. Didn't you hear anything I've said? Gordo, this town, this place has been judged. It has been found guilty. I am here to mete out the punishment for the sins of Green Creek. The blight must be eradicated. For too long, the beasts here have infected these woods. We came here once. We were unprepared. We won't make that mistake again. Mark growled next to me, ears flattened and teeth bared. The snow fell around us. A pulse rose behind me, and even though the storm in my head thundered, it didn't compare to the strength of my pack. Carter arrived first, moving until he stood next to Mark, shoulders brushing together. Some of the hunters took a step back. Ox came next. His eyes burned furiously. Rico pressed his hand against my back. Joe's paws crunched the snow as he came up on our left. Chris and Tanner stood on either side of him, Chris bleeding from a gash on his head and Tanner limping. But they were defiant. More wolves came. Elizabeth and Robbie, both shifted and growling, tails swishing as they stood next to their pack. Jessie brought up the rear. She tapped Ox's crowbar against her shoulder. The hunters were scared. The barrels of their rifles shook. The first one who fired was going to be the first to die. I would see to it myself. "The Bennett pack," Elijah breathed. "How expectant. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Elijah. The wolf pack that came before you killed most of my clan. I am here to make sure that never happens again." She glanced at me. "I'm told my brother, may he rest in peace, warned your witch of me." The feeling of blue threatened to overwhelm me. It came from Elizabeth. I realized then that aside from myself and Mark, she was the only one who had faced Elijah before, had seen what she was capable of. She had survived only to live in the aftermath of the destruction of most of her pack, and I had kept Elijah's existence from her. But that wasn't... "How did you know what your brother said?" I demanded. "The only person I told was..." No. No, fuck, please, no. The wolves were confused, but it was lost to my horror. "Philip Pappas," Elijah said, the smile fading from her face. "Who, in turn, told Michelle Hughes. Michelle Hughes, who asked my clan to return to Green Creek and eradicate the infection spreading amongst the beasts that haunt this town. I must admit, it wasn't exactly ideal, forming an alliance with the wolves, but she promised me I would have my revenge. I just had to wait. But as a prophet of the Lord, I understood that one day my time would come. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all." She lifted the wolf head up and off, letting it rest back on her shoulders. She'd shaved her hair down close to the scalp. The scar on her face etched its way up the side of her head. Snow landed on her skin and trickled down her face like tears. "We have a code. No humans are to be harmed unless they actively assist the wolves. As long as the people of Green Creek stay out of my way, they will not be touched. As for the traitors standing with the wolves, I will afford them this one chance. Walk away. Leave this pack behind. At the borders of your territory stand witches prepared to allow you through the wards they have commandeered from Gordo Livingstone. You have until the full moon, when I'm told that part of your pack will turn feral. If you do not accept this offer, you will be shown no quarter and hunted as if you were a Bennett." It was Jessie who spoke. "We're already Bennetts, you cunt. And if you were taken out once like you say you were, then it can happen again." The wolves rumbled around us. Elijah's mouth was a thin line. "I see. I was warned of your loyalty. I've witnessed it before, the way wolves assert their control over humans. It is unfortunate that you can't see what you've become." There was the telltale snap of muscle and bone, and Oxnard Matheson stood upright slowly, nude, snow falling onto his shoulders. "Alpha," Elijah said, nodding in deference. "I'm told you're unusual, even for a wolf. The mate of the boy who would be king. A human alpha who gave in to the sin of the wolf. She reached up and touched the skin of the wolf hanging off her back. Yours would be an impressive pelt to own. I think I shall have it.
It appears you've been told many things.
A necessary thing in warfare.
You have already made a mistake, Ox said quietly, taking a step forward. The rifles tracked toward him, the hunters beginning to murmur their unease.
Oh?
Elijah asked, voice cool.
And what would that be exactly?
You came into my territory uninvited, Ox said, with the intention of hurting my family. Omegas came once, intending to do the same. We were smaller then, unsure, scared. We thought ourselves alone. His eyes flared red. Only a few of them crawled away. The rest had their throats ripped out. Their blood drenched this earth, and I swore then and there that I would do whatever it took to keep my pack safe.
Elijah's eyes narrowed. I don't fear you, Wolf.
No, Ox snapped. But your clan does. I can smell it. The sweat dripping down the backs of their necks. The way their heartbeats stutter and trip. You may not be scared, but they are terrified.
They will do as they're told.
Ready, be ready, run. Protect the humans, get back to the house. Home, safe, home. Then they're already dead, Ox said. And it was now, it was now, it was now. An electronic sound chirruped loudly behind us. You there, a voice called out from a loudspeaker. Stand down. I repeat, stand down. Lower your weapons and... Holy shit, are those wolves? Jones. Many things happened at once. Ox. Move, safe, home, now. And the wolves in the air above us screamed as the chains tightened. And Rico and Chris and Tanner and Jesse running. And the raven broke free of its cage, wings spreading as I hurled the feral wolves at the hunters, their jaws gaping as they snarled, Elijah's eyes going wide, the hunters shouting. And 2 shots fired. A bullet whizzed by near my ear. The second bullet caused Ox to grunt as it hit him high on the shoulder. I felt it. A burst of, it hurts, oh my God, it hurts. And he took a step back. Elijah jumped out of the way as the feral wolf slammed into the group of hunters that had gathered behind her. Joe roared angrily, even as Ox fell to his knees, his shift taken over. The muscles in his back rippled as black hair sprouted along his skin. His hands became great paws, his face elongating as the wolf emerged. Mark pushed against my legs, forcing me away from the screaming hunters, who were scrabbling back from the snapping pain of the hurt wolves. We ran. I glanced back over my shoulder before we disappeared into the swirling snow. Elijah had picked herself up and was staring after us. She caught my gaze and raised her hand, wiggling her fingers at me. We passed by the cruiser. Jones was inside, eyes sightless. A trickle of blood slid down from the hole in the center of his forehead. Chapter 18. Enough. My lungs were burning by the time we reached the house at the end of the lane. The wolves had stayed behind the humans, making sure they didn't stop. Chris and Tanner were flagging. Elizabeth and Robbie kept them upright, allowing them to lean on their backs, pushing them on. We passed the blue house, Kelly leading the way, shifting toward human, feet slipping in the snow as he reached the porch of the Bennett house. His eyes were wide and fearful as he looked back at us in time to see Ox fall to the ground, sliding in the snow, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Rico took a step toward him. "What's wrong with Ox?" he asked, voice high-pitched.
Is he okay? Why is he?
Silver, I grunted, shoving him out of the way. The bullet was made of silver. Jesse, in the house, a knife. We have to get the bullet out. I don't have the strength to do it myself. She didn't hesitate, hitting the stairs at a full run, the door to the Bennett house banging open as she disappeared inside. Elizabeth shifted back to human, grabbing on to Chris and Tanner, pulling them away from Joe, who stood above his mate, growling angrily.
It's okay, she said, face ashen. He'll be okay. We need to get you seen to. Rico, Robbie, I need your help.
Rico nodded, even as Tanner and Chris protested loudly. Carter stood in front of Kelly, pacing back and forth, nostrils flaring. Robbie looked conflicted, glancing back and forth between Ox and Elizabeth. It took Elizabeth saying his name sharply before he herded the humans toward the house, snapping at their heels. "Joe," I said, hands up in a placating gesture. "I need to help Ox, okay? You know me. You know I won't do anything to hurt him further." For a moment I thought Joe was going to lunge for me, but Mark was at my side, lips pulled back over his teeth, growling lowly in his throat. The wolves were singing in my head, and all their songs were blue and filled with hurt and confusion and alpha, alpha, alpha. The other voices I'd heard back in the street had quieted. I didn't know what that meant. I couldn't feel the wards anymore, at least not as they'd been before. That had to wait. I needed to help Ox. My hands shook, the blood on them still wet. I could see the moment the metallic scent of it hit Joe's nose, because he whined in my direction, torn between his mate and his hurt witch. "I'm okay," I told him. "I'm okay, but I need to get to Ox." Jessie came flying back out of the house, a large kitchen knife in her hand. She jumped down the steps and landed gracefully at the bottom. Her cheeks were reddened, her breaths coming hard and quick. Joe jerked his head toward her, crouching low over Ox as if he thought she was a threat. She reached out with her free hand and smacked him upside the head.
"Knock it off," she snapped. "Let us do what we need to. If you're not going to help, then get the fuck out of the way."
"Maybe not piss off the angry alpha," I muttered. She rolled her eyes.
"We don't have time for mystical moon magic bullshit. Either he moves, or I make him move."
Joe huffed out a breath, steam curling around his face. And he stepped aside. I went to my knees beside Ox. He was trembling, but his eyes were open and aware. I could see where his hair was matted with blood, but it would be easier if... "Ox, I need you to shift back, okay? I need to see the wound better. I don't have time to shave down the hair."
"Won't the shift cause the silver to enter his bloodstream quicker?" Kelly asked, sounding gut-punched.
"It'll make it." "It's not near his heart," I said. "If I move fast, it won't matter." Joe leaned down, nuzzling against Ox's head. It was please and help, and Ox love mate. Ox shuddered on the ground in the snow, and the long whine turned into a dull groan as he shifted back to human. He gasped as the hair melted away, leaving nothing but white skin and a bloody, ragged hole in his shoulder, roughly the size of a quarter, that looked as if it was smoking. His back arched off the ground. "Fuck," he said through gritted teeth. "Jesus Christ, that hurts. Gordo, it's..." "You have to hold him down," I said. "Kelly, Carter, I need you to..." Kelly was there, pushing down on Ox's shoulders. Carter took a step toward us, still a wolf. His eyes blazed orange. He screwed them shut, and I could feel him trying to force his shift, but something was wrong. He opened his eyes again, and for a moment I swore I saw... Mark appeared, human and kneeling at Ox's feet. He put his hands on Ox's shins, forcing them down into the snow. He looked up at me and nodded. "It's going to be quick," I warned Ox.
Stay as still as you can. The more you move, the longer it'll take." He nodded, eyes red, nostrils flaring. I didn't hesitate. I took the knife from Jesse and sliced the skin around the bullet wound, making the opening wider. Ox's hands closed to fists, and his toes curled, but he turned his head toward Joe, who pressed his nose against his forehead. "You ready?" I asked Kelly and Mark. They nodded. I put my hand over the wound, close but not touching. I was exhausted, but I pushed through it. It took a moment for me to find it, the bullet of silver embedded in his shoulder. But once I did, I latched onto it and pulled it up. Ox screamed as it slowly rose out of him, keeping to the same path it had used to enter him. The smell of burning flesh filled my nostrils. But I was so fucking close to... The bullet slid from the wound. It was really the smallest of things. Ox gasped as it left him, throat working as Joe rumbled in his ear. I put my hand over the wound again, this time pressing down against his skin. I tried to pull as much of the pain as I could. My vision started to swim only seconds later, and I heard Mark say, "Gordo, that's enough. Gordo! Gordo!" Arms wrapped around me, tugging me away. I fell back against a warm chest. "It's okay," Mark whispered in my ear. "It's okay. Look, he's already starting to heal. You did it. Gordo, you did it. It's okay." I nodded, unable to find the strength to open my eyes. I didn't remember much after that. I woke in a room that was not my own. The light was dull. I was warm. I blinked slowly, muscles stiff and sore. My tattoos felt burnt out, weak. I wanted nothing more than to close my eyes and drift away again. But then I remembered everything. "Fuck," I groaned, turning my head into the pillow. "Sounds about right." I sighed. Of course. I didn't look at him. "How long have I been out?" "A few hours," Mark said from somewhere in the room. "Ox?" "Healing. He'll be fine." I closed my eyes again. I knew where we were. The pillow smelled of him. I would know that scent anywhere. It had been burned into me since I was a kid. "You're a fucking asshole." Mark snorted. "Glad to know you're feeling better. You shifted. Carter, too. You were in trouble." I ground my teeth together. My jaw hurt. "You heard what Michelle said. It makes it worse. Is that what you want?" "You were in trouble," he repeated. "I had the situation under control." "Against Elijah, you mean?" "Yes. Who you apparently knew about." God damn it. I should have known this was going to bite me in the ass. I opened my eyes again and turned my head. Mark stood near the window to his room, silhouetted against the dim light coming in. Frost covered the glass. Outside, snow still fell in fat flakes. His eyes glittered in the shadows. A thought struck me, harsh and biting. I didn't know about Michelle. I didn't know about Pappas, Elijah. I'm not my father. Mark, you gotta believe me, I'm not my... I know. We know. Joe wasn't happy, but Elizabeth got through to him, I think. Aside from her and you and me, no one else knew about Elijah, what she was capable of. But she told the others about what happened last time. I pushed myself up to a sitting position with a groan. I was shirtless, my skin pebbling in the cool air in the room. Someone had gotten me out of my clothes and into a pair of sweats while I'd been unconscious. I had a good idea who it was. "The guys?" Mark tilted his head slightly. "Bruised, a little bloodied, but nothing serious. They got patched up. They were very lucky. All of you were. I popped my neck, stretching the stiff muscles. And the hunters? Haven't approached the house. They're staying away. For now. Of course they are, I muttered, sliding my feet to the floor. Fucking melodramatic assholes. Elijah said she was giving us until the full moon. I didn't know what that meant, but it didn't matter. She would be dead by then. I would see to it myself. I can't believe I didn't see this coming. Michelle. She betrayed us. I don't know that you could have, Mark said slowly. Wolves working with hunters? She's playing a dangerous game. He paused, considering. But she's not the only one keeping secrets. I winced at the dig. I deserved that. David King. What about him? He's the one who told me that his sister was still around. And you didn't think to say anything? There it was, the first hint of anger. I didn't think... I don't know what I was thinking. You never do. I rolled my eyes. You're not funny. I'm not trying to be. His eyes flared orange briefly. And whether or not we should have seen what Michelle would do, you still should have told us. I know. He scoffed. Do you? Because I don't believe you. I glared up at him. I fucked up, okay? I know that. You don't trust us. You don't trust your pack. Now I was getting angry. Go to hell, Mark. You don't know what the fuck. It took me a little bit to figure out why. And now you're gonna tell me, aren't you? He ignored me. You don't trust us, even after everything we've been through. You don't trust us because you think this is all temporary, that your pack is going to leave you again. Gee, I wonder where I'd get that idea. He scowled at me. Can you be serious for once? I laughed. It wasn't the nicest sound. Bullshit. You brought it up, Mark. If your pseudo-psychobabble bullshit was true, if I didn't trust my pack, it would be because of people like you. I told you before. I would always come back. But you didn't, I snapped at him. You fucking left and... No. You know what? I'm not doing this now. Or ever. There are more important things we have to worry about. You don't trust us, Mark said, as if I hadn't spoken. I gave very real thought to calling on my magic and knocking him through the window. I was pretty sure he'd survive the fall. And I'm to blame for that. Me. Elizabeth. He swallowed thickly. Thomas. And I will regret for the rest of my life not fighting harder. He was your alpha, I muttered. Kinda hard to say no when he could make you do anything you wanted. He wasn't like that. Sure. Gordo. I sighed. I know. Because no matter the complicated feelings I had toward Thomas Bennett, he wasn't. He had never taken away the free will of his pack. They may have made decisions he hadn't liked, but he would always listen to them. Do you? Mark asked me. Yeah. Mark shook his head. It was... Anything I could say to you about him, it would be the truth. You wouldn't have to believe me, but I've never lied to you, Gordo. Not once. Not ever. I nodded, unable to speak. It killed him to leave you here, to leave you behind. He fought fang and claw for you, against those in Maine. You were his. You belonged to him just as much as he belonged to you. He was your alpha, Gordo. You were his witch. We were all young. We were all surviving. And we were all grieving those we'd lost. He could have stayed here, I said hoarsely, looking down at my hands. But instead, he left a child alone so he could go be king. A child who also had almost everything taken away. Thomas just finished the job. That wasn't... Mark's jaw tensed. It wasn't like that. If there was no Alpha of all, then there was a chance the wolves could have descended into chaos. He had to weigh the needs of the few with the needs of the many. And we know where I fell in that decision, don't we? He was so angry, Gordo. So was I. Jesus Christ, Mark snarled. Can you listen for once in your goddamn life? I snapped my head up. Mark was always cool, calm, and collected. But right now, he was fucking furious. I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you. The first one we've had in years, and you're being an asshole. The raven closed its talons around a stem of thorns. A rose felt like it was blooming. He fought for you, Mark said, voice hard. Those speciesist assholes hated that you were human. They were still terrified of what had happened to the Bennett pack because of the hunters. Humans weren't... It wasn't like it was in our pack. My father thought humans were the strength behind the wolf. Everyone else thought they were a weakness, a liability. Witches were the exception because they had magic. And what the fuck was there? My father. Mark nodded. You were your father's son. That's all they saw. You weren't your own person. Your father lost control. You were a child when my father made you his witch. And then hunters came, and it was compounded. It was too much. And Thomas knew. He knew that there would be anarchy unless he accepted his place as alpha of all. I hated him for it. Elizabeth did too, at least a little bit. But nothing compared to the hate my brother had for himself. We had lost our father, our aunts and uncles. Mark bowed his head. Our little cousins. We were lost, Gordo. I don't think even Thomas knew how lost we were. But I believe Osmond did, and I think he played upon that. Whether he was already working with Richard Collins by then, I don't know. But it was Osmond who convinced Thomas to return. And it was Osmond who said you needed to stay. He looked back up at me with an unreadable expression. Thomas didn't lie to you. He was always going to come back for you. It just took him longer than he thought it would. And by the time we came home, you didn't want anything to do with us. With wolves. I didn't know what else to do. You left me, Mark. You fucking left me. Thomas told you to follow him, and you just... I almost broke bonds with the pack. Because of that. What? I asked, startled. I almost left the pack. Why? He chuckled bitterly. Why? Why? So I could stay here, you idiot. So I could be with you. I asked you. I've begged you, and you told me no. Because you would be an Omega. Doesn't matter now, does it? It's already happening. I was in front of him before I realized I was moving. My chest bumped his. He breathed in sharply, nostrils flaring. His eyes flickered orange. There was a low rumble in the back of his throat. Don't. You're not going to be an Omega. I won't let it happen. Gordo, he growled, and I swore I saw a hint of fang. Shut up. You've had your time to talk. It's my turn. You hear me? He nodded slowly. I hated you. For the longest time. All of you. You, Elizabeth, Thomas. All of you. You fucking left me here. And all I wanted to do was hurt you as best as I knew how. And then you all came back to Green Creek, acting like it was nothing. Like you didn't need me. Like you didn't even remember me. And then you fucking tried to take Ox and... Pretty sure that was Joe. I know that was Joe, I snapped at him. And you know when the first time I heard from Thomas was? It was because of Joe. It wasn't, "I'm sorry, Gordo." It wasn't, "I never meant to leave you behind." It was because he needed me to help his son. He needed me to help Joe. After all these years, he came for me because he wanted to use me. "They don't love you," my mother had said. "They need you. They use you." "He came to you," Mark said in a rough voice, "because you were the only one he trusted enough to help his son." I sucked in a sharp breath. Through the bonds between us, all I felt was the blue sorrow. After we found Joe, after we took him back from Richard, he wasn't the same. Not until Ox and he found his voice again. And even then he would wake screaming in the middle of the night about the monster who was coming for him, the monster who would take him away again. Thomas didn't know what else to do. Those full moons before Joe achieved his shift were harsh on him. His wolf was there under his skin, and it was tearing him apart. Thomas came to you because you were his pack, even if he wasn't yours. I bowed my head, laying it on Mark's shoulder. My eyes were burning, my body trembling. A hand came to the back of my neck, fingers in my hair. It was grounding. It was familiar. It was oh so dangerous. His mouth was near my ear when he said, "I wanted to do it. For you. Maybe I would have turned Omega. Maybe not. You were my tether, even then. It might have been enough. But I was too scared to find out. You're my mate, Gordo. Dirt and leaves and rain." I shuddered against him. "I hate you." "I know. Even though your heartbeat says otherwise. I think you believe it. And I'm sorry for that. God damn you. I know that too." I lifted my head but didn't pull away. He didn't drop his hand. Every breath I let out, he took in. His eyes searched mine. He glanced down briefly. His lips twitched as his gaze met mine again. "I like the tattoo." I didn't understand. "What are you talking about? You've seen all my—" Except he hadn't, had he? No. He hadn't seen the one I'd gotten after he left. The one that had been just for me. To remember. He hadn't seen the wolf and the raven inked into the skin above my heart. "How long have you had that?" he asked, teeth razor sharp. I said, "It's not about you." But even I felt the stutter in my heart. "Sure, Gordo. It's not." "Okay. So you know a lot of wolves that look like me when I shift then?" "Asshole," I muttered, as he laughed quietly. He dropped his hand. I took a step back, though I wanted nothing more than to press myself against him. Things were changing, and at the worst possible time. I felt pulled in a million different directions. He understood. He smiled sadly at me. "I have things to say to you, Gordo. So many things. Things you might not be ready to hear. But I will mean every word of them. If it gets to the point where I start to go feral—" I shook my head furiously. No, I won't let that happen. I won't." "I know," he said gently. "I know you won't. But sometimes things happen that we don't expect. Like finding a boy with magic in his skin who is everything." He closed his eyes. "Or losing my mind." My hands curled into fists at my sides. If this is my father, then there has to be a way to reverse it. I'll find it. It's already begun. I took a step back. eyes wide and wet. What? Carter. What about Carter? It took him a while to come out of his shift. It was harder for him than it should have been. I scrubbed a hand over my face. Did he hurt anyone? No, though he did snap at Robbie for getting too close to Kelly. Ox was able to get between them in time. Why is it happening so fast? Michelle said, even if we could believe a single word she said, it could be any number of things. It could be the coming moon, or the stress on the body because of the shift, the anger toward the hunters. Or Michelle could be lying to us about how long it takes. I didn't want to know the answer, but I had to ask. And you? He looked away. It's there. It's quiet, but it's there. I can feel it. He shrugged awkwardly as he let out a shudder and breath. I don't want it to happen, Gordo. I don't want to lose this tether. His smile was shaky. It's the only part of you that's ever been mine. There were days before, long days, where the very thought of this wolf standing before me filled me with rage. I would have given anything to never hear the Bennett name again, to leave the world of wolves behind and try to forget that they had done the same to me. But now I was only filled with anguish, with remorse. I had wasted time, so much time. I took a step toward him. He never looked away. He inhaled as our knees bumped together. His eyes glittered in the dark. I pressed my forehead against his. His fingers trailed along my arms. He exhaled. I inhaled. It would be so easy, now, here at the end, to take what he was offering, what he'd always offered. His breath was hot against my lips as His head jerked to the side. I sighed. Ox, he said quietly. It's Ox. He wants us downstairs. I was gonna murder my alpha. I moved to step away from Mark. He held onto my hand. Hey. I looked up. He was smiling at me shyly. Will, can we talk about this later? I said. Yeah. And my voice was hoarse. Okay, he said. Okay. For now, it was enough. It would have to be. We had a goddamn war to fight. We descended the staircase in the Bennett house, Mark walking close behind me. The wooden steps creaked underneath our feet, and the buzz of conversation stopped at the sound. Fucking werewolves. They were in the great room, all of them. Our pack. Rico sat on an oversized sofa. Jesse perched on the arm. Both of them watched every step I took. Rico's wounds weren't as bad as they looked in the truck. Chris and Tanner were battered and bruised. Chris's forehead had been cleaned, and there was a small row of black stitches across the top. It'd leave a scar, but one I knew he'd wear proudly. Tanner's knee was slightly swollen and wrapped in a brace, but he had a determined look on his face. Team motherfucking human. Elizabeth sat on a couch, her legs curled up underneath her. Kelly was at her side, pressed shoulder to shoulder. Carter sat at their feet, head tilted back, eyes closed as he breathed in slowly, held it, then let it out through his nose. Kelly's hand was in his hair. Robbie stood behind the long couch, wringing his hands. His glasses were perched awkwardly on his face, but I couldn't find the strength to tell him they looked ridiculous. He must have been growing on me. And the alphas. They stood near the windows, upright and rigid, their backs to the pack. An aura of power surrounded them. There were the threads, yes, the ones between all of us. Wolves, humans, a witch, and there was the ever-present tinge of blue echoing along them. But it was overwhelmed by Joe, by Ox. They were furious, though that fury didn't seem to be directed toward anyone in the house. I wasn't a wolf, but I still understood the urgent feeling of an invading force in our territory. Couple that with the betrayal of a woman who, while we didn't trust her, we hadn't expected to throw us to a group of hunters. Especially not Elijah, who had been here once before and taken almost everything. It was a knife in our backs, twisted cruelly. If we survived this, if we survived the hunters and the infection spreading in two of our own, Michelle Hughes was going to pay. I would see to it. And even though we felt blue, there was green, still, now, the green of relief, because we were here, we were together, we were pack. Carter broke the silence. "You know," he said, voice a little hoarse, "I hope you guys are on your way to working out whatever the fuck is going on between the two of you. I mean, it was really gross to watch my uncle carry you up the stairs in his arms like some damsel in distress and snarl at anyone who tried to go into his room to check on you." I turned slowly to look at Mark, who suddenly found the wall very interesting. "You did what?" He was frowning. "Shut up." "No, seriously. You did what?" "Went all wolfy caveman," Rico said. "I thought he was going to bite my head off when I knocked on the door. He clubbed you upside the head and then took you to his den. You should probably ask if he licked you while you were sleeping. You know, to clean you and stuff." "What happened to Dale?" Tanner whispered to Chris. "Is he still a thing we don't talk about?" "Would you stop saying his name?" Chris hissed back. "You're going to ruin their mystical moon magic." Jesse sighed. "I really wish I hadn't said that. It sounds so ridiculous now." "Ignore my son," Elizabeth told me. "It was really rather sweet the way Mark wanted to take care of you. I highly doubt he would have licked you in your sleep." Carter opened his eyes. They were a normal, pale blue. "You said once that you woke up and Dad was sniffing your hair." Kelly groaned, tilting his head back on the couch. Robbie reached down and awkwardly touched Kelly's shoulder. Surprisingly, Kelly didn't try to shrug him away. Robbie blushed slightly, pushing his glasses up his nose, but he didn't move his hand. "Those clothes look big on you, Papi," Rico said to me, "as if they're not your own. Kind of like a certain wolf gave them to you so you could smell like him." I scowled. Mark preened. I scowled harder. "They're out there," Ox said, and we all fell silent. "I can feel them. It's like a shadow covering the earth." He was staring out the window, watching the snow fall. It didn't look as if it was letting up. The light was already fading, which meant it was late afternoon. Joe looked over at him, studying him in profile, but he didn't speak. Ox spoke again. "This, Elijah. Gordo, I'm told she is known to the Bennett pack, those who came before." I nodded, though he couldn't see me, as I tried to find the words to explain to my friend, my alpha, this boy who had become more than any of us thought possible. Yes. "Okay," Ox said, exhaling slowly. "I've already heard from Elizabeth, what she knows, of what happened to your pack. I would hear from you now. Why?" Ox was angry. "He wasn't," Mark started, but I took him by the hand and squeezed tightly. He looked over at me, and I shook my head slightly. He frowned, but didn't speak. This was on me. Maybe Mark had been right with what he'd said in his room. About trust, about secrets. I was in this pack. I was the witch to the Bennets. My family had been intertwined with theirs for generations. It was a long history twisted so deeply into my bones that even when I thought I could, I would never fully be free of it. And I didn't want to be. Thomas Bennet was a wolf, but he'd also been human. He made mistakes, yes, like his father, and mine. The difference between Thomas and Abel and my father, however, was great. The wolves did what they thought was right. My father had given in to his grief. This wasn't about Mark, at least not all of it. When we'd been on the road, the Bennet brothers and me, it had been different. We'd done what we had to do to survive. I told myself it had nothing to do with seeking vengeance for Thomas Bennet. I was there because Joe had asked me to follow him. They needed someone to watch over them. I didn't think that was true anymore. Part of me had gone because of Thomas Bennet. He'd sunk his claws into me deep when I was a kid, and no matter how complicated our relationship had become, he'd been torn from me just the same. Quoth the raven, I thought. Nevermore. I said, Pappas. Farrell, Ox said. The man he was is gone, I think. There's only the wolf. Okay. He turned to face me. I had a queer moment when I remembered a little boy hiding behind his daddy's leg. He'd never had root beer before. Do you think he's complicit? I shook my head. No, not completely. I think Michelle Hughes kept things from him. How much he knew about the infection is one thing. The hunters, though? Elijah? He couldn't have. But he knew of her, Ox said. Yes, because you told him. It wasn't an accusation, though it felt like one. Yes. Why? Joe asked. I mean, I don't understand, Gordo. How long did you know about her? Since we found David King in Fairbanks. Joe's eyes flashed. And you didn't think to say anything? I didn't tell any of you about David King until long after he left, Ox reminded him. Not yet, remember? Joe looked at him, a frown on his face. That's not... And then when Richard came, he came for me, and I still said nothing. That's because you're a self-sacrificing asshole, Rico said. Then, no offense, Alpha. Okay, maybe some offense. You did it because you were trying to keep us safe, Joe argued. And even then, Gordo saw right through it. Then it's possible that Gordo was trying to do the same, isn't it? They all looked at me. God damn it. Mark squeezed my hand. I hadn't even realized I was still holding it. I thought it would be enough, I said. If they knew. Everything here, everything we'd been through. It was too much. Thomas, the years we were separated, Richard. I'd hoped that by telling Pappas and by him telling Michelle that they'd do something about it. For all I knew, she was already gone. I didn't want to make things bad again. Not when we were still healing. I didn't know how to be Pac. Not like it was before. Not with everyone here. It's not that I didn't trust any of you. It's more that I didn't trust myself. And I thought if something came of it, if need be, I could take care of it on my own. Men, Jesse said, sounding pissed off. You're all a bunch of asshole martyrs. No wonder Elizabeth and I are the smartest people in the goddamn room. I concur, Elizabeth said, staring up at me. They're lucky to have us. They'd probably run off half-cocked without a single idea about what they're doing, Jesse said. Elizabeth nodded. And get themselves infected. Oh, Rico said. Can we joke about that now? I wasn't sure if it was still too soon or what. Because if you think about it, it's funny because Yep, from the looks I'm getting, it's still too soon. Shutting up now. There's more, I said, wincing slightly. Of course there is, Chris said. He knocked his shoulder against Tanner's. Remember the days when the weirdest thing in our lives was when Gordo tried to grow that pussy tickler mustache? Those were the days, Tanner sighed. We made that wanted poster with his mustache face on it and posted them all over town, telling everyone to protect their children. You tried to grow a mustache? Mark asked me. Gross, Kelly said, nose wrinkling. We can smell that, Uncle Mark. What is it, Gordo? Ox asked me. Best to get it over with. You felt it too. The wards, when they were corrupted? He nodded slowly. Elijah said there were witches, which means they aren't trying to keep anything out. They're trying to keep us all in. Yeah, but I also felt something else. Heard something else. What? Joe asked. My father. Silence. Then, great, Carter groaned. We've got a weird religious chick who wears skins of her kills on her back and who has pet feral omegas on chains, one of which tried to sniff me and kill me at the same time. Witches who have the town surrounded doing creepy magic to keep us in. Michelle Hughes is some kind of stupid evil chick, and Mark and I are slowly going nutso. And now you're saying that your dear old dad is talking in your head? Fuck this day. Fuck this entire day. I couldn't agree more. We slept that night together, all of us. The couches and chairs were moved away. Thick, heavy blankets were spread out on the floor, piles of pillows. The alphas were in the middle. The rest of the pack surrounded them. Even Rico did it with minimal complaining, though he said he was thankful that everyone was wearing clothes this time. I lay with my head pressed against Ox's leg, failing to resist the urge to be close to my tether. Mark must have felt the same, because he never went far. We lay facing each other in the dark, his ice-cold eyes ever watching. There was a moment before I drifted off to sleep, hearing the voices of my alphas singing in my head, when Mark reached up and traced a finger over my cheeks, my nose, my lips and chin. A kiss was pressed against my forehead. And then I slept. The phones didn't work. The internet was down. We were cut off. Pappas prowled the length of powdered silver on the ground. He snarled at the side of me, hackles raised. Ox roared at him with everything he had. His violet eyes flickered, and I thought maybe he... No. They flared again. He was lost. We'll have to deal with him, Mark told me later, staring off into nothing. We can't risk him hurting anyone or spreading whatever's in his bite. We'll have to deal with him. Soon. I wanted nothing more than to burn the world down. We made our way through the snow. The trees were heavy and white around us. Ox and Joe had shifted, leaving large paw prints behind them. Mark walked on two legs beside me as we trailed behind the wolves. It was still snowing, but it wasn't coming down as hard as it had been the day before. The sky above was a dark gray, and the morning sun was hidden somewhere behind the clouds. I knew the moon was there too, widening toward fat and full. I wasn't a wolf, but even I could feel it. Carter had complained about being left behind, saying he was Joe's second, therefore he should go to face the witches. Joe had looked as if he were about to give in, but Elizabeth intervened, and without her saying a word, it was understood that Carter wasn't going anywhere. He'd sighed, but slumped back against Kelly, who hadn't gone more than a few feet from his brother since they'd woken up. Robbie volunteered to accompany us, but Ox had told him to stay. He didn't want Michelle's people to play games with his head. Birds called out, singing in the trees. The ice crunched underneath our feet. Our breath billowed around us. Mark said, "Your father." "My father," I muttered, stepping over a tree that had fallen years before. "In your head." "Right. Is that normal?" I rolled my eyes. "Oh, sure. Wolves going crazy, Jesus freak hunters, betrayal from on high, dear old dad in my head. Sure, Mark. Everything about this is normal." "Why, though?" "Why what?" I asked, watching the massive wolves walk ahead of us, their tails brushing together. "Why is he in your head?" "Because he has boundary issues?" Mark squinted at me. "I can't tell if you're joking or not." "I don't fucking know, Mark. I haven't seen him since I was a kid, and he murdered 16 people along with my mother after she murdered the woman he was having an affair with." Mark snorted. "So, pretty normal then." I gaped at him. "Are you seriously deciding that now is a good time to try and find a sense of humor?" "I've always been funny." He was such a liar. "No, I don't know why he's in my head. I don't know what it means. I don't even know if it was real, or if he's even in Green Creek. If there's a bunch of Michelle's asshole witches here, do you really think he'd try and show his face?" Mark rubbed his jaw. "Unless he's also working with Michelle." I glared at him. Don't you fucking say that. You're gonna jinx us and I will fucking light you on fire without a second thought." He grinned at me. "Nah, I don't think you would." I liked him better when we despised each other. He would never do that. Not like Elijah. It would be beneath him. Because he hates wolves. That's what you told Michelle. He would blame them for everything. Yeah. Mark grabbed my gloved hand. I turned to look at him, a question on my face. He was studying me thoughtfully, and it made me uncomfortable. I was so used to hiding everything from him, and this shift between us, this thing I'd spent most of my life ignoring, wasn't something I had prepared for. I was dizzy with it. He said, "You're not him." I tried to tug my hand away, but he held on tight. "I know." "Do you?" he asked. "Because I don't know if—" "Jesus, fuck, Mark. I told you I didn't want to hear your bullshit about—" "He made his choice," Mark said, "to do what he did. And even though you could have done the same, even though you had every right to hate us with everything you had, you didn't." "I did," I retorted, suddenly angry for reasons I didn't understand. "I did hate you, and Thomas, and Elizabeth. I hated wolves and packs. I hated you." "But part of you didn't," Mark said, sounding sure. "Your story, it—" He shook his head. "You could have become the villain, Gordo, and it would have been within your rights. Instead, you just chose to be an asshole." "Are you complimenting me? Because if you are, you're doing a really bad job at it." He smiled his secret smile, but it faded almost as soon as it appeared. "You're not your father." "I know that." "Do you?" I jerked my hand away. "That's not what this is about. It's about some jackasses that think they can come into our territory and fuck with us. It's about the fact that I haven't gotten to kill anything in weeks, and it's starting to piss me off." "You do get grumpy when that happens." "Right," I said, scowling at him. "So maybe stow the introspective shit until later, okay?" He opened his mouth to respond, but I cut him off. "And I swear to God, if you say there may not be a later, I won't be responsible for what happens next." The smile returned. "Your threats don't sound so bad now that I know you've got my wolf tattooed on your chest." "Bite me," I snapped, stalking off after the alphas. Mark chuckled behind me. "Oh, I will." Fucking werewolves. Once, there had stood an old covered wooden bridge that crossed over a stream along a dirt road leading out of Green Creek. Then Richard Collins had come with Osmond and the Omegas, and it had been destroyed in everything that followed. The bridge, it was said later, had been too old. It hadn't been maintained as well as it should have. Many were surprised it hadn't fallen sooner. A donation had come to the town by a notable family. Elizabeth Bennet, on behalf of her late husband, had given $50,000 for it to be rebuilt. There had been a ceremony the following summer. A ribbon cutting where Elizabeth Bennet had stood with her sons, all three dressed smartly in perfectly tailored suits. The rest of the pack had watched with a rather sizable crowd as the mayor made a canned speech of appreciation. The ribbon had been cut, and people had cheered. The new bridge was almost an exact replica of the old one, though far sturdier. It was part of the charm of Green Creek, the town council who had approved the design said. A gateway to a small mountain town. The only real difference was the plaque on the Green Creek side of the bridge. 6 words etched into metal. May our songs always be heard. People had been perplexed at the legend. But we knew. Oh, how we knew. The bridge now looked like a postcard, red wood barely visible through heavy snow. And there were people standing in front of it. They were dressed well for the cold weather. There were 4 of them, and though I didn't recognize a single one of them, I knew them as witches the moment I set eyes on them. I told my alphas that magic had a signature, a fingerprint. The feral wolves knew that more than anyone, which is why I was convinced my father was behind the infection. And I could feel the wards in front of us, though they were no longer my own. Pappas had asked me if the wards were infallible. How much he'd known at the time I doubted we'd ever find out, but I thought maybe that was his way of trying to warn us. I hadn't listened, or at the very least I hadn't understood what he'd been trying to say. But the wards weren't infallible. I was strong, and my magic was expansive, but even my wards in the Bennett territory couldn't survive the onslaught of multiple witches bent on manipulating them. Magic wasn't wish fulfillment. It was harsh and rough, pulling from the blood and bones of the witch, focused with the ink etched into my skin. The witches, 3 men and 1 woman, looked wary as we approached. They eyed the alphas, who stopped just short of the wards. The wolves couldn't see them, not like I could, but they could feel them. Ox told me once that the scent of magic made his nose itch like he was about to sneeze. It smelled ozone sharp and smoky. Alphas, Bennett and Matheson, the woman said stiffly. She was trying to be deferential, but we were so far past standing on ceremony it was ridiculous. We are honored to be in your presence. Alpha Hughes sends her regards. Yeah, I said dryly. Maybe take your honor and shove it up your... Ox growled at me. Mark decided to take over, which was probably better for all of us. He knew diplomacy, where I only wanted to break some bones. What our witch meant to say was, we aren't exactly here to receive regards from Alpha Hughes, so take your honor and shove it up your ass. Maybe not so diplomatic. Joe growled at him. Thankfully, I remembered I was a hardcore 39-year-old redneck before I swooned a little. It was close, though. The witches weren't pleased. The woman addressed the alphas. She has done what she must in order to ensure the survival of the wolves. She glanced at Mark. And since the Bennett pack has found itself with infected members, you must be contained. Surely, if our roles were reversed, you would do the same. See, I said, I don't know if that's true. We would find a way to fix this. And we are. The woman cocked her head at me. Like the Omega you fixed in Montana? I blinked. What the hell are you? And you just had an alpha's claws around your throat and lived to tell the tale. You went to my home and were shown mercy. But I am not a wolf, and I'm not exactly human. Veins underneath the earth, sometimes so deep they will never be found, until someone like me comes along. And I'm the one you should be scared of, because I'm the worst of them all. That's right, the woman said. The Omega you killed in an alleyway. A team Michelle had dispatched to track Richard Collins found him before the humans did. The stench of your magic was all over him, Livingstone. So do not speak to us of fixing anything. He was an Omega, I growled at her, who worked for Collins. He wasn't. And what happens when Mark Bennett turns Omega? She asked. Will you do the same for him? When the bloodlust descends and he is lost to his animal? The wolves growled as I stepped forward. The strength of the wards bowled over me, causing me to grit my teeth. It felt as if 1,000 tiny needles prickled along my skin, not going deep enough to draw blood, but close. They were good. Much better than I expected them to be. To their credit, the witches looked worried, taking a step back as if they thought I would burst through the wards regardless. Either that or they didn't like the sound of pissed-off alpha wolves. They were smarter than they looked. And it should have ended there. We would have threatened them, they would have retorted uselessly, and then we would have left. The whole point of showing ourselves, Ox had told us, was to make sure Michelle Hughes understood we knew about her, that we wouldn't be cowed, that she had brought this fight to our door, and once we were done here, once we'd found a way to cure Carter and Mark and had taken care of the hunters, we were going to come after her. But instead, a figure appeared on the bridge. For a brief moment I thought it was my father, and my heart stumbled in my chest. Mark heard and he crowded close to me. My alphas brushed against me, tails twitching dangerously. But it didn't feel like him. I would know my father's magic. It wasn't in these wards. It wasn't in these witches. Whoever they were, they didn't belong to him. It didn't stop the fear, however brief it was. A fear that soon changed to disbelief when I saw who it was. A disbelief that turned to rage when Mark stiffened beside me. "Dale?" he asked, voice choked. Dale walked out from the bridge, snow crunching underneath his feet. "Mark," Dale said, nodding in agreement. "Hello." "What the fuck are you doing here?" I snapped. Dale glanced at me coolly. "I'm here as the witch to Alpha Michelle Hughes, to make sure the wards hold. It's my job." He reached up and tapped against them. A deep pulse bloomed in my head as the wards burst in color, and I felt just how far around us they stretched. They didn't encompass the entire territory, but all of Green Creek was surrounded. Before I could stop him, Mark half-shifted and launched himself at Dale, fangs bared, eyes blazing orange. He crashed into the wards, which echoed brightly with the deep sound of a heavy bell. He fell back into the snow. The alphas snarled as they paced back and forth in front of us while I knelt down beside Mark. He groaned, eyes fading into ice blue. "You idiot," I said, helping him up. "Are you okay?" He shook his head. "Fine." He glared at Dale. "How the hell are you a witch? I didn't smell magic on you." Dale shrugged. "There are ways to hide one's true self, Mark. It's not that difficult. Isn't that right, Gordo?" "When we get out of here," I promised him, "I'm coming for you first." I didn't know how he'd managed to get inside my wards without me knowing, but it didn't matter now. He'd made a mistake in revealing himself. Dale wasn't impressed.
Michelle gave you the opportunity. She told you what would happen if you allowed the infected wolves to live. We do what we must to survive. Surely you can appreciate that.
All this time, Mark said, sounding dazed. You were working for her all this time.
Dale looked almost regretful. I did care about you, Mark. More than I thought I would.
He glanced at me.
Even if your mind was elsewhere. If that offers you any sort of solace, to be that close to a Bennett, to know you intimately.
He shook his head.
I wouldn't change that for anything in the world.
Oh yeah, he was going to be first. There was the familiar snap of muscle and bone, and Oxnard Matheson and Joe Bennett stood nude in the snow. Now the witches took a step back. Even Dale.
You're here because of Michelle Hughes, Ox said slowly. Because she told you to come. She wanted.
That was rhetorical, Joe growled. Dale's face took on the color of the snow.
Your alpha, Ox said, voice deadly calm, has sent hunters into our territory to take out our pack.
The female witch bristled. They are under strict orders to only handle the infected Omegas. And you really think that's where they'll stop? Joe asked coolly. Don't you have any idea who they are? They came once. They killed my grandfather. They killed children. You think they're going to stop at 2 wolves? The woman turned to Dale, eyes wide. She sent in the kings? Dale, what on earth is she?
She knows what she's doing, Dale snapped, and the woman fell silent. He looked at Ox. They won't hurt anyone else.
And I said, they've already killed a human cop.
Shit, one of the other witches muttered. I knew this was a bad idea.
Dale looked tense.
If there was a reason...
Joe wasn't having any of it. The reason was that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. They murdered him. They spilled innocent blood, and that's on your alpha. His death is on her hands.
Dale, Mark begged, and Christ, I hated hearing it.
Listen to me, please. If there was any part of you that cared about me, you need to let them out. My pack. Leave Carter and me here, fine, but you need to get everyone else out of here.
Yeah, I said, taking a step toward the wards.
Open up the wards. Come on. You cared about him, right? Do it. See what happens.
Gordo, Mark said.
No, I retorted. Absolutely not. You really think I'd leave you here by yourself? Fuck that and fuck you. I turned back to Dale. Open it up. Do it now. If you do, I'll give you a head start. If you don't, and I get out of here, you're not going to like what I do. I looked at the other witches behind him. That counts for all of you. You think this can hold me? It might take me some time, but I'm a living stone in Bennett territory. I will get out, and there is nowhere you can run that I won't find you. For a moment, I thought one of the witches would break. The men looked worried, the woman fearful. But in the end, it was Dale who stepped forward. Mere inches separated us, but they were filled with a wall of magic. I could see the wards clear as day. I could see the magic they used, the swirling archaic symbols that were lock and key.
You know what must be done, he said quietly, though he had to have known all the wolves could hear him. The infection will be contained.
And you think that if we do as you ask, if we just kill Mark and Carter, that this will all be over? You can't possibly be that stupid." He glanced over my shoulder, then looked back at me.
"It could be. My Alpha is not the monster you make her out to be."
I laughed bitterly. She aligned herself with the Hunter clan that murdered most of the Bennett pack, the same clan that killed children, and then she sent them here. If you don't think that makes her a monster, then you've got some seriously fucked up morals, my friend. He wasn't fazed.
"She's given the Bennett pack ample warning. This isn't on her. This is on all of you."
"We have Pappas. I will kill him as soon as we get back to the house."
"Alpha Hughes is aware that Philip Pappas is lost to her. It's regrettable, but casualties always are."
I slammed my hands against the wards. My tattoos felt like they were burning. Dale barely blinked. "I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you."
"Empty threats, I'm afraid," Dale said. "The wards will hold."
Mark said, "If you promise me that everyone else will be safe, I'll come with you right now. I won't fight. I swear I won't fight." And I said, "You shut your goddamn mouth. I won't let you. I won't let you." Mark looked at me with sad eyes.
"Gordo,
No," I said, shaking my head. "I'm goddamn sick and tired of the fucking martyrs in this pack." "That's rich coming from you," Mark said, taking a step toward me. He winced as he got closer to the wards. "But if it means—"
"And Carter?"
Dale asked. "He would do the same," Mark said over the protests of his alphas. "I know he would. As long as you can promise me right here and now that no one else will get hurt, that the hunters will leave Green Creek and never return." Dale nodded slowly.
"That sounds reasonable."
And before I could figure out how to punch his teeth down his throat, he continued.
"The problem with that, though, is that we don't know who else in your pack is infected."
"There's no one," Mark said. "There's no one else."
"Yes,"
Dale said, not unkindly.
"So you say. But how can you prove it? For all we know, your entire pack is infected. All the wolves. Can we really take that chance?"
It hit me then. I should have seen it before, but I'd forgotten. "He's lying." He looked startled.
"Lying about what?"
I looked to my alphas. Mark went to Dale, right after we spoke with Michelle. He went the next morning. He said he was going to end things with him.
"Mark?"
Ox asked. Mark turned his head slowly to look at me. "Yeah, I did. It was—" He said that he understood. It was easier than I thought it would be. "And if he wanted to," I said, thoughts spinning furiously. "If Michelle actually gave a shit about feral wolves, Dale could have killed him right then and there. But he didn't. It's not about the infection. It's not about Mark and Carter. It's about the entire pack." I turned back to Dale. "Michelle Hughes is using the infection as an excuse to take us out. All of us. She knew, before, about Pappas, even though Pappas didn't think she did. She knew, and she sent him here anyway, knowing what could happen." Dale didn't speak. He just stared at me. "Dale," the woman asked, sounding unsure, "what's he talking about?" "It's never been about the infection," I said, staring right back at Dale. "She doesn't want the Bennett pack. She doesn't want Joe. She wants the territory. She wants Green Creek. She sent the hunters here to wipe us all out. Everything else was just ancillary. How did she do it? Did she find my father? Did she make him do this?" Dale laughed. Oh, Gordo, no matter how far you run, no matter how you try and hide, you will always have the shadow of being a living stone covering every inch of your skin. It's something you will never escape. No, she has nothing to do with Robert Livingstone, and nor do I, before you ask. We don't know where he is. For all we know, he's dead. But the rest? Joe asked, eyes red. Dale didn't cower. The rest is as it is. You run to this place. You always have. Green Creek was a refuge for the Bennetts long before any of you were even a thought. Alfie Hughes understands this. And since you cannot seem to accept your place in this world, she will take it from you. The woman said, "This was never part of—" Dale didn't even turn to look at her when he said, "Another word, and you will end up in there with them. Understood?" The witches didn't speak. "She wrestled with this," he said, having the audacity to sound apologetic. "It hurt her. It caused her great pain. Especially about Pappas. He was her second. She cares for him. But she knew that in order to protect all wolves, a choice had to be made. And in the end, she was strong enough to make that choice. She's the alpha of all. Yes, she has underestimated you in the past. She won't do that again. The hunters are the final solution." "Because we'll take each other out," I said slowly, the last piece falling into place. "And Green Creek will be left open for the taking." "You're smarter than most give you credit for," Dale said, and I couldn't believe Mark fell for his shit. "This place is different. Alpha Matheson can attest to that. Whatever magic is in the earth led to him becoming a human alpha out of necessity. There was no alpha here, and the territory needed one. You were here, Gordo, as a gatekeeper, but even you left eventually. There was a pack, but no one to lead them. And so Ox became what was needed." He shook his head. "I can't even begin to imagine the power in this place. And I can't wait to find out just how deep it goes." The wolves stepped forward until we stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the witches, in front of Dale. He didn't back down, not like those behind him, who stepped back. I heard the fury in my head, the songs of the wolves who wanted to sink their teeth into the flesh of those before us. Through the threads, the rest of the pack was howling their anger. "Michelle played her hand too soon," Ock said, voice low and strong. "You want a war? You've got one. Because once we're done with the hunters, we'll come for you. And as my witch said, there is nowhere you can run that we won't find you." And he turned and walked away, heading toward the trees. Joe spat on the ground in front of the witches before he followed his mate. I heard the sounds of them shifting behind me before Ox howled, the sound shattering the still air around us. Even Dale flinched at the sound. "You done fucked up," I said, smiling tightly. "Maybe I'm just a small-town hick who works in a garage, but I've got a long memory, and I will remember each of your faces. You would do well to start running now, because the last time someone came for our pack, he ended up getting his head torn off. And you can sure as shit bet that'll be the very least I do to you." I turned and followed my alphas. I'd only made it a few steps before I looked back over my shoulder. Mark stood in front of the witches. His hands were in fists at his sides. He wasn't speaking, and neither was Dale, but I couldn't help but feel a slick twist of anger on his behalf. Maybe Dale hadn't meant much to him, not in the long run, but he'd meant something. Dale used him. I swore to myself it was going to be one of the last things he ever did. "Mark," I said sharply. Mark nodded at Dale before he turned and walked toward me. His eyes were blazing orange. I wanted to say something, anything to make it all right again, to make it how it had been the night before, but words failed me. So instead, I did the only thing I could think of when he was about to pass me by. I reached out and took his hand. The tightness around his eyes eased. He looked down at our joined hands, then back up at me. He arched an eyebrow. "Shut up," I muttered. "If you make a big deal about this, I'm going to give you to Dale myself." He squeezed my hand. And then I led us home. Chapter 19. Come and Get Me. Tug of War. "Motherfuckers," Chris growled. "Those goddamn bitches! Who the hell do they think they are?" "Bastards," Tanner said, sounding furious. "All of them. Can I shoot them? Please. Please say I can shoot them." "In the nuts," Rico spat. "I'm going to shoot them in the nuts, and while they're screaming in pain, I'm going to shove my fist down their throats until I reach their stomachs, and then I'm going to pull their stomachs out of their mouths and spill the contents of their stomachs on their faces, and I'm going to like it." We all turned slowly to stare at him. "What?" he asked. "They're in our garage." We were hunkered down across the street, hiding behind what remained of the diner. The snow was still falling, the lull having passed. It was thick again, this storm. Robbie had found an old radio in the blue house. Ox said it had belonged to his mother, and they danced in his kitchen to the music it played. We'd managed to find a station out of Eugene, which said the storm was expected to last a few more days. The tow truck was still lying on its side in the diner, propped up precariously by the boom. A thin layer of ice covered the driver's side and the hoist from the snow blown in by the wind. It didn't look as if anyone else had been inside the diner, and I thanked God for small favors. Either the storm or the warnings blared by the hunters had kept people indoors. I didn't know how long it would last. The King clan had taken over the garage. We could see them inside, moving about. The lights were on, and one of the garage doors was open. They'd parked their trucks around the front like a barricade, bumper to bumper. A few hunters looked to be on patrol, moving around the outside of the garage. One stood on top of the cab of one of the trucks, keeping watch. Jones was gone, as was his cruiser. I didn't know what they'd done with his body. I wanted to launch a full frontal assault, to take them out, to get rid of as many of them as I could. But Ox had said this was reconnaissance only. And, if need be, a distraction. Because the wolves were on the move. "They better not be touching my tools," Chris muttered. "That shit is expensive." Jesse snorted. "Way to have your priorities straight. Hey, do you know how long it took me to—" "Shut up," I growled, lowering my binoculars. "All of you." "Oh, sure," Tanner said, as bitchy as I'd ever heard him. "Look at Boss Man over here, sounding all tough and shit. I saw the way Mark kissed your forehead before we left, and the gross look on your face when you watched him walk away." "Seriously?" Rico groaned. "Is that what we're going to have to put up with now? I mean, we already get enough of that with Ox and Joe. You were supposed to be the asshole forever. How am I supposed to act now that you're the asshole with the heart of gold? It's fucking up my worldview, man. Not cool." "Don't you do the same thing with Bambi?" Chris asked. "I like her boobs, and the way she makes me think. It's not some mystical moon magic bullshit. It's carnal passion of the body and the mind." "She does have a great rack," Jesse said. reaching up to wipe the condensation from the window. We all turned slowly to look at her. Jessie rolled her eyes. What? She does. And at least I don't sound like a creep when I say it. That doesn't make it any better, Chris said, eyeing her warily. Goddamn Team Human. It doesn't matter, Rico said with a sigh. She's probably gonna break up with me anyway. I mean, getting everyone we can into her bar with as little explanation as possible? That's not gonna go well. It had been Carter's idea. The lighthouse was as far away from Main Street as someone could be and still be in Green Creek. The town itself was small, with only a few hundred people counted as residents. Many of those lived in homes spread out miles around Green Creek. Fewer than 100 lived in Green Creek proper, and quite a few of them had already left ahead of the storm. The more hardcore had stayed to batten down the hatches. We didn't know the extent of what the hunters were here to do, and we didn't want to take any chances. The wolves were moving quickly through the town, gathering as many people as they could and taking them to the bar. Mark hadn't been pleased at the idea of the humans being in charge of locating the hunters and making sure they stayed where they were, but as soon as Carter had pointed out he needed to stop thinking with his dick, he had backed down. Well, mostly. He had backed down after he tackled Carter and held his face in the snow until his nephew literally cried uncle. He wouldn't look at me after. I didn't know what to do with that. The Bennetts were known, and I didn't think they'd have a hard time convincing people to go, especially in light of what Elijah had said upon her arrival. The story being spun was one of meth-head hillbillies bent on causing trouble. Robbie seemed sure it was believable and would convince people to stay away. Either that, or it'll make them come running with their guns, he'd said, pushing his glasses back up his nose. People get weird when it comes to meth-head hillbillies. The wolves could move quicker than we could, and there were the feral omegas to worry about, the ones Elijah had called her pets. I knew that if another wolf had approached the garage, they'd be scented almost immediately. But we were human, and the storm was thick. Even if the Omegas had parts of their minds intact, we would be less noticeable than the rest of the pack. Which is why we had been hunkered down in the diner for going on an hour. It was fine. Everything was fine. I feel like we should talk about the elephant in the room, Tanner said. You mean Dale? Chris asked. Exactly. I mean, do we give Mark shit for ignoring the mystical moon magic and sleeping with the enemy? Or do we put this on Gordo for ignoring the connection with the wolf who wants to take him carnally underneath a full moon? Everything was not fine. Guys, Rico said, pulling his coat around him tighter as he shivered. This isn't the right time to be talking about this. That surprised me. Thank you, Rico. Because before we can talk about whether to blame Mark or Gordo, we need to figure out if Dale put some kind of brujo mind control whammy on Mark that made him bone Dale. Fuck them. Fuck every single one of them. Huh, Chris said, rubbing his jaw. I never thought about it that way. Hey, Gordo. I ignored him. Gordo. I glared at him. What? He had no sense of self-preservation. Did Dale put some kind of mind control whammy on Mark to make him sexually subservient? I ordered Jessie to control her brother. She cocked her head at me. Why? I want to know too. Now that you and Mark are going to be... We're not going to be anything, I growled at her. They all turned slowly to stare at me. Gordo, Jessie said. You do realize that you're a liar, right? She looked at her brother. He knows that, right? Chris sighed. Gordo doesn't know how to deal with all his feelings. He needs to pretend to be a prick, but really he's thinking about Mark's thighs wrapped around his neck. Tanner grimaced. Now I'm thinking of Mark's thighs wrapped around his neck, Heart of gold, Rico said solemnly. I hate all of you, I mumbled, raising the binoculars again, hoping that would be the end of it. It wasn't. We're going to figure this out, Chris said softly. He put his hand on my arm. You know that, right? You're allowed to be happy. He's going to be fine. So is Carter. We're going to beat this. And that was it, wasn't it? I hated how well they could read me, even if they didn't necessarily know about that almost kiss in Mark's room. Part of me wished I'd been stronger, that I'd turned around and walked away, leaving him standing there. But even that was nothing compared to the long-ago memory of the way his mouth felt against mine, the way he'd felt against me, the feeling of his hands on my skin. I'd kept it locked away for so long, put into a box and strapped with chains, shoved into a dark corner to gather dust. But the chains had broken now. The box cracked right down the middle. For the longest time, Mark had been nothing but a ghost. Even when he stood in front of me, even as we'd fought side by side, I'd rarely let myself think of what we'd once been. What we could have had if it wasn't for pack and wolves and fucking human stubbornness. Of course, it would take until the world was crashing down around us. He was acting strong and brave. But I was as much an expert in Mark Bennett as I'd been the first time we'd kissed. He was scared. It went beyond the idea of becoming an Omega, beyond the idea of losing his tether. I'd lost my pack, again and again and again. But so had he. I'd forgotten that. In my anger, in my grief, here he was, faced with losing it again. And I still didn't know how to stop it. Jesse's hand pressed against mine, and it was only then that I realized I was shaken. I took a deep breath and let it out slow. I'm fine, I said gruffly. Don't worry about me. There are other things. There, through the open garage door, 2 feral wolves. The red wolf's head was low, nose to the ground. The timber wolf was upright, ears twitching. The long chains had been removed, though they still had silver links around their necks, like a collar. It looked as if the silver had been embedded into their skin. Shit, I muttered. Omegas, both of them, still inside. Rico groaned quietly. Is it too much to ask for evil werewolves to die when they're thrown across the road by a witch? Elijah? Jesse whispered. I shook my head. How many of them are there? 20, that I can see. Can't you just, I don't know, Tanner said. Kill them, somehow? Freeze the air in their lungs or something? The full moon is in 2 days. We're running out of time. I don't understand why we just don't take them head on. Oxen Joe said this was recon only, Chris reminded him. He didn't want us doing anything to bring attention to ourselves. I know that, but why can't we just get the pack together and make the streets run red with their... And holy hell, I've become a rage monster. Tanner shook his head. That's probably not a good thing. You know why, Jesse said, wiping the window again. Jones already died because of them. We can't take the chance of someone else getting hurt. Not until we know more. The timber wolf's ears twitched. Its head turned in our direction. Down, I hissed. We all hit the floor of the diner. The wind howled outside. The air was cold. My heart was racing. In my head came the wolves in a burst of color. Of pack, brother, love, witch. I sent back soothing waves of calm, though it felt like a lie. I didn't know if they believed me. Stay down, I whispered to them. Don't move unless I say. What is... Chris started, but I shook my head and he fell silent. I took a deep breath and held it in my chest. I pushed myself up. I peered over the diner counter out the window. The men still milled inside the garage. The few outside moved back and forth in the snow. The timber wolf stood with its back to us, looking farther into the garage. The red wolf was nowhere in sight. It was probably just in the garage. I let out the breath I was holding. Okay, all clear. We're... A low growl off to my right. I turned my head. There, head bowed low to the ground to peer at us from under the other side of the tow truck, was the red wolf. Well, fuck, I said. The wolf's lips quivered over sharp fangs. Its ears flattened to the back of its head. There wasn't enough room for it to get to us. At least not yet. Chris gasped behind me. I held up my hand at them without looking away from the wolf. Its violet eyes glittered in the snow. Slow, I said, voice even. Back the way we came. No sudden movements. Tanner said, Gordo, but I just shook my head. Now. I heard them moving. The wolf's gaze darted over my shoulder, but I snapped my fingers, bringing its attention back to me. It growled lowly. I didn't look away. The others were moving behind me. I knew we didn't have much time. Either the wolf would try to come for us, or the hunters would be alerted. Our pack was too far away. But I'd faced worse. I'd seen the monsters in the dark. This asshole didn't know who the fuck he was dealing with. I grinned at the wolf. I'm gonna kill you. All of you. Just you wait and see. It growled louder as it took a step forward. Its shoulders hit the tow truck, which creaked ominously, the boom scraping against the floor, the frame shuddering. It didn't like that sound, backing a step or two away. Come on, I said under my breath. Come on. The raven fluttered its wings. The wolf crouched low and began to crawl toward me, black claws digging into the snow. That's right, I said. Come and get me, you fucker. I backed away slowly. It snarled at me. Flakes of snow blew in from a broken window. Men laughed across the street in the garage. Glass crunched underneath my feet. The wolf was all the way under the truck, claws digging into wood and ice as it pulled itself toward me, jaws open wide. Nevermore. The raven flew. The pack knew. They knew. I felt it. All of them. The alphas were there. In me. In my head. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. And Mark. Always Mark. I pulled on those threads, the ones that connected us all, and pushed. There was a shriek of metal as the boom twisted, the tow truck shaken. The wolf opened its mouth, tilting its head back to fucking howl, and the boom snapped to the side, the linoleum floor underneath it splitting apart. The boom landed outside of the diner in the snow. For a moment, the tow truck hung suspended. The wolf's howl cut off before it even began as the tow truck collapsed on top of it. I heard a wet crunch as 6 tons of metal met bone and muscle. I didn't hesitate. Even as the hunters began to shout in warning, I pushed myself up and ran toward the back of the diner. The door we'd come in was hanging open, snow falling. A wave of cold air washed over me as I passed through the doorway, looking over my shoulder on the off chance the wolf had survived the truck falling on top of it and was coming after me. It wasn't. I think it's dead, I said to the others. I bumped into someone. I turned. Chris. I'd stumbled into Chris. Rico was to his left, Jesse to his right. Tanner stood on the other side of Jesse. They weren't moving. "What the hell are you stopping for?" I demanded, pushing my way through them. "We have to—" Motherfucker. In the back alley behind the diner, in front of Team Human, stood the Timberwolf. I hadn't had much time to parse out its details when it had come for me the day Elijah had arrived in Green Creek. I knew it was big, almost bigger than any wolf I'd seen before. But now, here, up close, I understood just how massive it was. Before Ox, Thomas Bennett had been the biggest wolf I'd ever seen. Before him, his father Abel. Carter was bigger than his brothers, even Joe, his alpha. But none of them compared to the size of the Omega in front of us. Its eyes snapped to me. I took a step back. Its nostrils flared, and there was a brief moment when the violet in its eyes faded into a deep, muddy brown that I thought almost looked familiar. But then the violet returned bright as ever. Only two ways out of this. Through the alley behind the wolf, or back the way we'd come through the front of the diner, toward the hunters. Tanner and Rico had their guns drawn but stood down, knowing gunfire would bring the attention of the hunters. The knives hidden under Chris's sleeves popped forward. Jessie tapped Ox's old crowbar against her shoulder. The wolf wasn't impressed. It took a step toward us and... "Fuck this," Jessie said. And before I could stop her, she pushed past me, took 3 running steps, and swung the crowbar upside the feral wolf's head. The crowbar that was inlaid with silver. The wolf yelped in pain as its head jerked to the side, a burning gash alongside its muzzle and cheek and up to its eye, which was squeezed shut and bleeding. It brought its head down toward the ground, pawing furiously at the smoking wound that hadn't yet started to close. "Come on," she spat at us, dancing out of the way as the wolf tried to snap at her, missing by a good foot. Rico and Tanner followed her, giving the injured wolf a wide berth. It tried to whirl on them, but Chris was there on its other side, slicing along the wolf's back as he ran in the narrow space between the Omega and the brick wall of the hardware store next to the diner. The wolf turned its head, snapping its fangs after him, but he was already past it, running after the others. Red dripped onto white. The wolf turned to me. It took a step toward me. I raised a hand, the roses blooming underneath the raven, ready to end this now. But then it faltered. The wolf snorted, shaking its head violently side to side. The chain around its neck barely shifted, the links deep into its skin. It blinked its one good eye rapidly and lowered its face to the snow, pushing down into it, leaving streaks of blood behind it. And I couldn't do it. "Gordo!" Rico shouted. "Move your ass!" I moved. The Omega barely glanced in my direction. "What the hell is wrong with it?" Chris asked me as soon as I reached them, coming out the other side of the alley behind the diner. I glanced back at it. The Omega was pawing at its face again. "I don't know." "Why didn't you kill it?" Jessie asked me, already moving away from the diner. I didn't answer. Halfway toward the lighthouse, we met up with Mark and Elizabeth. She came to me first as Chris, Tanner, and Rico shared with Mark their outrage about the hunters being in the garage. "All right?" she asked me, and I remembered Thomas telling me there was never anyone else for him. "Yeah," I muttered. "He took out one of the Omegas," Jessie told her, glancing at me curiously. "The red one. We got a few hits in on the bigger one, but it's still upright last we saw." "And Elijah?" Jessie shook her head. Elizabeth touched my arm. "Gordo." I blinked. "I'm fine." She didn't look like she believed me, but she let it go. She glanced over her shoulder at the others before lowering her voice. We got as many as we could. They're at the lighthouse.
Something's wrong, I said, because I knew her. She sighed.
Mark.
My stomach flipped. What about him? She shook her head.
There was a man. Jameson? I think his name is Jameson? Lives in the trailer park.
Her nose wrinkled.
Smells terrible.
Big guy? Mustache? Jameson was an asshole on a good day, and these weren't good days. She nodded.
He didn't want to come with us. Told us to leave him alone. Mark, he didn't take that well. He was angry. I thought he was going to shift right then and there. Mark scared him. I could smell it, though he tried to hide it.
He stayed behind? I asked, not liking where this was going.
No, she said. He agreed to go when Mark put a fist through his trailer wall.
Jesus Christ.
It's the moon, I think. It's pulling on him. It's getting stronger. Whatever it was, he snapped out of it almost immediately. It's happening, Gordo. Carter, and now Mark.
Even with all that had happened, I was surprised I was still capable of feeling gutted at the sound of fear in Elizabeth Bennet's voice. We'll figure it out, I said, though I felt like a liar. I'm fine, Mark said as we approached the lighthouse, snow crunching under our feet. The power was still on, and the lighthouse was lit up like it was a Friday night. You sure about that? He rolled his eyes. He was pissing me off. Jameson? Yeah, wouldn't listen. So you punched a hole through his house. He listened after that. Mark. Gordo? I grabbed him by the arm. Would you stop? For fuck's sake, you can't hide this. Not from me. That's almost funny coming from you. Talking about hiding things. That stung, though I deserved it. It wasn't Mark, though. He didn't dig at open wounds. Don't be a dick. He winced. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. He was lying. We both knew exactly where it had come from. I need to know if you're in control. You can't go into a room full of humans if there's a chance you'll turn on them. For a moment, I thought he was going to pull away. He breathed in through his nose as the others went inside. As the door opened, voices poured out, some of them angry. I wasn't looking forward to facing the people who had remained in town. Hopefully they'd bought the bullshit story being spun. I'm not going to hurt them, Mark said, a scowl on his face. Show me your eyes. Gordo, do it, Mark. He flashed his eyes. Orange. Just orange. I breathed a sigh of relief. Just stay by me, okay? His lips twitched. I saw the hint of teeth. Gonna keep everyone safe from the big bad wolf? Christ, that's not gonna be a thing. Ever. You hear me? In fact, you say that again and I'll kill you myself. I think I liked it better when we hated each other. He took me by the hand. I never hated you, Gordo. I looked away. I wanted to tell him the same, but I couldn't. Because I had hated him. I had hated all of them. It had taken me a long time to figure out how to stop. And I didn't know if I was all the way there yet. He sounded sad when he said, I know. It's okay, though. It only took my ex being an evil witch and me losing my mind to get you to come back to me. Worth it, if you ask me. That's not funny, I said hoarsely. A little funny. When this is over, we need to have a long talk about this thing you call your sense of... He moved then, almost faster than I could follow. One moment he was in front of me, his hand in mine. The next, I was shoved behind him as he began to shift,
growling low in his throat. I looked over his shoulder. The timber wolf stood in the middle of the road. Its face still hadn't healed, not completely. The silver in the crowbar was strong, and the wolf was an omega. Its power to heal had slowed. The wound was knitting itself back together, but its muzzle was caked with blood, and its right eye was swollen shut. And it was pissed off. "Get inside," Mark growled at me. "Fuck you," I retorted. "I'm not gonna leave you. If it's like the others, it'll come for you first. I can't hold it off if I'm worried about—" "I don't need you to worry about." Holy fuck. I tackled Mark to the side as the feral wolf launched itself at us. We fell into the snow, Mark hitting the ground first. I landed on top of him as the wolf sailed over us, teeth snapping, missing my neck by inches. Its hot breath stank, and I could almost feel the weight of it in the air above us. "You just wanted to lay on top of me," Mark said from beneath me. "Seriously?" I snapped, pushing myself off him and standing. "Now is not the time." The wolf had landed near the lighthouse, skidding in the snow, but managing to stay upright. Its ears pricked toward the bar, and I knew it could hear probably dozens of heartbeats inside. Its eyes flickered violet, and it took a step toward the bar door and... "Hey!" I shouted at it, trying to get its attention. "Over here, you goddamn mutt!" It slowly turned its head toward me. I swallowed thickly. It really was a big werewolf. Mark was at my side, half shifted, and before I could chew him out for that, the timber wolf crouched low, ready to attack. Screams came from inside the bar. We all hesitated. And then Carter burst out of the lighthouse, the door slamming against the wall, the wood splintering. He too was half shifted. And it hit me then that the people inside the bar had seen it. But before I could even begin to process this monumental fuck-up, he'd tackled the timber wolf from behind. It went down hard, slipping in the snow. Carter's face elongated, hair sprouting along his cheeks, and he was snarling at the wolf beneath him. The timber wolf pushed itself up quickly, knocking Carter off its back and into the snow. He landed, orange eyes wide, exhaling heavily. The timber wolf rose slowly above him, lips pulled back, teeth bared. I touched the rune on my arm, ready to light the motherfucker on fire, and Elizabeth stood in the doorway, eyes blazing, ready to attack whatever was going after her son. And Ox and Joe roared from inside the lighthouse, their alpha song bowling over us, because one of their pack was in danger. One of their pack was about to... The timber wolf stopped snarling. Its eyes narrowed. As the wolf lowered its head, Carter raised his claws, ready to swipe at it, to gouge its eyes out just as he'd been trained to do, but it didn't happen. The timber wolf just sniffed him. Its eyes were violet, and its hackles were raised, but it put its snout against Carter's chest and inhaled. Carter said, lisping through a mouthful of fangs. "Guys, what the hell is going on?" "Carter," Elizabeth said, "I need you to—" Joe and Ox appeared behind him, ignoring the cacophony of voices rising behind them. Their eyes were red, and when Joe saw his brother on the ground with a strange wolf above him, he tried to push past his mother. The timber wolf heard him coming and turned its back on Carter, snarling at Joe. It began to back away slowly, crowding Carter until he was forced to scoot back in the snow. "What the fuck is going on?" Carter squeaked, startled out of his shift as he got a face full of tail. "Joe," Elizabeth said sharply, causing her son to stop before he could reach the timber wolf. "Don't." Joe looked surprised as he glanced back at his mother. "But it's going to hurt him." "I don't think it is," Mark said thoughtfully at my side. It's protecting him. From what? Joe asked. From you. From all of us. Step back, Joe. But, Joe. Joe did as his uncle asked. The timber wolf eyed him warily, standing above Carter. Once it was sure that Joe wasn't a threat, it turned back around and put its snout against Carter's chest again, rumbling low in its throat. Carter tried to shove its face away, but it snapped at his fingers, growling a warning. What the hell is its problem? Carter asked, sounding annoyed. I think it likes you, Elizabeth said mildly. Oh, gee, Mother, thank you for your input. I don't know where I'd be without you. You wouldn't be born without her, Joe said, helpful as ever. Ox, Carter cried, trying unsuccessfully to shove the wolf away from him. Do your I'm so special alpha thing and get this fucker off me. You seem to be doing just fine on your own, Ox said, stepping out of the bar and into the snow. The timber wolf glared back at him over its shoulder. Ox made sure to give them a wide berth as he approached us, much to Carter's outrage. What happened? Ox asked us in a low voice. Rico said the hunters were in the garage. I scowled. As if I didn't want to kill them already, they're touching my stuff. He focuses on what's important, Mark told Ox, and I gave very real consideration into blasting him across the parking lot. But I didn't think it would do well for whatever was going on between us, so I didn't. I don't like it when people touch my things. I'm sure Dale would agree with that, Ox said, because even though he was an alpha, he was still a bitch. Mark started choking. I hated everyone. Killed the red wolf, crushed it under the truck. You followed? I shook my head. The guys and Jesse made sure our tracks were covered most of the way here. And what's that about? He asked, nodding toward the wolf that now had the collar of Carter's coat between its teeth and was trying to drag him away. It wasn't going so well for the timber wolf, seeing as Kelly had burst out of the bar with an impressive battle cry, grabbed his brother's leg, and was pulling him in the opposite direction. I couldn't even begin to tell you. Kelly, Carter shouted. Save me! I am, Kelly yelled back. The timber wolf jerked its head back roughly, trying to pull Carter away from Kelly as it snarled a warning. Are we playing tug-of-war with Carter now? Another voice said. I looked up to see Team Human crowding around Elizabeth, even as the shouts in the bar grew louder. Rico had his hands on his hips, and his head was cocked, eyes squinted. Because I don't know if that's going to endear the general population of Green Creek now that they've seen half of the Bennetts, who they assumed were just rich weirdos that lived in the woods, suddenly turn into monsters right in front of them. Something shattered inside the bar, and he winced. Bambi's probably not going to like that. Or the fact that I've been keeping this from her. I can talk to her for you, Jesse said, patting his arm. Give it a woman's touch. You stay away from her, Chris said, glaring at his sister. You already think she has a nice rack. It's not cool to try and steal Rico's girlfriend. Or is it? Rico asked, eyeing Jesse up and down. I mean, as long as I can watch, I wouldn't mind. Ow! Vete a la verga, culero. My arm isn't supposed to twist that way. Stop it. Jessie waited a beat to prove her point, but then let Rico's arm go. Chris and Tanner laughed. Jessie glared at them. They backed away from her slowly. Guys, Robbie said, coming up behind them, looking frantic. As fun as this is, I think we've got a problem. He pointed over his shoulder back in the bar. Pressed against the windows were many, many faces, eyes wide, mouths open, as they watched a wolf the size of a horse trying to steal Carter from his brother, both of whose eyes were glowing brightly. Will, the drunken owner of the motel, spoke first.
"I knew it,"
he shouted, eyes rheumy and bloodshot.
"Fucking animals. No one believed me, but they came and stayed in my motel. Mountain lion my ass. Look at the size of that fucker. Shapeshifters. We're surrounded by shapeshifters."
"Fuck," Ox said succinctly. Chapter 20. Imperfect. They were loud, the people inside the bar. Some of them cringed away from the Bennetts, trying to get as far from them as possible while still remaining in the lighthouse. Will, the bastard that he was, tried to tell anyone who would listen that he knew something had been going on in this town, had been going on for years, and everyone had called him crazy. "Who's crazy now?" he said, laughing wildly. "Who's crazy now?" "I could do it again," I told Ox under my breath. "Alter their memories, like I did with the people after Richard." Ox shook his head slowly. "You were off your feet for a few days after that, and there were only a handful. There's almost 50 people in here. I need you strong." He had a point. Expending that much energy would make me next to useless for at least a week, and we didn't have time for that now. There's always after. Maybe. He looked at the people standing before us. They were starting to get loud again. Jameson, the owner of a brand new hole in his trailer wall, was staring at Mark as if he expected Mark to shift and eat him right then and there. It would have been funny if the situation weren't so fucked, especially since Mark seemed on the verge of doing exactly that. I stayed close, trying to get him to calm. Others were still at the window, staring out at where Kelly and Robbie were keeping an eye on Carter. The timber wolf hadn't been too pleased when Carter had tried to follow us inside, growling at him until Carter stopped trying to get away. I had a good idea what was going on there, and I thought Elizabeth did too, if the knowing look on her face meant anything. The others were too young, too inexperienced. Even Joe and Ox seemed perplexed. I didn't know if it would matter in the long run. The wolf was an omega. If it was like Pappas, I didn't know if there was any turning back. It was best if Carter didn't know. At least not until we could be sure. He was in for a rude awakening at any rate. "What are we going to do?" Mark murmured. He was breathing in and out through his nose, and I knew he was doing it to keep his heart rate slow. I didn't know if it was working. "We can't, Ox. There's a reason packs are kept hidden." Ox tilted his head. "Why, though? Because the Alpha of all says that's the way it's supposed to be? She betrayed us. Or is it because it could bring hunters down upon us? They're already here. And we're trapped inside with them because witches have surrounded Green Creek and taken our wards away from us. These people are in danger. Don't they have a right to know why?" Mark paled. His voice was rough when he spoke. "Do you even know what you're saying? What you're risking? It's not just about us, Ox. If this gets out, if this spreads beyond our borders, then it puts other packs at risk. People are scared of what they don't understand, and they won't understand us." "I get that," Ox said lightly. "I do. But we can't live in fear. If we're going to have a hope for tomorrow, then we have to deal with it today." Mark shook his head. You weren't there. You didn't see what they did to us, what the humans did to our family. They came in and... There were children, Ox. They were just kids, and they... Ox wrapped a hand around his neck, bringing his forehead to Mark's. "Breathe," he whispered, eyes flashing red, and Mark's nostrils flared. "I need you to breathe. I know it hurts. I know it does. We will stop it, okay? We're going to find a way to stop it." Mark reared back, breaking out of Ox's grasp. For a moment, I thought he was going to lash out.
"You don't get it," he growled, deeper than any human ever could. The people closest to him backed away slowly. "You're fine. You don't have this thing inside of you. You still have your tether, and it's intact. I can feel it, Ox. Every fucking second I can feel it. Just because you still get to keep everything you love doesn't mean you get to spout your alpha bullshit on me. That's not fair. None of this is fair." Blood began to drip from his hands, where his claws had popped into the fleshy part of his palms. "Mark," Ox warned, eyes blazing. "I need you to calm down. Listen to me, okay?" He reached for Mark again. "We're right here. Your pack is here. Gordo is—" "Don't," Mark said, chest heaving as he took a step back. He bumped into a woman who gasped and almost fell back. She was caught by Jameson, who glared at Mark. "Don't tell me to calm down. Don't talk to me about Gordo." "Mark," Joe said, coming to stand next to Ox. "You're scaring people. This isn't you. This isn't who you are." Mark laughed bitterly. "You don't know the first fucking thing about me. You left Joe. My brother died. He was cut to ribbons and you left. You didn't even have a second thought about it. And even if you did, was it about me? Or your mother? Or was it just about Ox? Was it just about your fucking mate?" Joe's throat clicked as he swallowed, jaw tight. "That's right," Mark said, voice hard. "All I wanted was to keep everyone safe. That's all I ever wanted. And then those fucking hunters came and they took everything away from me. And then Thomas took what was left of my shredded heart and put it beneath his heel, telling me I didn't have a choice. I had to leave. And just when I thought I could finally forgive him, when I thought it would all be okay again, he died." Ice blue gave way to orange. "And then you made the same mistakes he did." "Mark," I snapped, stepping forward. "Knock it off. You're getting yourself worked up. That's not going to help." "You're scared?" Mark snarled, whirling on the people in the lighthouse. "You should be. You want to see what you're so afraid of? Let me show you." He started to shift. Before I could step forward, Elizabeth was there behind him, hand on his shoulder. I didn't have time to react. He spun, hand out. He backhanded her across the face, and as she fell into her alphas, as the sound of a small bone snapping filled the room, Mark Bennett's eyes flickered. Blue, orange, blue, violet. And then it faded. Mark looked horrified as he lowered his hand. The room exploded around us as people began shouting. Jesse and Chris ran to Elizabeth's side and helped her up. Tanner and Rico stood in front of them, arms across their chests as they glared at Mark. Elizabeth was muttering that she was fine, even as the bone in her cheek began to heal. Ox looked furious, Joe murderous, and I thought I heard the wolves outside roar in anger. A gun fired. I jerked my head toward the sound, sure the hunters had found us, that we were all fucking trapped in here, and Bambi stood on top of the bar, pistol pointed up. Bits of plaster sprinkled down on her from a hole in the ceiling. Her eyes were narrowed and her voice cold when she said, "You touch her again, and I'll put a bullet in your head. Maybe it won't kill you, whatever the fuck you are, but I bet it'll slow you down." Mark was stricken. He raised his hands in front of his face. His fingers were trembling, claws sinking back down. "Elizabeth," he whispered, I didn't mean to. He took a step toward her. Bambi pointed the gun at him.
I mean it, Mark Bennett. Another step and we'll see if the color of your brains matches the decor.
Holy shit, Rico whispered.
I'm dating her.
Not the time, Tanner whispered back. But seriously, props, man. They fist-pounded without looking away from Mark.
I'm fine,
Elizabeth said, knocking Joe's hands off her.
He caught me by surprise. Joe, stop growling at him. You know as well as I do that I can take Mark in a fair fight any day.
Ox, Mark said, eyes wide and pleading. It was an accident. I swear. I'm in control. I promise. I promise. I promise.
You stay here with everyone, Ox told Joe. Try to keep everyone calm. I'll take Mark and I said, no.
Ox closed his eyes and sighed.
Gordo, if this is him turning, and if it's like the others, he'll go after you first. You have to know that.
I don't care, I said, stepping between Mark and the rest of the pack. His hands curled in the back of my shirt, his forehead pressed against my neck. He sounded close to hyperventilating. There's nothing more you can do that you haven't already tried. Ox's eyes narrowed.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, I admitted. But I'll figure out something. I always do. I need you to trust me, okay? This isn't because he's It's not because of that. Elizabeth snorted, her cheek bright red.
I don't know if that's exactly true. Just ask Carter about that right now.
What? Joe asked. What the hell does this have to do with Carter?
I'll explain later,
Elizabeth said, patting his hand. You always say that and you never do, Joe muttered. I'm an adult now. I'm your alpha.
And I'm still your mother, Elizabeth said sharply. I brought you into this world. I will take you out of it, alpha or not.
Joe groaned. Did you have to say that in front of everyone? Jeez.
Fine,
Ox said, after staring at me for a long moment.
Take him back to the house and...
I shook my head. I'm taking him to mine.
Gordo,
Ox. He was frustrated with me, but there was nothing I could do about that now.
Just stay there, okay? Don't go after the hunters. When we move against them, we move together. Understood?
I nodded.
Go then. I'll send Carter back to the house just to be safe. Kelly and Robbie can go with him to keep an eye on him and to check on Pappas. Don't forget about the other wolf, Elizabeth said. I highly doubt he'll let Carter get very far without him.
Ox growled in annoyance.
Yes, and the other wolf. The rest of you will stay with me and see what we can do about...
He nodded toward the others in the bar, who were all watching us silently. Better you than me, I muttered, turning and grabbing Mark by the hand. I thought he was going to protest, because he resisted when I tried to pull him away. His gaze was trained on Elizabeth. She smiled at him, though she winced when she did so.
Go,
she said quietly.
I'll see you soon.
He nodded tightly and let me pull him through the door and out into the snow. Robbie and Kelly were standing near the door. Carter was still trying to get up, but the other wolf wouldn't let him. Its front paws were on his chest, holding him down. It turned its head toward me, eyes flaring violet at the sight of me. Its nose twitched, and I was again hit with a wave of familiarity, like I should know this wolf. It was possible I'd met him, before it had turned Omega, but for the life of me I couldn't remember ever seeing a wolf like it before. I would have remembered a shifter that size. All right? Kelly asked, voice strained. We're okay, I said smoothly. Go back to the house. Take Robbie and Carter, too.
Stay there until you hear from Ox. Don't be seen." Kelly nodded slowly. "Mark?" Mark didn't speak. "Kelly," I said. "Now." Robbie took Kelly's elbow in his hand, tugging him gently toward Carter, who was yelling at us to tell him what was going on and why we were splitting up, and would someone get the fucking wolf off of him for fuck's sake? Mark didn't speak as I led him home. He held my hand tightly, so much so that I was sure there'd be bruises. But I didn't try to get him to ease up. I didn't want him to. I avoided the deepest drifts as best I could as we trekked the mile or so to my house. It was still snowing, and didn't seem to be letting up any time soon. I was sweating by the time we reached my door. The driveway was empty, and it was only then I realized we'd left my truck behind when Elijah had come. I hadn't seen it in the road this morning. They must have moved it. Jones's cruiser had been gone, too. He'd only been 2 days away from his vacation, he'd said. "Christ," I muttered, pulling Mark up the driveway. My keys were still in the truck. There was a spare, and I had to let Mark's hand go to bend over and dig for it. He stared down at the ground. I dug through the snow until I found the rock with the key underneath. I opened the screen door, unlocked the door, and shoved it open. I stood aside, glancing back at Mark. "Inside." He looked dazed as he lifted his head. "What?" I jerked my head toward the open door. "Move your ass." He hesitated. "Gordo, if this is happening, then I need to be as far away from you as I can be. Get in the house." His eyes narrowed. That was better. I could deal with him being pissed off at me. It put us back on even ground. "Are you stupid?" he growled. "I swear to God, if you don't get into this fucking house, I'm gonna lose my shit, and you won't like it when I do." He scowled. I waited. With a huff, he pushed past me and went into the house, muttering under his breath about bossy fucking witches. I looked out into the snow. It was quiet. I knew it wouldn't last long. I followed him inside and locked the door behind us. He was in the kitchen by the time I came out of the bedroom, changed into dry clothes. I felt centered, being in my own house, head clear for the first time in what felt like days. He stood in front of the sink, staring out the window into the white. He didn't turn, though he knew I was there. He always did. "I put clothes out for you," I said quietly. "On the bed. They might be a little tight, but it's better than having the smell of wet dog in my house." He snorted, shaking his head. "Asshole." "Not gonna argue that. Hope you weren't expecting something more romantic from me. This is pretty much all you'll get. I don't do shit like that." He turned his head slightly. "Romantic?" "Yeah, I hadn't meant to say that." "Shut up. Forget I said anything." "I don't know if I can. Be still my heart." "Mark, change your fucking clothes." He huffed out a breath as he turned around. He looked at me, searching for what I didn't know. He seemed to be in control, at least more than he had before. I didn't know how much longer that would last. The full moon was less than 2 days away. We were running out of time. He nodded and started out of the kitchen. But before he went down the hall to the bedroom, he paused. "You knew." "What?" "To bring me here instead of to the pack house." I felt his eyes on me, but I couldn't bring myself to look back. "I don't know what you're talking about." A beat of silence. Then, "I think you do. At the house, you don't have... You stay sometimes, but not like the others. You always come back here. Your pack, but this is your home. It smells like you. This place, The weight of you, it's everywhere. You knew that bringing me here would help. Go change, Mark." He went. I listened to the sounds of him moving slowly through my house, the wood creaking under his feet, his fingertips dragging along the walls, leaving his scent behind. I knew what he was doing. I knew what we were headed toward, and I didn't know if there was anything I could do to stop it. I didn't know if I wanted it to stop. When was the last time he'd been here? When was the last time he'd felt like he was welcome here? My skin felt too tight. The ink on my skin was thrumming with something I couldn't quite name. Either that, or I didn't want to face it. There was something here, some precipice we were standing on, and I didn't think there was any turning back after this. If we tried, I didn't know if there'd be enough pieces of us left to put back together. Once, there was a boy, an extraordinary boy, and as an alpha held him down, this extraordinary boy's father whispered in his ear while taking a needle to his skin, etching ink and leaving a trail of magic in its wake. Once there was a wolf, a brave wolf, and as this brave wolf grew, he followed the scent of dirt and leaves and rain, his alpha telling him that he had found the one to make him whole. The boy had loved this wolf, but it hadn't been enough. Once, the moon had loved the sun, but no matter how hard she tried, the sun was always at the other end of the sky, and they could never meet. She would sink, and he would rise. She was dark, and he was day. The world slept while she shone. She waxed and waned, and sometimes disappeared entirely. Once, an old blind witch had spoken words of choice, of truth and prophecy. He said, "You will be tested, Gordo Livingstone, in ways that you haven't yet imagined. One day, and one day soon, you will have to make a choice. And I fear the future of all you hold dear will depend on that choice." I was tired of being angry. I was tired of the whispers in my ear, telling me the wolves didn't love me, that they only wanted to use me. I was tired of always being at the other end of the sky, of waxing and waning and disappearing entirely. Roses bloomed. The raven's talons tightened amongst the thorns. I pushed away from the counter, and I did what I should have done a long time ago. I followed my wolf. The bedroom door was open. I couldn't hear him moving. It felt like this was a dream, like even after all this time it couldn't be real. I'd been here before, dreaming of him, waxing and waning, waxing and waning. He stood with his back to me. He had peeled off his coat and shirt, and they lay discarded on the floor in a wet heap. The muscles in his back rippled. His head was bowed, and I didn't know why. "Mark?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He breathed, but he didn't speak. I took another step toward him, reaching out in the bond that stretched between us. I thought I was too late, that coming here had been a mistake, that I'd be met with nothing but a wall of violet rage, and that he'd turn, teeth bared, skin shifting, and no matter what I said, no matter how hard I tried, he wouldn't know me. He wouldn't remember me. But instead of violet, I was drowning in blue. So much blue. I stopped. I said, "Mark?" His shoulders shook. "You?" "Yes?" He didn't raise his head. I didn't know what he was looking at. "I told myself that you'd forgotten." "About what?" He laughed, though it cracked right down the middle. "This, me, everything. I don't. He raised his hand so I could see it over his shoulder. Clutched in his fingers was a raven made of wood. The raven I'd left on the nightstand after taking it out of the secret pocket where it had stayed hidden for over 3 years. The raven he'd given to me when we didn't know any better. He said, "It took me weeks to do this, to make this, to get it just right. I nicked my fingers more times than I could count. The cuts always healed, but sometimes the blood got into the wood, and I would rub at it until it was ingrained. I didn't like the way one of the wings looked, and I couldn't figure out how to fix it, so I went to Thomas. He smiled at me when he took it in his hands. He studied it for a long time. Then he handed it back to me and said it was perfect the way it was. And I remember being so angry with him, because it wasn't perfect. It was crude, clumsy. Do you know what he said to me?" I shook my head, unable to speak. He said, "It's perfect because it's imperfect. Like you, like Gordo, like all of us. It's perfect because of the intent, of what it means. He'll get it, Mark. I promise you he'll understand." I blinked away the burn. Mark shook his head. And I remember being so irritated with him. It sounded like something our father would say. A bunch of alpha nonsense. Because it was imperfect. It was flawed and misshapen. It took me a while to see that was the point. And you kept it. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I cleared my throat and tried again. I took it with me when we left. He turned slowly. The shadows played along his bare skin. The hair on his chest trailed down to his stomach and disappeared into the top of his pants. He held the raven in his hand gently, as if it were something to be revered. "Why?" I looked away and remembered his words when we'd last been alone. "Because it was the only part of you that's ever been mine." "That's not true," he said, voice rough. "That's never been true. Gordo, everything I have, everything I am, it's always been yours. You were just too goddamn stubborn to see that. I was hurt, I know, and angry. I know that too, and I would give almost anything to take that back. I would, I swear, to make Thomas see he was wrong. He should have fought for you more." He closed his eyes. "I should have fought for you more. But you didn't." "No, I didn't. I was here, Mark. I was 15 years old, and my mother was dead. My pack was dead. My father was gone. And then you said it was the hardest decision he ever had to make. You said it nearly killed him. But then why did he never come back? Why did he never come for me?" Mark opened his eyes. They were orange, and then blue, and then violet, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to stop it. "He wanted to," Mark growled. "God, Gordo, he wanted to. But there was always something that kept him away. And he would send me, and there were times I thought you wanted me here, and then times where I thought you never wanted to see me again. It wasn't enough," I snapped. "Parts of you, pieces of you. It wasn't fair. You couldn't be here for days and then leave for months. I would be left here again, and you would go back to the pack, with your family. Jesus Christ, I fucking hated you for that. I fucking hated all of you for doing that to me." His eyes glowed. He popped his neck side to side. The veins in his thick biceps pulsed. "I know you did. And when I came back that last time, and the stench on your skin was of some goddamn stranger, I was barely able to restrain myself. I wanted to fucking kill him. I wanted to knock you to the side and find whoever it was and tear him to shreds. To spill his blood, to break his bones, to make him suffer for having the goddamn audacity to think he could ever touch you, that he could even think of touching you. You weren't here, I said, a nasty curl to my lips. I was playing with fire, and I didn't care. You weren't here and he was. It had to be someone. Might as well have been him. I don't even remember his name, but at least he wasn't afraid to touch me. At least he wouldn't hurt me. At least he wouldn't fucking betray me. Don't, Mark warned. Gordo, don't. Don't make me angry. I can smell it. Your magic, it's... Fuck my magic, I snarled at him. Fuck the pack. Fuck my father and your father. Fuck Thomas. This is you and me. And fuck you if you think I'm just gonna let this go. Let you go. I'm not scared of you. I never have been and I never will be. He shook his head. It's too late. Gordo, can't you see that? It's too late. I can feel it. In my head. It was just a whisper, and it was just scraping along my skin. But now it has hooks, and it's digging in. It's digging in, and I can't make it stop. Gordo, I can't make it. Once, the moon had loved the sun. Once there was a boy who had loved a wolf. Once, an old witch had spoken of choice, of truth and prophecy. And it was blue. So much of it was blue. But I was tired of it. I was tired of feeling this way, of being alone, of being scared, of thinking that I couldn't have what I wanted more than anything in this world. And so I made my choice. I chose the wolf. I took 3 steps forward, my hands going up to Mark Bennett's face. He flinched, eyes flaring, but it was already too late to stop it. I kissed him. There, in the darkened room while snow fell outside. At first he didn't respond, and I thought I'd misunderstood. That I was too late. That the gulf between us was too wide to ever be crossed. But then he sighed and slumped against me, his hands on my hips, the raven still clutched between his fingers. I felt the sharp press of its wooden wing against my side. He sang a song in my head of Gordo, love, mate, please, love. And though it was tinged with blue and blue and blue, there was a thread of green shot right through the middle, of relief and hope. It was like I was young again, and there was this boy, this tall, gangly boy sitting against a tree in summer, his feet bare in the green, green grass, and he was my shadow, following me everywhere, telling me he was trying to keep me safe from bad guys. I'd sat up on my knees and kissed him, because it felt like the right thing to do. Everything about Mark Bennett had felt right, even then in the summer when we hadn't known just how sharp teeth could be. We weren't young anymore, but it still felt like we could be. It still felt like this could be a first time. And then it changed. The green began to tinge toward red, like fire spreading along the grass. The blue started to swell, an ocean rising. It hit the fire and mixed until the sea burned violet, and it was there, just lurking underneath the surface. Claws near my skin. I groaned against him, mouth opening. His tongue slid against mine as he growled, the rumble crawling in his chest and up his throat. He felt like he was vibrating, and as I slid my hands down from his face to his chest, my tongue scraped against the tip of a fang. It should not have turned me on as much as it did. And then it was gone. He was gone. One moment he was pressed against me, his mouth on my jaw, my neck, and the next he was standing on the other side of the room, chest heaving, eyes wide, jaw clenched. I blinked slowly, trying to clear my head. I reached for him. He took a step back. Gordo, I shook my head. No, enough. We can't do this. We can. I could hurt you, he snarled at me, eyes orange and bright in the dark room. Don't you get that? Haven't you been listening? I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm turning Omega. I already hurt Elizabeth. I can't take the chance that I could. He choked. You won't, I told him. You won't. You don't know that. It's happening, Gordo. It's happening, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Then fight it, I shouted at him. God damn you, you fight it. You aren't allowed to give up. You aren't allowed to leave me again, you hear me? Fuck you if you think I'm gonna just let you go again. Not now. Not because of this. Not because of something as fucking stupid as this. Why? He cried. Why the hell are you doing this? Why do you even care? Is it guilt? Is this your way of getting back at me? Do you really hate me that much? Why the hell are you doing this, Gordo? Now, after all this time, why are you doing this? It's because I'm scared, I said, voice breaking. I love you, and I'm so scared I'm gonna lose you. The wolf responded then. The wooden raven fell from his hands, and the wolf came rushing forward. I didn't have time to react. If he was truly lost to me, if the tether had finally snapped, then I didn't know if I wanted him to stop. I closed my eyes. But then I was lifted, hands under my thighs pulling me up. My back slammed against the wall behind me, almost knocking the breath from my lungs as the plaster cracked. I wrapped my legs around his waist, and his mouth was on my neck, teeth scraping against my skin. He was rumbling lowly in his throat, and I felt it, the way he vibrated, the way he shook. My hands went to the back of his head, forcing him to look up at me. Orange and violet and that ice-cold blue flickered back. I kissed him, pressing his lips back against his teeth. His fingers dug into my thighs, claws piercing the thick pants I wore, dimpling the skin. He rolled his hips, grinding against my dick. I groaned into his mouth as he sucked on my tongue. Bright flashes went off in my head, and they were him. They were coming from him. And I was shocked at the level of desire I felt, the animalistic urge that roared through him, demanding that he bite, that he fuck, that he claim. And I knew what I had to do. Mark, I gasped as he latched onto my throat again, beard scraping my skin raw. Listen to me. No, he growled, worrying a mark on my neck. Busy. I need you to fuck me. I'm getting there. No, listen to me. Just, Jesus, fuck, do that again. No, stop, Mark, listen. He pulled away, eyes dazed. His lips were swollen and slick with spit, and I wanted nothing more than to pull him back to me. A drop of sweat dripped down the side of his neck and onto my thumb. Did I hurt you? He asked. I shook my head furiously. No, you didn't. Do you trust me? Yes. Do you want me? Yes. Do you love me? And he said, yes. Because I have never seen a wolf love another as much as he loved you. I am here as your alpha, and I have received a formal request from one of my betas. I thought of a boy with eyes of ice telling me that he loved me, that he didn't want to leave again, but he had to. He had to. His alpha was demanding it. And he would come back for me, Gordo. You have to believe I'll come back for you. You are my mate. I love you. I love you. I love you. I leaned close and whispered words in his ear. Words I once said to him when he stood outside my door and my heart was breaking. You can have me. Right now. Here. Choose me. Mark, choose me. Stay here or don't. We can go anywhere you want. We can leave right now. You and me. Fuck everything else. No packs. No alphas. No wolves. Just us. He pulled his head back. His eyes were the brightest orange I'd ever seen. You want this? He whispered. With me? Yes, I do. But maybe it'll stop it. Maybe it'll slow it down. The orange faded slightly. If you're only doing this because of... I kissed him. No, I mumbled against his lips. Not because of that. Not just because of that. Because of everything else. There's no going back after this. I know. And it might not work. Gordo, it might not do anything at all. I know that too. And you would still? For me? Yes. Yes, always for you. It was blue. Of course it was. The ocean always was. It was vast and filled so deeply with melancholy that I thought I would choke on it. But through the ocean, through the violet fire that burned on top of it, the green grew again. He kissed me reverently, his grip softening, as if he never thought he would hear such words from me. It was soft and sweet, and I ached from the very thought of it. I reached down between us, fumbling with the buttons to his pants as my skin flushed. I'd thought of this before, in those late nights when I couldn't sleep, though I'd never admit it to myself the next morning. I wondered how he'd feel pressed against me, how the muscles in his arms and chest would feel under my tongue. I'd thought it weak and foolish, angry with myself how much it hurt. But this was real now. I could smell him, taste him, touch him. He turned and carried me to the bed, setting me down gently before he crawled on top of me, letting his considerable weight push me down into the mattress. I was engulfed by him, and everything was Mark, and Mark, and Mark. And there was an answering song in my head, a howl coming from deep within him. It rocked me to my core, the sheer joy of it causing my hands to shake as I wrapped them around his neck, urging him on. He pushed himself up, hands on either side of my head, muscles in his arms straining. He leaned down and kissed me as I felt his legs jerk. He toed off his boots, which fell heavily to the floor. I ran my hands through the hair on his stomach before I reached the top of his pants and shoved them down as far as I could get them. His cock sprang free, smacking up against his stomach. I used my bare foot to push his pants the rest of the way down. They too fell to the floor. He was all hard lines and edges perched above me. I remembered who he once had been, who we both had been, nervous and hormonal and awkward. My shadow protected me from bad guys. We weren't like that anymore. Gone were the boys who thought the world was a safe and mysterious place. We'd been hurt, and we'd hurt each other. But everything had led to here, now, this moment. He sat up, knees on either side of my arms. His balls rested on my chest, and he reached up and stroked his dick slowly, staring down at me. I burned at the sight of him. I tried to move, needing to get my hands on him, but he squeezed his thighs, pinning my arms at my sides. I was trapped by a wolf on the way to losing his mind, and I didn't care. His voice was low when he said, "Open your mouth. Stick out your tongue." I did as he asked. He grunted, moving forward slightly, ass rising but still holding my arms in place with his legs. His cock head bumped into my chin before it hit my tongue. I closed my eyes at the taste of skin. "That's good," he said quietly. "That's real good, Gordo." His balls rested in the hollow of my throat. His dick pressed against my tongue, my lips. I tried to catch it in my mouth, but he wouldn't give it to me. I opened my eyes to glare at him, but he paid me no mind. He fisted the base of his cock, and he watched as he rubbed it against my face. He lifted it and smacked it against my tongue, heavy and fat. "I'll give it to you," he said. "I promise. Is that what you want?" He was driving me crazy, and all I could do was nod. "Okay," he said. "Okay." He lifted his hips as he grabbed the headboard above me. The shadows played along his nudity. His nipples were hard, goose flesh prickling along his skin. He was gentle when he fed me his dick, canting his hips down, the muscles in his legs flexing against me. I swallowed him, breathing through my nose, barely able to keep my eyes from rolling back in my head. He pressed down on the top of his dick, keeping it in place as he thrust shallowly. I was overwhelmed by him, my heart stumbling in my chest. My throat worked around him as he pushed in deeper, my tongue running along the underside of his dick. Mark growled above me as he fucked my face. Everything was him. His eyes were narrowed, and he kept saying, "That's good, Gordo. That's real good. You're so good," just under his breath, like he couldn't help himself. It was thrumming between us, the thread, the bond. It wasn't about pack. It wasn't about anyone else. It was him and me. It was just us. He pulled out of my mouth. My jaw hurt, but I tried to raise my head to chase after him. He sat back against my chest, still holding me in place. He cupped the side of my face, thumb tracing over my bottom lip. I couldn't figure out the look on his face, but it was akin to awe. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "Yeah," I croaked out. He leaned down and kissed me, slow and sweet. Later, I groaned his name, spitting curses at him as he pressed my knees against my chest, folding me in half. His hands were on my ass, holding me apart, and his tongue inside me. The raven fluttered around on my arm on a bed of blooming roses. The petals were red, like the eyes of our alphas, and their leaves were green with relief that I could have this, that I could finally have the one thing I needed most. He licked up my ass until he reached my balls, taking one in his mouth and then the other. My dick was flat against my stomach, so hard it hurt. I told him to fuck me, you bastard. Jesus Christ, just fuck me. But he only laughed against my skin before running a finger over my asshole. He brought his hand up to my mouth, telling me to get his fingers wet. He pressed down on my jaw until I opened wide. I sucked his fingers as best I could, rolling my tongue around them. He pulled them out with a wet pop before he brought them back down between us. I winced when he pressed a single finger inside. It had been years since I'd been with anyone else, and even longer since I'd been fucked. I hadn't much liked the thought of someone above me, fucking into me. It felt wrong. It didn't feel that way now. He turned his face and kissed my knee as he added a second finger. I gasped at the sensation as he slowly worked my hole. He looked down at the side of his fingers disappearing into me, eyes blown wide with lust. "Pervert," I muttered. "Yeah, I guess I am. You're taking it, though. You're taking it so good." I flushed at the praise. It had never been like this before. But then, It had never been him. He had worked a third finger in before I snapped that he either needed to fuck me or I'd do it myself. He laughed. I'd like to see you try. I wrapped a hand around his throat. The vines around the roses tightened. I shoved him to the side, rolling with him as my magic burst along my arm. He grunted in surprise when he landed on his back. I straddled his hips, his cock under my ass. I ground down against it, and he groaned as he thrust up. Impatient, he said. I ignored him, reaching over to the nightstand to grab the slick I kept in the drawer. The wooden raven rattled across the surface, tilting to the side on its wing. Mark was watching me when I sat back up, having found what I was looking for. I met his gaze after I poured the slick onto my hand, sitting up and reaching behind me. I wrapped my hand around his dick, getting him wet. He swallowed thickly, eyes fluttering shut as I stroked him. The angle was awkward, and he was thick, but I couldn't wait any longer. I wiped the remaining slick against my asshole as I tossed the bottle onto the floor. I put one hand flat against his chest as I reached behind me again and rose. His eyes opened, his hands coming to my hips. I pressed his cock against my asshole, breathing out slowly as I bore down on him. Claws popped against my skin. His chest rumbled as I sank down. One of his claws pierced the skin on my right side. I breathed in the blue and the green and the violet, and my hips were flush with his. Gordo, he breathed, my name like a benediction through sharpening teeth. I waited, holding myself in place, hands in his chest hair. Yeah, I sighed. I know. I need to move, he said, sounding desperate. You need to let me move. I glared down at him. You need to hold the fuck up. He snapped his teeth at me, eyes flaring violet. I brought my hand back to his throat, wrapping my fingers around his neck. The skin dimpled where my fingertips pressed down. He growled up at me, claws digging in. The raven stretched its wings. I watched as roses began to bloom down my arm. They covered the runes and symbols my father had given me. They'd never been like this before. So free, so wild. They grew until they covered every inch of skin, the vines stretching down toward my hand, leaves sprouting, the thick black thorns curved sharply. The roses burst along the back of my hand, the red as bright as it had ever been. The vines stretched down the lengths of my fingers, and for a moment, brief though it was, I swore they began to spread along his neck underneath my hand. That part of me was now etched into him. The violet in his eyes faded away. All that was left was blue. Clear, clean, ice-cold blue. I rose slowly, holding my hand in place, before falling back down on him. He groaned as I clenched my ass. His claws retreated, and I felt a thin trickle of blood roll down my side as his fingers gripped my hips. I rose again, and was met on the way back down by his hips. He moved until his feet were flat against the bed before he fucked up into me harder, his skin slapping against mine. I bowed my head, my hair falling into my eyes. The raven shrank as it flitted down my arm toward my hand, its wings scraping against the rose petals. It spread its wings when it reached the back of my hand, and Mark groaned my name as I held on tight. He pushed his hips up again harshly. This had to work. It had to. I bent down over him so my head was just above his, tilting it to the side, exposing my neck. The rumble in his chest turned into a full-fledged snarl, and the song in my head became a cacophony of Gordo, and yes, and pack, love, mate, mine. Do it, I told him,
Fucking do it. I want you to. Christ, I want you to put your teeth in me." The wolf came forward. Claws dug in again, and fangs snapped, eyes orange, muscles tensing. I fell against him, the juncture between my neck and shoulder resting against his lips. My cock was trapped between us, rubbing against the muscles in his stomach. I came first, and the petals of the roses shuddered and shook. He fucked up into me one final time, legs trembling, and Mark Bennett bit down. Pain flashed through me as his fangs sank into my skin. I gasped as it rolled over me, skin shredding, tendons crunching. The roses shriveled up, sinking back down into buds, the vines retracting, the raven opening its beak and screaming, "Nevermore, nevermore, nevermore." But then it... Here. I could see. I could see through a wolf's eyes, everything bright, and I was young. I was a kid. I was a pup. I was a pup, and my father said he loved me. He loved me. He loved me. He says, "Your brother will be Alpha, but that doesn't make you any less special. You are good, Mark. You are good. You are kind. You are loving and wonderful. Thomas will be Alpha, but you will be..." Thomas said Richard will be his second. Not me. Not me at all. I understand. Don't I? I'm a wolf. I'm a good wolf because my daddy said so. But Thomas is dirt and leaves and rain. There is dirt and leaves and rain. Follow, save, protect. I must protect. From bad guys, bad wolves. Gordo, and it's gone. It's all gone. Everything is gone because everything is blue. I could hear them. They were screaming. The pups were screaming, saying, "No, please, no, please, no, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Hurts. It hurts. Oh my God, it hurts. Where is Gordo? Where is dirt and leaves and rain and... Gone. They're gone. Thomas says they're gone, but he is Alpha. He is Alpha. He is my... Hunt. I must hunt for him. Biggest animal, biggest I can find. So he knows. He knows I can provide. Keep him warm. Keep him safe. And... No, please, Thomas. Please don't make me go. Please don't take me away from dirt and leaves and rain and... Thomas says I have to. He says I have to go. Gordo is human. They are scared of humans. Thomas says I can come back. I can come back. We will come back. It will not be forever. It will not be the end. Why does it feel like the end? I love him. Please don't let me go. Please wait for me. Please love me back. Please, please, please. And he tells me I have to go. Tells me he doesn't want me. Tells me he doesn't love me. Tells me I am like the others. Like all the other wolves. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. But he's right. I didn't do what I could. Didn't do more. He's... It was there. All of this. Everything. Jumbled and broken. More wolf than man. Everything he'd felt. Everything he'd thought. There was pain and wonder. Sweet joy and dark jealousy.
He'd been close the last time he'd come to my house, the scent of another man's spunk on my skin. He'd been close to pushing right by me and finding the owner of the scent and sinking his claws into his throat until blood arced against the walls. He'd wanted to hurt me. He'd wanted to hurt me so badly. Instead, he'd walked away. He didn't come back until after Joe had been saved from the beast. And there'd been a moment, a brief and shining moment, when he'd seen me walking on the street, had heard my heart beat again from inside the diner where Joe had put French fries under his lips and pretended to be a walrus. He'd told himself to stay away, had told himself that keeping his distance was the right thing to do, but he couldn't help himself. And even though I'd been angry, even though I'd wanted nothing to do with him, just standing in front of me again after all these years, inhaling dirt and leaves and rain, had centered him like he hadn't been in years. He'd struggled for a long time with his tether. Thomas had told him for years, though never unkindly, that it might be best to change it, to find something else to latch onto. Mark had hated his brother for that, even though he knew Thomas was right. He knew Thomas was only looking out for him, knew that Thomas was aware just how deep his grief ran. But he couldn't stop the anger he felt. And they'd fought then, fought like they'd never done before. It started out verbal, Mark's voice rising until he was shouting, and Thomas remaining furiously calm like their father had always been. Mark threw the first punch. It landed with a crunch on Thomas's jaw, his alpha's head snapping back. Later, much, much later, after his brother was nothing but smoke and ash, Mark would realize that Thomas hadn't moved. Thomas hadn't even tried to dodge. He'd taken it. He'd taken the hit as if it were penance. Mark had needed a focus for his anger, and Thomas had known that, had goaded him into it. He had to have known the reaction he'd get. Gordo had been a topic they did not discuss. Mark ended on top of Thomas, hitting him again and again and again. Thomas just took it. By the time Mark finished, Thomas's face was a bloody mess, and two of Mark's fingers were broken, jutting out awkwardly. He fell to the side, chest heaving as he lay next to his brother. They stared at the ceiling as their bodies healed, cuts closing and bones resetting. "I'll never give him up," Mark said quietly. "I know," Thomas said. "I know." They never told anyone about it, that moment. So yes, standing in front of me again after years was something he treasured, no matter what my reaction had been. And it went on for years after. But it didn't matter to him, not really. Oh, sure, it had hurt sometimes, being so close and yet kept at such a distance. But he felt settled in ways he couldn't explain. Maybe it was being back in Green Creek. Maybe it was having Joe with him again. Or maybe it was the fact that his mate was only a few miles away on any given day. Until he wasn't. The beast came, and Mark's alpha lay on a pyre in the woods, wolves howling their songs of mourning around them. And he'd thought about that day again. That day where he'd gone after his brother. The rage that had long simmered below the surface finally boiling over. Thomas should have done more, fought harder. For Gordo. For him. For all of them. He was the alpha of all, yes, but he was the Bennett alpha too. And there was a Bennett wolf whose heart was broken. And he'd just taken it. Even when his nose had snapped. Even when his cheek had shattered. He'd lain there and taken it. Mark had been shouting down at him, telling him it was his fault. It was all his fault. How could he do this? How could Thomas do this to him? After they'd healed and wiped away the blood to hide the evidence from Elizabeth, who, in the end, would still be able to smell it and would glare at the both of them without saying a word, Thomas had said,
I'll make this right. I don't know how. I don't know when. But I promise you, I'll do everything I can to make this right. And I could feel it now. All of it. How ridiculously proud he was at this moment to have someone such as me as his mate. The love he felt. The dark, animalistic part of him reveling at his cock still up my ass, spunk dripping down the length. He wanted to roll in the scent of our sex that was thick in the room, covering us both in it until everyone knew what we'd done. He was scared, too. Oh, Jesus Christ, he was scared. Scared that he'd finally gotten what he wanted and wouldn't be good enough. Scared that he wasn't brave enough or strong enough. Scared that he was going to lose all of this. That his tether and mate would disappear into the wolf when he turned Omega. Because he didn't know what to do. How to stop it. It was still there, low and vibrating. Even now he could feel it. It wasn't as loud as it had been before, but it was there. And it terrified him. This wolf, this foolish, wonderful wolf. I blinked down slowly at him. He stared up at me, a look of reverence on his face. My hand was still wrapped around his neck, though I wasn't holding on as tight as I had been. He reached up, pressing his fingers against my face. I never thought... His voice broke. He shook his head before he tried again. I never thought it could be this way. Feel like this. You... I saw things. Gordo, you... I'm so sorry. About everything. All of it. I'm so sorry. I turned my face and kissed the palm of his hand. You can't leave me. Never, never, never. I won't let you. I know. I'm too old for this shit. And my God, how he smiled up at me. Move good for an old man. He jerked his hips, causing my eyes to roll back in my head. Fuck, I muttered. Yeah. His fingers fell from my face to the bite mark between my neck and shoulder. It would scar, I knew. I'd seen Joe's and Ox's. Elizabeth, though hers wasn't as pronounced as it had once been. Blood had trickled down from the wound onto my chest, bisecting the tattoo of the wolf and the raven. He ran his thumb down the wet stripe, smearing it into the ink. The others were there, in my head, but they were faint. They would know what had happened, know what we'd done. At least Ox and Joe would. They would know to stay away. Mark wouldn't want them coming here so soon after. I moved my hand from around his neck and my eyes widened. Holy shit. What's wrong? I coughed, a lump suddenly in my throat. I never thought of this. What it would mean for him. I wasn't a wolf. I couldn't bite him. Not like he'd done to me. It would have healed quickly no matter the intent. He would not have carried my mark, not like I carried his. I should have known it'd be something else. There, embedded into the skin of his neck, was a raven, a near twin to the one on my arm. It was no bigger than the width of my hand, its wings spread to either side of his throat. Its head was bowed, resting over his Adam's apple, and when he swallowed it looked as if it was moving. Its talons and the fan of its tail feathers stretched toward the hollow of his throat. I had his mark on me, and now he had mine. I reached down and touched the wings. They felt warm beneath my fingers. "What is it?" he asked again, tilting his head back to allow me better access. "My throat it feels strange. Did you bruise me?" I shook my head. "My magic, everyone will know now. Here, the tips of the wings go to here.
I ran my finger along the length of the feathers. And the head is here. The tail feathers here. A raven. Yes. I didn't know that would happen. Does it look like yours? Exactly like mine. He pulled me down and kissed me, deep and slow. There was blue there still. I thought maybe it was part of us. But it was quiet under all the green. Good, he whispered against my lips. Good, good, good. Chapter 21. Open the door. Make them pay. I woke to a furious pounding on the door. I opened my eyes slowly. It took me a moment to remember where I was, and what had happened. My body was sore. My neck throbbed. Muscles ached. But it was more than that. There was an undercurrent to it all. Something wild that I couldn't get a grasp on. It was dark. Snow lashed against the window. I reached for Mark, and the space next to me in the bed was empty. And cold. There again came a knocking at my chamber door. Nevermore, I muttered, groaning as I pushed myself up and out of the bed. I found a pair of sweats on the floor and slid them on. The air was cool. My skin pebbled. That undercurrent grew stronger. I took a step and... Gordo, can you hear? I took a breath, groaning as the pounding in my head intensified, and I reached for the door, the chamber door, the bedroom door, the doorknob hot underneath my hand, and I twisted it as hard as I could, throwing my shoulder against it, and it opened. But not into my house. The sun was shining early morning light through a window off to my left. The room I was in was small and tidy, the carpet underneath my feet cream-colored and thick. There was a kitchen off to the right, and a tea kettle bubbled on the stove. Gordo? It was like I was moving underwater. My limbs felt weighted and heavy. It took ages for me to turn my head to the right to see... A witch sat in a high-backed chair. His eyes were milky white, and his lips were moving quietly, mumbling words I couldn't quite make out. A tear trickled down his cheek. Patrice, the albino witch. Next to him stood an older woman. One hand was on Patrice's shoulder. The other held a lit cigarette, the smoke curling up around her fingers. Eileen. Can you hear me? She asked. I tried to say, yes, I can hear you, but it came out garbled, as if I were speaking through a mouthful of rocks. We don't have much time, she said, and one moment she was next to Patrice, and the next she was in front of me, blowing a thick ring of smoke in my face. Patrice is barely holding on as it is. The witches around Green Creek are strong. What is this? I managed to say. The ember on the tip of her cigarette burned. Smoke leaked from her nose. This is the last chance, boyo. I told you things were changing. I just didn't know how much. A wolf came to me, stood right in this very room. He was white, brighter than I'd ever seen before. Do you understand? No, I didn't. I didn't understand any of this. I was in my bedroom. There was... Eileen slapped me across the face. Gordo, focus. Everything was blue. Everything felt blue and red. And oh my God, there was violet. I grimaced at the throbbing in my shoulder. I reached up and pressed against the mark in my neck. The pain was heavy, and it grounded me. Eileen shook her head. You certainly don't do anything halfway, do you? There was a wolf, Gordo. He came to me. I knew him. Even though I'd never met him in this life, I knew him. Gordo, he said you have to open the door. You have to throw it wide open if you expect to survive this.
The door?
Yes,
she said, and she sounded frantic. Patrice started seizing behind her, spit dribbling down his lips, hanging in a long string.
Shit, they found him. Gordo, it's the door. You have to open the goddamn door. We're coming, okay? We'll do what we can, but he said you have to open the door. He said you'd understand, that I had to tell you nevermore, and you'd understand. Thomas said nevermore.
Thomas. 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 Thomas, because he was alpha. He was pack. The floor opened up beneath me and I opened my eyes. I was in my room. My shoulder throbbed. The bed next to me was empty. I blinked, slow and sure. The bedroom door was open. The house was dark. The light outside the window was weak, the snow still falling. That undercurrent was still there, garbled and strange. It felt familiar. It felt like mine. It felt like pack, love, mate, home. But it was twisting. It was twisting, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. The door, Eileen had said. I have to open the door. I didn't... A creak of floorboard from somewhere inside the house. Mark, I whispered as I rose from the bed. I found a pair of sweats on the floor and quickly threw them on. Mark, is that... I wasn't dreaming. I couldn't be dreaming. Not again. If that had even been a dream. I moved through the house. Everything seemed to be in its place. Nothing had moved. Mark stood in the kitchen. His back was to me. He was nude, and his head was bowed. In his right hand he held the wooden raven. Mark, I asked, what's... He said, Gordo. But it came out sounding harder than I'd ever heard him speak my name before. Animalistic. Meaner. Filled with... No, oh God, please, no. You need to run, he said, his shoulders shaking. I can't fight it. It's... There was a sharp crack as the wooden raven splintered. One of the wings fell to the floor. The shift came over him slowly. Thick black claws grew at the tips of his fingers and toes. The muscles under his skin began to ripple. Chestnut brown hair sprouted over his shaved head. This wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Not now. Not after we'd come this far. Not when I wore his mark just as sure as he bore mine. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It wasn't... I took a step back. He turned his head sharply, chin touching his right shoulder. I could make out one of the wings of the raven on his neck. He flexed his hands, and the carving he'd made for me when we hadn't yet known how much a heart could break fell to the floor in pieces. He inhaled deeply. I could see the fangs in the low light. He opened his eyes. They were violet. It hadn't been enough. I hadn't been enough. He said, Run, Gordo. Please run. Run so I can chase you. So I can hunt you. So I can find you and taste you and fuck you with my teeth. I was already running. He howled behind me, the song reverberating through the bones of the house around us. I felt it deep in my skin. Flashes of pain as if I were held down by an alpha and my father was whispering his poison in my ears. Outside. I needed to get outside. Before I could reach the front door, it imploded.
the wood cracking as a shifted alpha burst through, eyes blazing red. He landed in front of me, and my hands went into his fur, digging in deep. Ox. It was Ox. It was... Ox knocked me to the side even as he began to shift toward human. There came the snarl of a feral wolf, angry and crazed, and I hit the floor, turning my head in time to see Ox catch Mark by the throat. His hand completely covered the raven on Mark's skin. Mark tried to claw at him, tried to rip his skin apart. He kicked up with his feet to get at Ox's stomach, meaning to eviscerate and cause as much damage as he could. He missed, barely, as Ox raised him high above his head as far as he could stretch, before he slammed Mark onto the ground. The floorboards that the guys from the shop had helped me lay one long, hot summer years ago cracked loudly as Ox pushed Mark through them. Mark grunted painfully, and I knew his bones were already trying to put themselves back together. Ox's eyes burned like fire as he roared in Mark's face. The song of the Alpha, even as he bled onto the Omega wolf below him. It startled Mark. His violet eyes widened and he cried, "Alpha, Alpha, Alpha!" Ox loosened his grip. Mark immediately snapped his head toward me, violet flaring brightly, snapping his teeth. Oxnard said, "I'm so sorry for this," and let go of his throat before bringing a closed fist down on the side of Mark's head. Mark grunted and his body went slack. And in the ruins of my living room, all we felt was blue. He told me how he felt it. How he felt it when Mark bit me. Felt it when we mated. It was a surge of power that rolled through him, through Joe, through the pack. But it hadn't lasted. "It started to splinter," he said quietly as we trekked through the snow. Mark was slung over his shoulder. "It started to fray. It was like it was being poisoned, shriveling. I hadn't felt it like that before. Not since they were infected." The snow whispered down around us. It crunched under our feet. Somewhere above, hidden away behind the clouds, the moon grew fatter, calling out for her love who always ran from her. She would be at her fullest soon enough. I said in a choked voice. "I thought it would help. I thought it would." "I know," Ox said, though he wouldn't look at me. "I know you did." Thankfully, he didn't say what we were both thinking. That instead of slowing it down, we'd sped it up. I followed my Alpha home. Wolves waited for us at the house at the end of the lane. They knew, of course. They had to. They could feel it just the same. Carter stood off to the side, arms across his chest, face pinched and lined. Kelly was at his side, whispering in his ear, much to the consternation of the timber wolf that circled around them slowly, tail twitching. The moment it caught my scent, its hackles rose and it moved in front of Carter, trying to herd him away from me. Its violet eyes tracked every step I took. Carter snapped at the wolf, trying to stand his ground, but the wolf was having none of it, watching me warily as I approached. I gave them a wide berth. Joe stood with Elizabeth on the porch, arm around her shoulders. Her eyes were wide and wet, but no tears fell as she watched us come to stand in front of the house. A twisted inversion of the day her sons and I had returned to Green Creek. I didn't know what to say to her, to them. "Jesse?" Ox grunted. "Down with Pappas," Joe said quietly, spreading another line of silver. He glanced at me before looking back at Ox. "She'll be ready." "Dude," Carter said off to our right, "would you knock it off? What the fuck is your problem?" The timber wolf grumbled at him, still trying to push him away from me. Ox nodded, hoisting Mark back up on his shoulder from where he was about to slip off. Mark's arms hung loose down his back. "Did he hurt you?" Elizabeth asked, and for a moment I thought she was talking to Ox. She wasn't. She was looking directly at me. I shook my head, words stuck in my throat. "Good. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he had. He's always been that way about you." God damn it. "He didn't bite you, did he?" Joe asked Ox, and though he was trying to keep his voice even, it came out strained and high. He sounded like a kid again, the boy who Ox had called his tornado. "No," Ox said. "He tried, but no." Joe nodded tightly. Elizabeth moved down the stairs as Ox approached. She ran a hand over Mark's bare back, trails of melted snow running down toward his shoulders. I saw the exact moment she became aware of the raven on his throat, her lips thinning, hand closing into a fist. The wooden steps creaked under their combined weight as Ox carried Mark into the house. Joe turned to follow them, but he stopped before he reached the door. He looked like he was working himself toward something, and I dreaded whatever came out of his mouth next. He said, "Carter?" Kelly hung his head. Carter sighed. "I know. I just wanted to be outside for a little bit longer." He tilted his head back toward the sky. Snow fell on his eyelashes, and he blinked it away. He took a deep breath and let it out slow. It streamed up around his face. Kelly reached out and took his brother's hand, their fingers interlocking. Carter looked over at him, expression softening. "It'll be all right. You'll see." Kelly nodded jerkily. "Hey," he said. "None of that now. Look at me, please." Kelly did. His bottom lip was trembling. "It'll be okay," Carter whispered. "I promise." "You can't know that." Carter shrugged. "Yeah, but it sounds good, so. Go inside and help the others. Can you do that for me?" Kelly's eyes narrowed. "Why?" I need to talk to Gordo. I'll follow you in a second." Kelly looked at me suspiciously. I kept my face blank. He dropped his brother's hand without another word and headed for the house. His mother touched his arm as he walked by. She leaned over and whispered something in his ear. He stood stiffly by her side until she finished speaking and kissed his cheek. She let him go, and he disappeared into the house. Carter took a step toward me, but before he could get any closer, the timber wolf grabbed him by the coat, biting down and trying to pull him away. Carter slipped on the snow, turning over his shoulder to glare at the wolf. "Dude, I'm going to kick your wolfy ass if you don't leave me the fuck alone. I don't know what your deal is, but I don't like weird fucking ferals getting all up in my shit." The wolf growled at him, jerking on his coat again. "I need to talk to Gordo." The wolf didn't think that was a good idea. "Jesus Christ, look, just back off for a second, okay? This is my pack. No one here is going to try anything. Stop it, or I'm going to make Gordo blast you with his force lightning." The wolf let go of Carter's coat and snarled at me. I rolled my eyes. "I don't have force lightning. Why do I have to keep telling you all that?" "Whatever," Carter said dismissively. "That's not the point. Stop trying to undermine my totally credible threats to this stranger wolf who doesn't understand the concept of personal space." He took another step toward me. The wolf growled at him. He smacked it upside the head. For some reason, it subsided. "Of all the things I have to deal with now," Carter muttered, but the wolf stayed where it was as Carter approached me. Elizabeth remained quiet. Carter stood in front of me. He wasn't... The road had changed him. He'd become harder. Toward the end, we all had. But being back home, he'd softened. At least a little. Not as much as his brothers, but enough. He hadn't been who he once was, but none of them could be. Not after their father. Not after everything they'd seen. But in the past year, he'd settled somehow in his skin. He was his alpha's second, this brave boy who was fiercely protective of those he loved. And now this. I knew why Joe had called for him now. Jessie wasn't just making a cage for Mark. She was making one for Carter, too. He studied me, and I didn't know what he was looking for. He said, You felt it. I know you did. When we were on the road. You tried to fight it. I didn't know why at first. I didn't understand. Everything you'd been through. And maybe I still don't know it all. But somewhere along the way, you became Pac. To me. To us. And I trusted you then to watch over my brothers and me. And when we got home, to watch over the rest of us. You didn't want it, this burden. And I'm sorry for that. But you have it anyway, because you're family. My family. He shook his head. And I need you to promise me something, because I can't ask anyone else to do it. Carter, he held up his hand. Just listen, please. This is hard enough as it is. If you can't turn us back, if you can't fix this, then I need you to promise me that you'll be the one to... Fuck you, I said hoarsely. Fuck you, Carter. He blinked rapidly. I know, but I can't have my mom and Joe, and Kelly? Oh God, Gordo. Kelly is so... He's not like us. He's not an alpha. He's not a second. He needs... please just do it. For me. I can't be like that. I can't take the chance that I'll hurt anyone. It's not... I hugged him. He was surprised. I'd never initiated anything like this before. Not with him. He felt strange pressed up against me. And I remembered the look on Elizabeth's face when I'd gone into her room that first time after he'd been born. Would you look at that? She'd said. He likes you, Gordo. And I'd promised him something then. As his little fist curled in my hair, I'd made him a promise. You will be safe. I'll help keep you safe. His arms came up around me, and he hugged me back. Eventually, he let me go. He rolled his eyes as the wolf snarled behind him. Yeah, you asshole. Shut up already. He kissed his mother on the cheek as he headed toward the house, a gigantic feral wolf trailing behind him. Only Elizabeth and I remained out in the snow, the morning light weak around us. I didn't know what to say to her. What was right? What was wrong? Her son had just asked me to end his life if it came down to it, and she'd stood silent in the face of it. In the end, it didn't matter. She spoke first. She said, The others are at the bar still. Robbie, too, though he wasn't very happy to let Kelly out of his sight. Of course he wasn't, I muttered. How are the humans taking it? Disbelief, I think. Most of them. I think they're trying to convince themselves it wasn't what it appeared. Some of them, though, they're not afraid. They're curious. Bambi especially. I think I like that girl. Rico's got his hands full, that's for sure. Quite. But they're handling it for now. No one is trying to leave the lighthouse, and there haven't been any threats against us. If anything, we had to stop them from trying to leave to take on the hunters themselves. I don't know what it is about this place, but it certainly fosters men to behave like fools. Robbie argued with Ox about being separated from Kelly. Threatened him, even. I'm not sure Kelly knew what to do with that.
Kid is kind of an idiot in that way.
He's not the only one.
Yeah, about that. How long do you think it's going to be before Carter figures it out? A little smile appeared on her face.
Oh, I expect it'll take some time. I love my children, but they can be a bit naive when it comes to certain things. But I wasn't talking about Carter.
I scowled at her. Do we really have to do this now?
You're Mark's mate. Of course we do.
I thought it would. I didn't mean to.
I know,
she said.
But leave it to you to wait until the last possible second to pull your head out of your ass.
He didn't mean it. When he hit you, he would never.
Of course he didn't,
she said, not unkindly.
And once everything is good again, I will make sure to have my revenge.
I deflated slightly. He's all I've got left. She huffed out a breath.
I know you're stupid, Gordo, but you can't possibly be that stupid.
I snapped my head up and glared at her.
Do you remember what I told you before you left with my sons?
You told me you trusted me with your sons.
Yes, and I meant that.
You also said you would rip me apart if I betrayed that trust, I reminded her.
And I meant that, too,
she said, eyes flashing orange.
But that was the only way you would have understood me, Gordo. If I'd said it any other way, you wouldn't have believed me. For the longest time, you dealt only in threats. For the pack, and then against us. Against yourself. Thomas, he was to blame for that. Maybe not completely, but a large part. And that is something he never forgave himself for. He loved you, Gordo. He loved you. He came to you when he needed you most, with Joe. He knew that even though you were so angry at him, that you had such rage in your heart, that deep down, you were still the Bennett witch, even if neither of you could say it out loud. Men are stubborn that way, ridiculous and stubborn.
He threatened me, told me if I didn't help, he'd...
Because that's the only thing you would have responded to, she said. But you're not that person anymore. You haven't been for a long time. You protected my sons. You brought them all home. You made yourself a pack. And even if you didn't believe it, they believed in you. None of us, Gordo. None of us would be the same without you. And Mark has loved you since he knew what love was.
But I couldn't, I told her, needing to understand. In the end, I couldn't protect them. If this is him, if this is my father, then he's doing this because of me. Carter and Mark and...
You are not your father, she said fiercely. You're so much more than he could ever be. You have a pack, Gordo. You have the strength of the wolves behind you. You have the humans, those wonderful humans who would follow you anywhere. Can't you see? What my son just asked of you wasn't because he thinks you'd be the only one who could do it. He asked you because he knew he could trust you. In the end, he asked you because there was no one else he trusted more. Just like his father. Just like me.
I bowed my head. She cupped my face.
You are not alone, Gordo. You haven't been for a long time. It's only now you're finally seeing that. You've felt this way for too long, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for everything." She wiped away the single tear that trickled down my cheek. She tilted my face up until I could look her in the eye. "But I know something they don't. And I think you know it too. Don't you?" I nodded slowly. "We're not going to let it get that far, are we?" "No." "Because this is our town. This is our pack. And no one is going to take that away from us. Not again." The roses on my arm began to bloom. I felt their petals expanding on my skin. Never again. Her eyes were shining orange. "Not witches, not hunters, not an alpha who wants what has never belonged to her. And not your father." "No, none of them will." She nodded slowly. "You know something, don't you? I can feel it, through the bonds. It's dark under all that blue, but it's there." And I hesitated. "Gordo," she asked, "what is it?" "There was a wolf, Gordo. He came to me. I knew him. Even though I'd never met him in this life, I knew him. Gordo, he said you have to open the door. You have to throw it wide open if you expect to survive this. We're coming, okay? We'll do what we can. But he said you have to open the door. He said you'd understand. That I had to tell you never more, and you'd understand. Thomas said." "Never more," I breathed. "He used to say that about you, when we were alone." Elizabeth Bennet looked upon me with the wolf crawling underneath her skin. "Tell me, I implore," quoth the raven, "never more." And all I felt buried in the deep, deep blue was pack and pack and pack. Jessie said, "It's happening, isn't it?" She was leaning against the wall near the cellar door. She looked as tired as I felt, but she was carrying herself high and proud, like a wolf. "I think so." She nodded slowly. "Can we beat this? All of this?" "I don't know, but we're going to fight like hell." She pushed herself off the wall, leaning forward to kiss me on the cheek. "I'm glad you got your mystical moon magic mate." I scowled at her. She wasn't fooled. "Elizabeth is waiting for you outside. Get to the bar. Bring the rest of the pack home. Stay out of sight." She eyed me curiously. "What are you going to do?" I looked at the cellar door. I could hear the sounds of wolves beneath us. Would I have to? "We don't need the wolves," my father had told me once. "They need us, yes, but we have never needed them. They use our magic, as a tether. It binds a pack together. Yes, there are packs without witches, more than have them. But the ones that do have witches are the ones in power. There's a reason for that. You need to remember that, Gordo. They will always need you more than you could ever need them." My father had never understood. Even when he had pledged himself to Abel Bennet, he hadn't understood what it meant to be tied to a wolf, what it meant to be pack. It wasn't about necessity. It was about choice. He hadn't given me one. Neither had Abel Bennet. Thomas Bennet had, in the end. I was just too blind to see it through the fury I felt at everything that was being taken away from me. He'd been wrong to do it the way he had. But in the end, I'd been given a choice. I'd said no. He had threatened me. I wasn't lying when I told Elizabeth that. But there'd been more. After fang and claws and red, red eyes. "My son," he'd told me.
Please, Gordo. It's Joe. It's my son. Please help me."
He'd fallen to his knees then, tilting his head back, exposing his neck. The alpha of all, begging me to help him. I'd almost turned and left him there on the ground, and I half think he expected it. But it was there, wasn't it? Deep down, buried in an ocean of blue. That spark that demanded my alpha. I'd forgotten how bright it burned. "Get up," I'd told him roughly. "Get up. Get up and I'll help you." I chose him then. Chose to help him. Even after everything. It wasn't about necessity. We were pack because we chose to be. And I wasn't going to let that go without a fight. I knew now what needed to be done. I just hoped they would be able to forgive me. Pappas prowled along the line of silver spread out in front of him, boxing him in. The metal wall behind him was scored with thick claw marks. He snarled at the sight of me, throwing himself against the invisible wall that held him in. Carter and Kelly stood face to face, the silver running between them on the floor. Kelly reached up and pressed his hand against the wall. Carter hesitated before doing the same. The timber wolf was trapped inside with him, pacing behind him, tail flicking dangerously. And Mark. Always Mark. He sat nude in the middle of the floor, eyes closed. He was awake, and his hands were on his knees, digging into his skin. The raven on his throat fluttered every time he swallowed. Ox was crouched on the other side of the line of silver before him, watching him intently. Joe touched Ox's shoulder, causing him to look back. He stood as I approached, nodding toward Mark. "It's like it was with Pappas," he said quietly. "The lull before." I nodded tightly. Joe squinted at me. He reached out and pressed his fingers against my forehead. "It's in here, isn't it? Something's happened." I nodded, and his hand fell away. "I might have a plan, but it's going to take all of us, I think, and you're not going to like it." Joe frowned. "What is it?" We need to wait. For the others. Elizabeth and Jesse, we just need to wait. I only want to say this once." Ox stared at me. "Will it help them? Carter and Mark?" "I don't know," I said truthfully. "But it's the only thing I've got. Tomorrow's the full moon. There's not time. Can you give me a moment? I need to." Ox and Joe stepped back. I took a deep breath and turned to Mark. I sat down on the floor, mirroring his position. My eyes burned when I looked at him, but I couldn't do anything to stop it. "Mark," I said. His name on my tongue broke into pieces, and I cleared my throat. He opened his eyes. The violet had faded. All that was left was the frozen blue. "Gordo," he rumbled. I'm sorry. I tried to fight it. I tried to." "It's okay. I'm okay. You didn't hurt me." He looked stricken. "If Ox hadn't been there." I snorted. "I don't need Ox to kick your ass, you overgrown mutt. I can handle myself just fine." His jaw clenched. "This isn't a joke, Gordo." "Good thing I'm not joking. If you think you can take me in a fight, you're even dumber than I thought you were." "I wanted to hurt you," Mark said. "I saw you lying in the bed next to me sleeping, and I wanted to tear your throat out. I wanted to stain my teeth with your blood. It was close, Gordo. You don't know how close it was." But you didn't. His claws extended, digging into his knees.
Because it burned.
I frowned. What did? He tilted his head back slightly, exposing the raven.
This, I thought. It felt like it was flying in the sun, and it burned.
That's because I'm your mate, jackass. You're bonded to a Livingstone now. The only way you get out of this is if I kill you myself, just like dear old Dad.
Do it then. Kill me.
And I said, no. His eyes flashed violet.
Gordo?
Ox said as he took a step toward us. I turned and glared at him over my shoulder. Don't. Stay back. Ox looked like he was going to argue, but Joe put his hand on his arm, and he nodded. I looked back at Mark. His knees were bleeding from his claws. Do you trust me?
Yes, he growled. But I can't trust myself. It's here, Gordo.
He reached with a bloody claw, tapping the side of his head.
It's taking you away from me. I can feel it. It hurts. It hurts like nothing I've ever felt before. And I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to hold on to it as best I can. But it's slipping through my fingers. I want you. I want you so bad.
He snapped his teeth at me. I said, let go. That startled the violet out of his eyes.
What?
Let me go. Ox said,
Gordo, you need to...
I held my hand up over my shoulder, and he fell quiet. Give into it. Mark snarled at me.
You would like that, wouldn't you? Made it to me for less than a day and you're already looking for a way out. You running again, Gordo. Just like always. Things get rough and Gordo Livingstone just fucking runs.
I tilted my head to the side, trying to remain calm. I'm not going anywhere. Listen to my heartbeat. Tell me if I'm lying. He stood slowly. His knees popped. His chest heaved. His eyes flickered between ice and violet. Pappas threw himself at the line of silver again. I thought I heard a bone snap. Carter stood stock still, nostrils flaring as he stared at me. The timber wolf stood at his side. Kelly was watching me with a look of horror, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing.
Why?
Mark demanded, pacing back and forth.
Why are you here? Why are any of you here? You don't want me. You don't need me. I'm losing my goddamned mind, and you're just sitting there like it's nothing.
I don't need you. He rushed forward, and I had to fight to keep from flinching.
Why?
He shouted at me.
Why? Why?
Each why was punctuated with a fist against the barrier. I stood slowly. He tracked my movements, ever the predator. I stood before him. Only a few feet separated us. Because I chose you instead, I told him quietly, and he reared back. We never needed each other to survive. If we did, we would have both been dead a long time ago. It's never been about that, Mark. We're here now because we chose each other. In the end, it's always been about choice. We chose to fight each other until we chose to fight together. You chose me a long time ago, and now I'm choosing you back. Conflicting emotions battled on his face. Incredulity, sadness, anger, and hope.
I don't.
You broke the raven you made for me. His face crumpled and his shoulders shook.
I know, and I will never forgive myself for...
Do you still have it?
It's broken, Gordo. It's on the floor and it's broken.
Coherency dissolved, words becoming garbled snarls. The stone wolf, the one you gave me a long time ago, And the one I gave back, do you still have it?" He looked up at me, eyes wet and wild. Yeah, yes." His chest hitched. "I still have it. It hurts, Gordo. It hurts." "You're gonna give it to me, okay? When all this is done, I'm gonna ask that you give it back to me. And if you think that's all right, if you think that's the right thing to do, I promise you I'm gonna take care of it for the rest of our days." He pressed his hand flat against the barrier. "Show me," he said, through a mouthful of fangs. I knew what he meant. I tilted my head to the side and stretched the collar of my coat until he could see the bite mark. It was throbbing angrily, and I relished each pulse of pain that shot through me. "I'll give you my wolf, witch," he growled, "if I don't kill you first." I grinned at him nastily. "I'd like to see you try." The ice blue was gone. All that was left was violet. "What are you doing?" Ox asked me angrily. "What the hell are you doing, Gordo?" I stared at Mark as his half-shift came over him, and he began to prowl along the line of silver, narrowed gaze trained on me. "I'm gonna make them pay. All of them." Chapter 22. Shatter. It was midday before the others returned. I'd stayed down in the basement, watching Mark as he descended. It was slow going and painful, and I knew that if this didn't work, I probably wouldn't last long enough to live to regret it. Kelly was furious with me, daring me to do the same with Carter, daring me to try to make his brother feral. Joe barely held him back. I ignored them both, focusing everything I had on Mark. Kelly had broken down in tears, and Carter had tried to console him, but he was breathing heavily, tense and stiff. The timber wolf with him kept pressing against his shoulder until Carter snarled at it to stay the fuck away from him. Ox hadn't moved, and I could feel him staring at the back of my head. Jumbled emotions poured through the bonds between us. He was angry with me, and saddened at the sight before him. But he knew me, knew I wouldn't do what I'd done without a reason. He was still holding on, still trusting me, and I hoped it was enough. "They're here," Ox said, and a moment later there came the sound of a door being thrown open at the front of the house. Footsteps thundered overhead, heading toward the stairs. Ox's eyes flared brightly. "But not all of them. Something's wrong." Robbie came down first, looking frantic. He must have felt Kelly's anguish, because he looked like he wanted to shred the cause of it. I hoped Kelly wouldn't sick him on me. Granted, it would have given me an excuse to break his glasses, but I'd hate to have to hurt the kid right off the bat. He stood in front of Kelly, reaching up like he wanted to touch him, but he closed his fingers into fists and brought them back to his sides. "Are you okay?" he asked in a hushed voice. "I tried to get here as fast as I could, but Elizabeth said we needed to move together and she wouldn't let me shift, and then we got attacked and—" "I'm fine," Kelly said through gritted teeth. "What do you mean, attacked?" "Hunters," Robbie said, face pale. "They found us when we were halfway here. I should have, but I was trying to get back here and I didn't hear them. I didn't hear them. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." My blood ran cold. "Who?" I managed to ask. "Who did they—" Elizabeth came down next, and she wasn't alone. She had an arm wrapped around Rico's back, trying to hold his weight up. Jesse was on his other side, arm around his waist. Rico's face was pinched, and he was gritting his teeth. His left pant leg was soaked with blood. Ox and Joe were in front of them before anyone could speak. Elizabeth and Jesse handed him off to the alphas. "I'm fine," Rico muttered, trying to put on a brave face.
just clipped me. It looks worse than it is."
"Those bastards," Jessie growled, hair hanging in wisps around her forehead. "I'm going to kill them."
"We'll get the hunters," Joe told her, kneeling in front of Rico. "We'll—"
"Not the hunters," she snapped. "Although you bet your ass we will. I'm talking about Chris and Tanner. I'm going to fucking murder them."
I looked back at the stairs, waiting for them to appear. "What did they do now?" She whirled on me, looking furious.
They... God damn it. What is with the men in this pack? Why are you like this?"
"They told us to run," Robbie said quietly, looking down at his hands. "Told us to get away. The hunters surprised us. A group of them. Elijah wasn't there, but Rico was hit, and Chris took Rico's gun and told us to run, that we needed to get Elizabeth away from them." He took in a shuddering breath. "Chris said he didn't want Elizabeth to ever be hurt by them again." Elizabeth reached up and wiped a sweaty lock of hair from Rico's face.
"They were very brave. They gave us time to get away."
I barely knew I was speaking. Are they still alive?" "Yes," Ox said, watching as Joe tore Rico's pant leg. "They're alive. I was so focused on Mark and Carter that I didn't even feel them being taken." He breathed heavily out his nose. "They're alive. And angry." "The lighthouse?" Carter asked, voice harder than I'd ever heard it. "Do the hunters know about the lighthouse?" Rico shook his head, groaning as Joe pressed his fingers around the wound on his leg. "Don't think so. We were far enough away. Covered our tracks. Bambi, anyone who tries to comfort them will get a face full of buckshot. She's hardcore like that." "It's not bad," Joe told Ox. "Winged him. Took a chunk out, but the bullet isn't in him." "Told you," Rico said as he grimaced. "Lucky shot anyway. If Chris hadn't taken my gun, I would have shot the bastard between the eyes. Pendejo. Had sideburns. You know how I feel about sideburns." "Jesse," Ox said, "get the med kit. We need to get this cleaned and wrapped." Jesse nodded, turned and ran back upstairs. "Great," Rico muttered, "because that's going to feel good." "Shut up," I told him, nudging Joe out of the way. "It'll scar. Bambi seems like the type that likes scars." He perked up at that. "You think? Because if she gets over the whole I run around with werewolves thing, that'd be pretty cool. Oh my God, why are you touching it? I'm bleeding, Gordo." I pressed my palm flat against the wound. The raven's talons tightened around vines and thorns as I pulled the pain as best I could. It rolled through my arm and into my chest, wrapping itself around my heart and squeezing. And then Elizabeth said, "Mark?" And I hung my head. Mark growled in response. "What happened?" she asked, and everything felt blue coming from her. "Why is he—" "It was Gordo," Kelly spat, sounding furious. "Gordo made him like this. Gordo made him turn into an Omega and—" "That's enough," Ox said, and everyone fell silent. Jessie came back down the stairs, white box clutched against her chest. The mood had shifted drastically in the few seconds she'd been gone, and she kept her mouth shut as she knelt next to me. She moved my hand, and Rico hissed as the pain returned. I stood slowly, letting her take over. Elizabeth was watching me with an inscrutable expression. "Gordo?" she asked. "Is that true?" I took a deep breath. "It is." Her eyes flashed orange, but that was all. "Why?" Kelly glared at me as Robbie stood at his side, looking confused. Carter paced behind them, the Timberwolf acting as his shadow. Pappas was sitting in a corner, mewling loudly. Ox and Joe stood side by side.
Rico yelped as Jesse did something to the wound on his leg. And Mark stood in the center of his cage. He was caught in his shift, though he was still more man than wolf. His bottom lip was bleeding from where a fang had pierced it, and his eyes were violet, so violet. "Do you see the mark on his neck?" I asked her. She nodded tightly. "The raven." "Do you know what that means?" "Yes." "Then you know I would do anything for him." "Would you?" she asked. "Why now? Why, after all this time?" "Because if this is the end," I said as honestly as I could, "he needed to know that I never stopped loving him." My heartbeat, though accelerated, remained steady, and she knew it. Kelly scoffed. "You forced him to turn Omega. You told him to let go. How the hell can you say that you—" Elizabeth said, "Kelly," and he subsided, though he still looked murderous. I hoped he would forgive me for what I was about to do. "Why?" I swallowed thickly. "You know why." "Not good enough," she said, and oh, she was angry. "After everything we've been through, that's not good enough, Gordo Livingstone. You will say it. Now." I knew what she was asking for, and it was the least I could give. "Because he's my mate." She wiped her eyes. "You were his choice. You always were. Even when he thought you would never choose him back. Even when you thought otherwise, he always chose you." "I know." "Did you choose him back? Or was this all part of a plan? Are you using him? You can't trust a wolf. They don't love you. They need you. They use you. The magic in you is a lie." Except it wasn't. My mother hadn't understood, but that hadn't been her fault. She had been fooled by my father just as the rest of us had. And in the end, she did the only thing she could. "I chose him," I told her. "And I would do it again. And if this works, if this will do what I think it will, then we may still have a chance. They may have a chance. The hunters, they gave us until the full moon, and they have our friends, our pack. Those crazy, brilliant men. We're outnumbered. Maybe we could take them head on. Maybe we could win. But the weapons they have can put down a wolf in seconds. We need to even the odds. It was now or never. We need to open the door." They were confused. I expected that. They weren't thinking like I was. They didn't know what I did. And the idea was so abstract that it was a struggle to even understand it to begin with. Ox understood first. He knew what it would mean. "The door," he repeated. "Are you sure?" I nodded. Joe looked between us, eyes narrowing. "What are you—" "No." He took a step forward. "You can't possibly be thinking of—" Ox put a hand on his shoulder. "We need to listen." "What's he talking about?" Kelly demanded, ignoring Robbie when he tried to soothe him. "What does he want to do?" "The moment before Richard Collins died," I said. "After he hurt Ox. He became an alpha. But before that, the Omegas had already gathered behind him. Whether or not some of them were infected, I don't know. But I have to believe some of them were. He was like Ox." The wolves growled. I raised my hands, trying to placate them. Look, Ox was an alpha without even being a wolf. We know that. Richard was not the same, but it was close. Two sides of the same coin. The Omegas followed him. He controlled them. An alpha without actually being an alpha. Until he took it from Ox. You know what happened then.
Mierda, Rico muttered as Jesse finished wrapping his leg. It was bad, like a storm in my head. Could feel them, bugs crawling on my brain. I nodded. Because Richard became your alpha. Until I killed him, Joe said, and gave it back to Ox. And I took them with me, Ox said, glancing at Joe before looking back at me. The Omegas. Until we closed that door. We locked it tight, I agreed. Some still managed to make it through. It was why Omegas showed up here every now and then. They felt Ox pulling them, even when he wasn't meaning to. Michelle Hughes wasn't wrong when she said that Green Creek became a beacon. But she doesn't know just how far it goes, just how bright it could be. So what? Kelly snapped. You want to unlock the door? Are you out of your mind? No, I said coolly. I don't want to unlock it. I want to shatter it to pieces. Ox needs to become alpha of the Omegas. The only sounds came from the feral wolves. Then Rico said, Okay, no offense, Papi, I love you, bros for life and all that, but did you go a little nuts in your head from the mystical moon magic? Because it seems like you went a little nuts in your head from the mystical moon magic. Try it, witch, Kelly said, eyes flashing. You just try it. Robbie said, Kelly, but the wolf snapped. No, I won't let you. I won't let this happen. Can't you see what will happen? It'll pull on them, on the Omegas, on Mark, on Carter. It will force them further. They will both be completely feral. I don't care if it's magic. I don't care if it's something else. You can't do this. His voice broke. You can't take them away from me. You can't have Carter. Hey, Carter said, taking a step forward. He growled angrily when he bumped into a line of silver, unable to reach his brother. Kelly, come on, man. It's not... Don't, Kelly said hoarsely. Don't do this. Please. Not you. Carter shrugged awkwardly. I'm already losing it here. He tried to smile, but it collapsed before it could reach his eyes. I'm holding on, but it's a losing battle. No, Kelly said, shaking his head furiously. There has to be another way. I'll find it. I don't know how, but I will. I won't let you do this. I won't. I know you're scared. You're damn right I am, he cried, slamming his fists against the barrier between them. What if we can't fix this? Carter, what if you can't come back? I will, he said. I promise. Ox or Joe or Gordo, one of them will find a way. I know it. But it's already taking you away from me. But if Ox can still be my alpha, even if I'm an Omega, then we have to take that chance. Because if he's still my alpha and he's yours too, that means we're still connected. Even if I can't feel it anymore. You'll still be a part of me, and I have to believe that will be enough to bring me home. The tears spilled over, and Robbie wrapped an arm around Kelly's shoulders, holding him as he sobbed. I looked away, my own heart breaking. If this didn't work, or even if it did and I couldn't find a way to bring them back, Kelly would never forgive me. And I wouldn't blame him. I would never forgive myself. You mean to use them, Ox said, and I was very tired. The Omegas. You want to call them here, to Green Creek, to weaponize them. You said we were in a war, I told him quietly. And if that's the case, then we need an army. And after the hunters, what then? I don't know, I admitted. But if we don't do something about the hunters now, about Elijah,
then there will be nothing left to worry about. I don't like this, he said. I know. Do you? Because you're asking me to do the same thing Richard Collins did. You're asking me to take control of a group of wolves who won't be able to say no, to use them. You're not him. You never have been. He clenched his jaw. You said we were the same. Sides of a coin. Yeah, but the difference is you aren't trying to take something away. You're trying to protect what's already yours. I shook my head. Look, Ox, I can't pretend that this isn't messed up, because it is. You see everything in black and white, as good and bad, and that's what makes you the alpha that you are. But I can't do that. I can't. I'm not like you. I never have been and I never will be. My conscience can't be as clear as yours. I've done things I'm not proud of. But I would do anything to keep my pack safe, to keep my family safe. And I'm asking you to do the same. Because it won't end with the hunters. There are always going to be more who try and take what doesn't belong to them. Witches, Michelle Hughes. I sighed. My father. It won't. What would you do to protect those you love? Everything, Ox said, though I knew it hurt him to say. I would do everything. I need you to trust me on this. He sighed and closed his eyes. The wards, witches, won't they keep the Omegas out? Can you even change them back? Maybe not by myself, but others are coming. Joe blinked. What? What others? How can you know that? We're cut off from the outside. I shrugged. Magic. It was easier than telling him his dead father appeared in a vision to a witch in Minneapolis and she told me so in a dream. Maybe when things were all said and done. Maybe never. Rico snorted. Magic. Magic, he says. Ay, Dios mío. Our lives, man. Bambi is never gonna forgive me, even with a sexy scar. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Jessie told him, patting him on the hand. I've got faith in you. She frowned. Maybe. Hey, I've been shot. You're supposed to be nice to me. You were grazed, and then let women carry you back. That's because I'm a feminist. Jessie sighed. Can you do this? Joe asked Ox. Ox started to shake his head, but stopped himself. I think so. I'll need you. He reached out and took Joe's hand. I'll need all of you, especially if I'm going to control them. Won't they go after Gordo? Robbie asked, still standing close to Kelly. If they're like the others, can you stop them from attacking him? I'll do what I can, Ox said, but it's not going to be easy. I can handle myself, I said. I can't believe you, Kelly said, and it hurt to hear the betrayal in his voice. Any of you, that you do this to them, to Mark, to Carter. Carter sighed. Pretty sure I'm still in my right mind here. Well, mostly in my right mind. I can speak for myself. The timber wolf pressed its nose against his shoulder, and he shoved it away. Kelly laughed bitterly. Only because you're scared and don't see any other way. Kelly, fuck you. Look at me. Somehow, Kelly did. I am scared, Carter admitted. And I remembered them singing along with the radio. Windows rolled down and a breeze blowing through their hair as we traveled farther and farther from our home. Scared as I've been in a long time. Maybe ever. But you want to know what scares me even more than turning Omega? Kelly shook his head, lips in a thin line. Carter smiled, though it trembled.
Losing you. That might scare me more than anything else in this world. If there's even a chance that we can beat this, even a chance that I can keep you safe for at least one more day, don't you think I'm going to do it? And I know you'd be doing the same for me if it was you in here. Don't try and tell me otherwise. You can't leave me. Carter's smile widened. Never. I still need to threaten Robbie some more. Did you know he sniffs you when he thinks no one is looking? I do not, Robbie said, though he was blushing furiously and looking down at his feet. Kelly glanced at Robbie, scandalized, before turning back to his brother. You promise? That he sniffs you? Yeah, man. He does it. Carter's expression softened. Yeah, Kelly. I promise. I'll always come back for you. Elizabeth? Ox asked. She stood in front of her brother-in-law. He was almost against the barrier, growling lowly. He tapped his claws against his bare legs. The raven on his throat twitched with the tension of his neck muscles. He watched her with violet eyes. This was her family. This was all she had left. And when a wolf mother was backed into a corner, there was nothing she wouldn't do to protect what was hers. Elizabeth Bennet said, Do it. Shatter the door. Kelly and Joe stood in front of Carter. The timber wolf wasn't pleased to have them so close, but it kept back behind him. They spoke quietly to each other, Joe's arm wrapped around Kelly's shoulders. Carter was trying to get Kelly to smile, but Kelly wouldn't look at him. I didn't know if he'd ever forgive me. Robbie was at my side on the other end of the basement, away from everyone else. I knew he was working himself up to something, so I was giving him the time he needed. He was going to threaten me, and I'd let him. He had Kelly's back, after all. So I was surprised when he finally said, You're doing the right thing. I grunted, because I didn't know what else to say. He might not see it, and maybe he never will, but you are. I don't give a shit. Robbie rolled his eyes. Yeah, okay, Gordo. He pushed himself off the wall with a sigh. If it makes you feel any better, I'll pretend to believe you. He started to walk away. I called after him. He looked over his shoulder. You don't need those glasses, I said. Take them off. You look stupid. He grinned at me. Love you too. Idiot. I looked away when Elizabeth stood before her son. He tried to be brave. He really did. But when he couldn't reach her, when he couldn't touch her skin, his smile trembled and broke, and he... Fuck this, Jessie muttered, and before anyone could stop her, she was next to Elizabeth, using her foot to break the line of powdered silver. Elizabeth threw herself at her son. He caught her, nose going to her throat as he inhaled deeply. Jessie looked back at the rest of us defiantly. No one said a word. They left to give me time to center myself, to give me a moment to breathe. Pappas prowled back and forth, tracking my every movement. The line of silver in front of Carter had been restored. He sat on the ground, legs crossed. The timber wolf sat curled around him, tail on his legs. Carter looked down at it, resigned. He shook his head. You know, he said, I never thought... Well, I don't know what I thought. About? He shrugged. Everything? That's... vague. Right? I'm having a hard time focusing. It's getting worse? He nodded. Yeah. Has been all morning. I didn't want Kelly to see. You know how he is. Yeah. You gotta take care of them for me, man. Just in case I will. He nodded and closed his eyes, leaning back against the feral wolf behind him. It's been good, you know. Even through all the suckage, we've got a good pack. I'm very lucky to have had that. I looked away. Do what you need to do, Gordo, while you still can. He can hear you. I know he can. I did too. It was Violet, the bond between us, and it felt like it was hanging in tatters, but it still held, no matter how stretched thin it was. The bite mark on my neck throbbed as I came to stand before him. He watched me, Mark did. My wolf. The raven was ink black against his throat. His eyes burned. I'm sorry, I told him quietly, that it took me this long to get here. I should have done things differently. I didn't know how. He cocked his head, sharp teeth bared. But we didn't come this far just to lose it now. And if you try to leave me after everything we've been through, I will hunt you down myself. Carter sounded like he was choking. I turned slowly to glare at him. He shrugged. Just way to be romantic, you know? I don't know why I'm so surprised that you tell him you care about him by threatening him. You guys are ridiculous. I rolled my eyes. You'll learn about it soon enough. His brow furrowed. What? What are you talking about? I'm going to learn about what soon enough? I ignored him. Mark took a step toward me. I waited. He tilted his head back toward the ceiling, exposing the raven. His nostrils flared as he tried to catch my scent through the silver. The violet in his eyes pulsed. He reached up and pressed his hand against the barrier. Gordo, he said, voice a deep rumble. I smiled sadly at him. Yeah, it's me. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. And deep in my head, along the frayed thread that stretched between us, I heard a wolf howling a song of the lost, trying to find his way home. It was late in the afternoon when Ox sat on the floor in front of me in the basement of the house at the end of the lane. Behind him sat our pack, though we were down 2 members. Joe was immediately behind Ox, head bowed, forehead pressed against the back of Ox's neck. Behind him were Rico and Jesse, each with a hand on his shoulder. Elizabeth, Kelly, and Robbie sat closest to the wolves behind the lines of silver, each of them touching the humans in some way. Mark was agitated, moving back and forth. Carter still sat against the timber wolf, struggling to control his breathing. Pappas was snarling, angrier than I'd ever seen him. I wondered if he was already too far gone to save. My knees bumped against those of my alpha. It hadn't been like this when we'd shut the door and locked it. It had been only the alphas and me. I'd kept the others away because I didn't want the distraction. I needed them now. I needed all of them. I took his hands in mine. He watched me carefully, always trusting. He wasn't that kid who'd never had a root beer before. He was my alpha, my brother, my friend, my tether. He was afraid, though. It was small and well hidden, but it was there. It was, you're gonna get shit for the rest of your life. It was, you're not good enough. It was, you're not strong enough. It was ghosts. It always came back to ghosts. They don't love you. They need you. They use you. The magic in you is a lie. And maybe they would always haunt us. Maybe we would never truly be free. But their words were buried under the call of pack, pack, pack. I turned his hands over, palms up. I pressed my own down against his. He wrapped his fingers around my wrist. I did the same to him. We breathed in sync. And I pushed.
The raven spread its wings. The bonds between us all flared to life. I heard them, even the ones who weren't with us. They whispered in my head, telling me they were here. They were here with us, with me, that no matter what happened, no matter what came down upon us, we were Bennett's, and this was our territory. This was our home, and no one was going to take that away from us. We were the goddamn Bennett pack, and our song would always be heard. I pushed through everything, even as the vines and thorns began to tighten around my arm. I saw it, heard it, felt it, touched it. Yes, touched it, because he is me and I am him. I am Wolf. I am Alpha Wolf. And it was stronger than I expected it to be, stronger than it had been before. There was Dinah Shore singing about how she didn't mind being lonely when she knew my heart was lonely too. There was Joe, skinny little Joe, saying it was pine cones and candy canes. It was epic and awesome. There was the quiet hum of an SUV underneath us, tires spinning on the road, and boy wolves talking about how when they got home, there'd be mashed potatoes and carrots and roast, and all of us ignoring the tears on their faces. There was a woman, a wonderful woman, a sweet woman, saying there was a soap bubble in his ear, and they were dancing. Oh God, they were dancing, and everything was fine and nothing hurt. It was too much. It was too much. It was too much for me to take. I can't take it. I can't do this. I can't. It's brighter then, and heavier, and there were brothers lying on top of each other, breathing each other in after being apart for so long. It was the feeling of a body heavy with child, a hand on the wide curve of a stomach, whispering sweet nothings of warm love. It was the way the humans felt amongst the wolves, like they'd once been lost but had finally found their way home. It was a wolf who didn't belong anywhere, finally finding somewhere he could stay, somewhere he could call his own. It was so big. It was so much bigger than I thought it could ever be. So much more. I need more. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. Pack, brother, friend, love, mate. Give him more. Give him everything. More. Expansive than it should have been. It was the way we trained together, the way we laughed together, the way we ate together on Sundays because it was tradition. It was how we loved each other and would die for every single person in this pack. It was a wolf who one day whispered to a wide-eyed boy, "It'll be you and me forever," and "We are going to be our own pack," and "I will be your alpha, and you will be my witch. You are my family." This wolf, this great white wolf. They had held me down, yes, and Alpha, my father. They had held me down while magic was etched into my skin. I hadn't been given a choice. My mother had seen that in her own way. And there, through the "they don't love you, they need you, they use you," spinning furiously around us all, stood a door. It was strong, because I had made it that way. This was my alpha and tether, my friend and brother. It had held. I pressed my ear to the door. On the other side, something scratched against it, snarling angrily. Many somethings. I stood upright. I looked over my shoulder. Behind me stood my pack. All of them. Even Chris and Tanner, though they flickered in and out. I didn't know what it was costing them to be here, but I loved them more than I could ever say. Here, with me, my people, whole and healthy and strong. Chris said, "It's okay." Tanner said, "We can feel it too." Jesse said, "All of us." Rico said, "Right here, Poppy. Right here with you. Robbie said, We won't stop. Kelly said, No matter what. Carter said, Because that's what Pack does. Elizabeth said, That's what family is supposed to do. Joe said, We fight back. Ox said, And we never stop. Mark leaned forward and kissed me sweetly. I closed my eyes, and it was dirt and leaves and rain, and he said, I love you, I love you, I love you. And I believed him. I believed all of them, because I was feral strong and wolf proud. There was magic coursing through my veins, singing as loud as I'd ever heard it. I was Gordo Livingstone. I was the witch to the Bennett pack. I turned back toward the door. In between the door and me stood a white wolf. I hated him. I loved him. I was so angry with him. And somehow, I let it all go. Somehow I forgave him. I'm sorry, I told him. His eyes flared red as he woofed in response. I need you now. Please. He leaned forward, pressing his nose against my forehead, and I said, Oh. I opened my eyes. The wolf was gone. There was only the door. But I could still feel him under my skin. He was with us. He would always be with us, until the day we stood in a clearing and we were together again. But if I had my say, it would be a long time before that happened. I didn't reach for the doorknob. It was useless to me. I wasn't going to open the door. I was going to break it. With the strength of the pack behind me, I pressed my palms flat against it. Little pinpricks of light shot through the grain of the wood. They were alpha red and beta orange and omega violet. There was the blue of all we had lost, and the sweet green of relief that it had finally come to this. My arms were covered in roses, an unkindness of ravens. The roses bloomed. The ravens flew. And I pushed. The door vibrated underneath my hands. The growling and scratching on the other side grew louder. I pushed harder. The door rattled in its frame, and I gritted my teeth as a bright pain lanced through my head, sharp and terrible. It was fighting back against me, the magic in my blood curdling. It said, I know what you're doing. I know what you think you'll achieve. And maybe you'll win. You are stronger than I thought possible. But this is just a battle, Gordo. One tiny little fight. There is still the war. I will bring it to your doorstep. I will take what is rightfully mine. And there is nothing you can do to stop me. You will lose in the end. You will lose everything. I looked up at the door, and between my hands, between the pinpricks of light, the wood began to warp outward. I didn't understand what I was seeing, at least at first. I knew that voice. God, how I knew it. Once, while an alpha wolf held me down, the same voice had told me it was going to hurt. It was going to hurt like nothing I'd ever felt before. You'll think I'm tearing you apart. And in a sense, you're right. You have magic in you, child, but it hasn't yet manifested. These marks will center you and give you the tools to begin to control it. I will hurt you, but it's necessary for who you're supposed to become. Pain is a lesson. It teaches you the ways of the world. We must hurt the ones we love in order to make them stronger, to make them better. One day you'll understand. One day, you'll be like me. The wood stretched out between my hands, and it took shape. There was a nose and lips, and wooden eyes, and it blinked again, and again, and then the mouth moved. The face of my father said, "I see you. I see you, Gordo. I knew you would be something special." I cried out as the pain in my head grew worse, as my father's hands appeared in the wood, reaching up and covering the backs of mine, squeezing until I thought my bones would turn to dust. But my father had always underestimated a wolf pack, and I had mine behind me. They howled, all of them, even the humans. My father's wooden eyes widened as his face split with a sharp crack, the door splintering. He opened his mouth to speak, and I said, "No." The door shattered underneath my hands. I was bowled over by a wave of violent rage, of rapacious violence. And there, on the other side, stood. I opened my eyes. The others did the same, blinking slowly. All except for Ox. He breathed in and out, in and out. I could feel them, all of them, my pack, and more. So many more. It was tornadic in nature, a self-contained storm that swirled in our heads and chests. I tried to find the edges, tried to find a way to contain it, but it was big, bigger than I thought it would be. In the end, it didn't matter, because he was here. A boy who had become a man. He who had become an alpha even before he felt the pull of the wolf underneath his skin. Oxnard Matheson, the alpha of the Omegas. Behind him, a choking sound. I looked over his shoulder. Kelly had crawled on his knees toward his brother. Carter was on all fours, his palms flat against the stone floor. His head jerked side to side as his chest heaved. "Carter?" Kelly asked, voice trembling. Carter looked up, face elongating, eyes violet. "Kelly," he growled. But it was the only thing he said before he shifted into a wolf. It looked painful, probably more so than it had been since the first time he turned. The claws grew as his clothes shredded, bones popping, muscles shifting. He howled toward the floor as his back arched, hair sprouting along his skin under his tattered shirt. It took only a minute, but it felt like it stretched on forever. And when it was done, Carter was gone. In his place stood an Omega. But somehow he was still there, with us, in our heads. Oh, his bonds that stretched out between all of us were tenuous, and they were racked by the storm. But they held. And next to him, in his own cage, was a large brown wolf with eyes of violet. No one stopped me as I rose. No one said a word as I walked between them toward the wolf behind the line of silver, the bite on my neck pulsing. He watched me as I approached, eyes narrowing, fangs bared. I stood in front of him, separated by an invisible barrier. "I can feel you," I whispered. "You're still here. It's not the same, but you're still here." I told the silver, breaking the line. He moved almost faster than I could follow. But before he could reach me, Ox was at my side, half shifted and roaring, catching Mark by the scruff of his neck and slamming him back down to the ground. Mark tried to bite at him, tried to scratch and wiggle free. Ox bent over him until they were almost face to face. He growled and flashed his eyes, which swirled with a mix of red and violet. And Mark just stopped. He was still filled with rage, roiling and mean, but it poured into Ox and was muted, like a feedback loop where the volume was lowered on one side. Ox stood up slowly, letting Mark go. Mark pushed himself up from the floor. When he was shifted, when he was a wolf with eyes of orange or ice, I could still hear him in my head, singing my name, thinking thoughts of a wolf, however primitive. That was gone now. Everything from him was primal, feral. His nostrils flared as he looked at me, growling lowly. But he didn't come for me. "Okay," I said. "Okay." We stood in front of the house at the end of the lane. The blue house across from us was dark. Ox watched it without speaking. I said the only thing I could think of. She would be proud of you, of who you've become. He turned his head slightly to look at me. He was still Ox, but there was something more about him now. Something bigger. I had known alpha wolves my entire life. It had never been like this. He radiated a power larger than any other wolf I'd known. He was containing it, somehow. All the Omegas. They would hear him. They would listen. And yet he smiled quietly at me. I wonder sometimes if that's true. You don't have to wonder. I know it, Ox. Maggie. I swallowed, forcing the remaining words out. Thomas. Both of them. They knew before everyone else, I think, who you were and who you would be. I heard him, your father. I looked away, eyes stinging. He took my hand in his. Maggie was my mom. Thomas was my dad. I am who I am because of them, because of Joe, because of this pack. He squeezed my hand. And because of you. You are more than you think, Gordo. And I have never been happier to say that your father is not proud of who you've become. That's a good thing, in case you didn't know. I laughed wetly. Yeah? Yeah. Thanks, Ox. He looked back at the blue house. Will this work? It has to. He nodded. What now? I glanced over my shoulder, hearing the rest of the pack exiting the house. Jessie and Rico came down the stairs first. Rico batted her hands away as she tried to help him. She rolled her eyes and muttered about not helping him if he fell down the stairs. Robbie came next, holding Elizabeth's hand. She was pale, but she carried herself regally. Her eyes were orange. She was ready to fight. Joe came next, taking a moment to breathe in the cold air. The snow had finally stopped, and the clouds were beginning to clear. Above, the light in the sky was beginning to fade. Stars appeared like chips of ice. The porch steps creaked under him as he descended, coming to stand next to his mate. He kissed Ox's shoulder but stayed silent. Kelly and Carter followed, Kelly's hand pressed against his brother's back. Carter was skittish, eyes continually flashing violet. The timber wolf trailed behind them, crowding against Carter, trying to keep him away from the rest of us. Carter snapped at him, but the wolf remained by his side. Mark was last. The muscles under his skin shifted with every step he took. His claws dug into the wood of the porch as he stood above us. His eyes never left me, always watching, waiting. I wondered if I were to push the hair around his throat away if there would still be a raven there, hidden away. I wasn't going to take the chance of trying to look, as he seemed confused as to whether he wanted to rub against me or kill me. 2 of us were missing, but we would get them back. The hunters had made a mistake in coming here. Michelle Hughes had made a mistake in sending them. And my father had made the gravest mistake of all. His time would come. One day. Gordo, Ox asked.
What now?
I looked at our pack before I turned back to him. I said, Now you howl, as big and loud as you've ever howled before. Bring them here, the Omegas. Bring as many of them here as you can. They'll hear you, and they'll come running. He studied me for a moment, eyes glittering. Then he nodded. He turned his face toward the sky. He exhaled a stream of white smoke. Above, the clouds shifted, revealing the moon. It was almost full. His eyes were red and violet. The Alpha of the Omegas opened his mouth and howled. Chapter 23. Hear your voice. Cry havoc. It was close to dawn when Oxnard Matheson looked at me and said, They're here. I smiled. The moon was bright overhead as we trekked through the snow. The clouds had mostly cleared, and the air was cold. The stars were blinking against the black sky. On the eastern horizon, the night was beginning to fade toward day. Ox led the way. I was behind him, stepping in the paw prints he left in the snow. Joe was behind me, snout pressing every now and then against my back, huffing out a warm breath. Mark growled every time he did it, a threat Joe ignored. Carter was behind Mark, and Elizabeth brought up the rear. Somewhere in the trees, the timber wolf prowled, never letting Carter out of his sight. Kelly had tried to come along, had all but demanded it, but Ox had asked him to stay behind, to help Robbie guard the house with Jesse and Rico. He hadn't been pleased with being left behind, but did as his alpha asked. He wouldn't look at me before we left. It was different now, in our heads. Before, when the packs had been split and Richard had lost his head, it had only affected those under Ox. Joe, Carter, Kelly, and I hadn't felt it. The Omegas. We weren't a part of them. We were now. Ox took the brunt of it, and in turn Joe. But even though we had two alphas holding it together, there was still the undercurrent running through all of us. It was like wasps trapped in our heads, building a thick nest in our brains. I felt their wings fluttering, their stingers scraping. I felt wild and savage, feral. The tattoos on my arms hadn't stopped glowing since I'd woken up after shattering the door. I snorted, shaking my head. Ox looked back at me, a question in the form of question marks pushing through the bond between us. I sent back a memory of when we were younger, buried under the wasps. Does it hurt? What? The colors. No. It pulls and I push, and it crawls along my skin. But it never hurts. Not anymore. And I knew the moment it hit him, the moment he remembered, because he responded in the voice of an overgrown boy who was about to find out that monsters were real, that magic was real, that the world was a dark and frightening place because it was all real and... Shiny arms. You have shiny arms. Gordo, you're a wizard, Harry. I choked on a laugh at the absurdity of it all. Yeah, I told him. I'm a wizard, Ox. His tongue lolled out of his mouth, and I heard Joe huff behind me. Yeah, we're going. They were waiting for us, as they'd been before, as if they knew we were coming. They probably did. They just didn't know what was coming for them. The wooden bridge loomed behind them. The dirt road was covered with snow that crunched beneath our feet. The same people waited for us. 3 men, 1 woman, all witches. Dale was absent. I wasn't surprised. He'd probably left Green Creek right after we'd met. He wouldn't have thought we'd come to this point. If we survived this day, I'd show him just how wrong he was. The witches looked nervous as we approached. though they tried hard to cover it. Problem was, they weren't very good at it. The wards felt sticky and hot, the magic foreign. Maybe they'd been telling the truth before, that my father had nothing to do with this, that Michelle wasn't working with him. It didn't matter now. They were the same to me. They weren't with us, which meant they were against us. That much was clear. Ox shifted, just as he'd said he would. He stood nude in the snow, the shadows crawling along his skin. The others remained as they were. "Alpha Matheson," the woman said, voice defiant. "We didn't expect to see you again so soon. Have you given further consideration to what Alpha Hughes has—" "I stood here once," Ox said, and a chill went down my spine. "When I was human. And right where you are were Omegas who had come to take what belonged to me. They had a member of my pack, though we didn't know that she was then. She was scared, but she was strong. So much stronger than they expected. They tried to use her as leverage against me." The witches glanced warily at each other. The woman said, "I don't see what a history lesson has to do with—" Ox didn't let her finish. "They thought because we'd been broken, because we were hurting and scared, we would just fold, that I would let them take away everything I had left without a fight. I asked a question that night, one question that I wanted answered. Many things could have ended differently if they had just told me what I wanted to know. I want you to remember that, because I'm going to give you the same courtesy. I'm going to ask you one question." "We won't be intimidated like feral dogs," one of the men spat. "You have nothing that can—" And Oxnard Matheson asked, "What are your names?" The witches were startled. They hadn't been expecting that. Ox waited. The wolves stood stock still. In the trees, I heard the crunch of snow as a timber wolf prowled. "What does it matter?" the woman asked. Ox shook his head. "That's not what I asked. What are your names?" A man shoved the woman to the side, a scowl on his face. "I'm fucking sick of this. I don't give a shit what Alpha Hugh said. I'm going to end this." "How many are you?" I asked. The man narrowed his eyes at me. "What?" "Around Green Creek. I mean, you guys have us surrounded, right? How many witches? You 4? Is there another dozen? 2 dozen? 30 of us," the man said, a nasty smile on his face. "Spread around the perimeter of your territory. All volunteers. They couldn't wait to come here. Nothing gets in, and nothing gets out." "Dale?" He rolled his eyes. "His work was done. He fucked your mate, didn't he? Wasn't needed anymore. Ran back to Alpha Hughes like the good little lapdog. Oh, I was gonna enjoy this. And you won't leave. Like, leave right now. Turn around and walk away. Any of you." He bristled at that. "Of course not. Why the fuck would we do that?" I whistled lowly. "That's gonna be a blow. There aren't many witches left that I know of. Ah well, we'll make do somehow." "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm going to give you one last chance," Ox growled. "What are your names?" The man in front spat on the ground at the Alpha's feet. That was the wrong move. All I felt was pack, 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 but it was so much bigger than it had been before. So much angrier. So much more violent. "In a minute," Ox said, and I'd never heard him speak so coldly. "There's going to be yelling, Probably some screaming. Things are going to get confusing. Blood will be spilled. I want you to remember something for me when that happens. All I wanted to know was your names." The woman said, "Look. Oh my God, look." I followed her trembling finger. She was pointing at the wolves behind us. They stood in a row, almost shoulder to shoulder. Joe was the farthest left, teeth bared. Elizabeth was on the right, and her ears were flat against her head. And between them were Mark and Carter, eyes omega bright. Behind them, the feral timberwolf prowled back and forth, dwarfing them all. "They're feral," one of the men said. "They've already turned. How are they not?" The woman stepped forward. The wards burst brightly as she neared. The echoing ping stretched far down either side of us. She was sending a warning. That was okay. It was already too late. They just didn't know it yet. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Why aren't they attacking you? That's not possible. They're omegas. They're monsters." She looked at Ox, eyes wide and wet, like she knew it was almost the end. Her voice broke. "How are you doing this?" "I am Oxnard Matheson," he told her. "I am the alpha to the Bennett pack, like my father before me." His eyes began to glow, red and violet. "And I am the alpha of the Omegas." The witches took a step back. They should have told Ox their names. Behind them, on the banks of the creek that ran under the covered bridge, violet eyes began to glow. At first there were only a few of them, blinking slowly in the dark. And then came more. So many more than I ever expected. They stretched along the creek, going down as far as I could see. Some were shifted completely. Others were caught in between. A few were still human. They were in the bridge, eyes glowing in the dark. Two stood on top of the bridge, the wood creaking underneath their feet as they stepped forward. One of the men at the rear heard them first. He turned slowly, his breath coming out in great gasps as his chest heaved. "Oh no," he whispered. The other witches whirled at the sound of his voice, and then they froze. "This moment," I told them. "This is the exact moment you realize why no one fucks with the Bennett pack." The man with the nasty smile was the first to move. He stumbled back toward the wards, eyes wide. The line of wolves behind us snarled angrily, and he slipped in the snow, trying to stay on his feet. "You can't do this," he said, sounding breathless. "You wouldn't. You're an alpha. You're supposed to protect." Ox leaned forward, face almost pressed flat against the ward in front of him. The man cowered. The alpha wolf said, "All I wanted to know was your name." In the end, it was swift. The Omegas surged forward, moving quick and sure. Some leapt over the creek bed and took off down either side of the wards, heading for the other witches just out of sight. Others shifted in the covered bridge, their claws digging into the wood as they tilted their heads back and howled. The two on top of the bridge jumped down and crouched low in the snow, fangs bared at the witches trying to hurt their alpha. The witches fought back. There were flashes of light as the ground split beneath the feral wolves. Some were knocked off their feet, crashing down hard on the ground. One of the men clapped his hands together in front of him, and a burst of compressed air flew out around him, slamming into the approaching waves of Omegas. They flew back. Most got up immediately. The witches were hopelessly outnumbered. In the distance, I could hear the shouts and screams of the other witches in the woods, could see light bursting in the trees. The man with the nasty smile was the first to fall, throat torn out, blood gushing onto the snow. He was on his knees, head tilted back as he gurgled. A blood bubble burst from his mouth, red mist landed on his face. He turned his head toward me, eyes locking with mine, pleading silently. I didn't react as another wolf descended on him, and he was no more. One of the remaining men tried to run. He didn't get very far before two half-shifted wolves landed on his back, fangs and claws tearing. The last man turned and ran toward us, through the wards. He wasn't afraid. He was going for Ox. He didn't make it. Joe moved in front of his mate. The man tried to stop, but he slid in the snow right into Joe's open jaws. He barely made a sound as the jaws shut tight. The woman was last. Her arms moved, her fingers twitched. One of the shifted Omegas, a thin and mangy creature, rose in the air in front of her. She twisted her wrist, muttering under her breath, and it folded in half, the sound of its back breaking loud and wet. It writhed, feet kicking, and she threw it at a small group of approaching Omegas. They yelped as the wolf collided with them. A half-shifted wolf came running at her from her left, but she raised her leg at an angle before slamming it down against the ground in the snow. The ground split beneath the Omega, swallowing it down to its hips before closing around it. It struggled to pull itself out, but then it tilted its head back and screamed as it began to thrash. Whatever was happening below the ground was hurting it, and it took only seconds before it slumped over, violet fading from its unblinking eyes. But that was as much damage as she could do. Another Omega jumped at her, and she stumbled backward through the wards, directly into Ox. She whirled around, the Omegas behind her throwing themselves against the wards, trying to get through to her, to their alpha. Ox wrapped a hand around her throat, lifting her off the ground. Her feet kicked uselessly. She clung to his bare arm as he lowered her face toward his. She said, "My name is Emma," and Ox stopped. The feral Omegas growled along the wards. There were so many of them. "My name is Emma," she said again, voice frantic. "Emma Patterson. I am Emma. I am Emma. I am Emma." Ox's half-shift faded. He blinked slowly up at her, and then he set her down on the ground. She wheezed as he let go of her neck. "Emma," Ox said. "Emma Patterson." She nodded. Yes. You said you only wanted my name. You asked me for my name." She was smart. We were distracted. Violence and bloodshed spread out before us, and this woman, this tiny woman, was sobbing her name, telling us to please spare her. Her name was Emma, and she didn't want to be here. This wasn't even her idea. She only went along with it because she had to. She thought she had to. It was only at the last second that I saw her reaching into her coat. The moonlight caught the blade, causing it to glitter in the dark. The knife was long and curved, looking as if it were made of pure silver. They couldn't see it, not like I could. She was bent away from them. I ran toward her, toward my alpha. She spun on her heels, bringing the knife out in a flat arc, and I reached out to grab her wrist and overshot. I saved my alpha, but there was nothing I could do about my hand. There was a wet thunk of knife hitting bone before it continued on, continued through. I felt nothing at first. I fell against Ox, and his arms came around me. I was breathing, and I looked up at him, frowning at his expression of horror. "What's wrong?" I tried to ask. but was hit with a wave of pain like nothing I'd ever felt before. I screamed in my alpha's arms as I looked down, trying to find why it hurt. Oh God, it hurt. I saw my hand, lying in the snow a few feet away, fingers curled up toward the sky. The snow underneath it was turning red. I raised my arm to see where my hand had once been. It was a clean cut, the skin barely ragged. Blood was spilling from it down my arm, mixing in with the roses. There came the roar of an enraged animal. Through the red-hot sheen of pain, I saw a brown wolf leap forward and land on top of Emma. Her hands came up to ward him off, but it was too late. His jaws closed over her throat and twisted viciously. Her neck snapped loudly, blood gushing around wicked sharp teeth. She barely made a sound. "No," I heard Ox muttering above me. "No, no, no, stay with me, Gordo. You need to stay with me." There came a groan of muscle and bone. I heard Joe. He said, "Holy shit. What the fuck? We need to bite him. Ox, we need to bite him." Elizabeth said, You can't. He's a witch. A powerful witch. It would kill him. It would kill him. He can't be changed into a wolf. It would kill him." A brown wolf stood in front of me, eyes violet and searching. He whined lowly, leaning his head forward, pressing his nose against my cheek. "Hey," I said, feeling floaty and disconnected. "It's okay. It hurt, but it's not that bad anymore. I probably won't be as handy as I was before." "Jesus Christ," Joe said, sounding strangled. "Did he just—" The wolves all growled angrily, louder than I'd ever heard it before. It sounded like there were hundreds of them. But I was safe in my alpha's arms, and I knew he would never let anyone hurt me again. I wanted to close my eyes. "Alpha Matheson," a shrill voice called. "Please, if we're to help Gordo, you need to let us through. We are here because of him. We can break the wards. There are enough of us. My name is Eileen. This is Patrice. We're here to help. We're here to—" Ox howled above me. It reverberated down to my bones. It felt like it was a part of me. I heard strange voices sounding like they were chanting in unison from somewhere far away. The brown wolf licked my cheek, and I couldn't even be bothered to try to push him away. There was a pulse of something heated on my shoulder, and I remembered I was marked by the one I loved. It calmed me, knowing that no matter what happened, everyone would know I belonged to a wolf. I screamed as I felt the wards break, body electrified as my back arched. Ox whispered in my ear, telling me I was safe, and he would always watch over me. "Please, Gordo, please, listen to me. Can you hear them? Can you hear us? All of us, Gordo. All of us, because we are pack," the wolves and humans whispered in my head. "We are pack, and you are brother, friend, love, mate. You are witch, you are life, you are love, and we will protect you." "Hold him down," a voice said, the words lilted and smooth. "This is gonna hurt." Tears leaked from my eyes and rolled down my cheeks. I stared up at Ox, who still held me in his arms. He reached up and brushed the wetness from my face. He said, I've got him. "Patrice?" I heard Eileen ask. "Can you help him?"
"Peut-être. Maybe. Won't be like it was. That hand is gone. That's over with now. But he won't need that. Magie. The magic in him and this pack. It's big. It'll compensate. Pare. Get ready, Alpha. You in this as much as I am. Whole pack. We have help. Laline, the moon. I was floating away, and I was higher than I'd ever been before. And I swore I could see all of Green Creek, all of the territory that the pack called home. And it was alight with a deep violet, all moving toward a group of witches and wolves hunched over a bleeding body, and I was slammed back down as the pain returned with a vengeance, ferocious and clawing. I howled a song of agony as the raven stretched its wings, a hand that felt like it was made of molten steel closing over the gushing wound, and I opened my eyes. I was in the clearing. A man sat across from me. His back was to me. His head was tilted back toward the sky. The moon was full. The stars looked like wolves. Around us, in the trees, prowled great beasts. The man said, I was foolish, proud, angry. I tried not to be. I thought being an alpha meant, I don't know, that I could be above all that I wouldn't be so human. But as it turned out, I had so much to learn, even at the end. I couldn't speak. I hear you, the man said. All of you. When you sing your wolf songs, even the humans, I always thought they made us better, made us whole, reminded us who we were supposed to be. Call it tethers or something more. It doesn't matter. It's something others don't understand. They don't see it like we do. The man bowed his head. I should have fought harder for you. And for that, I am sorry. You were my family, and I should have remembered that above all else. I failed you. My breath hitched in my chest, and my voice was just a whisper when I spoke. Thomas? He turned his head slightly, a small smile on his face. Gordo. Oh, I do love to hear your voice. I don't... That's okay. He turned to look back up at the moon. Is this real? I think so. I'm hurt. Yes. Protecting your alpha. I'm so proud of you. My eyes burned as I hung my head. I didn't know until that very moment how much I longed to hear those words from him. Mark, I choked out. He's changed. An Omega. I know. But he is not lost. None of them are. You are so much more than what they think, Gordo. All of you. My wife, my sons, my pack. I crawled toward him, almost falling face first into the ground when I went to put my right hand down, only to realize it wasn't there anymore. It was a smooth stump, looking fully healed. There were barely even scars. I didn't let it deter me. Not now. Not from him. Not ever. I reached him, and for the first time since I could remember, I could feel him. My alpha. I pressed my forehead against the back of his neck, and he said, Oh, Gordo. I'm so sorry. I am. But it's you, okay? One day it'll be you and me forever. We are going to be our own pack again, and you will always be my witch. And as the wolves sang their songs around us, I kissed the skin of my alpha's neck and pulled away to... I took in a great gasping breath, sitting up quickly. My head hurt. My arm was throbbing. I was cold.
And surrounding me, moving in a slow circle, were dozens of Omega wolves. "It's okay," a voice said near my ear. I turned my head slightly to see Ox still holding on to me. They won't hurt us. I have them. It's heavy, but I've got it. All of you are helping." 2 people moved in front of me, crouching down. The brown wolf crowding my side growled angrily at them, eyes flashing, but he made no move toward them. Eileen looked older than I remembered, the lines on her face deeper. But her eyes were knowing, always knowing. She reached out and pressed 2 fingers against my heated forehead. Almost immediately, the clouds in my head began to part. Patrice looked startling against the snow and the blood that had soaked into it. His skin was as white as the snow around us, his freckles like little spots of fire on his skin. He was ethereally beautiful. He was frowning as he reached toward me. He took my arm gently in his, lifting it up. My hand was gone. But the stump was on its way toward healing, far more than it should have been. Gone was the opened wound. In its place was a mass of red scar tissue that felt warm and achy. It looked months old rather than minutes. He held my arm gently, twisting it this way and that as he studied it. "It'll do," he said with a sigh. "Best I got." He set my arm down carefully before he looked up at me. "Foolish witch," he said, not unkindly. "You are lucky we were here, boyo," Eileen snapped. "And that it was only your hand. She could have taken your head off with that thing, and where would you be then?" "Headless," I muttered, and heard Ox choke behind me. Eileen rolled her eyes. "Don't get smart with me, Gordo. I have had just about enough excitement for one day, and we've only just begun." I struggled to stand up. Ox tried to help me, but Mark growled at him. Ox backed off as I glared at the wolf. He pushed himself against me, snout nosing under my good arm until I lifted it around him. He rose fully to his feet, pulling me up with him. Vertigo swam through me for a moment, but it passed. The Omegas continued to move in a wide circle around us. They kept their gazes on all of us, darting back and forth, but lingering on Ox. They didn't seem to be paying me any attention. It was almost as if I wasn't even there. Except for Mark. He stood pressed against me. Ox was in control. Somehow he was in control of all the feral wolves. I shook my head. I don't know how I'm gonna... I had to stop and swallow past the lump in my throat. I tried again, voice rougher than it had been before. "I don't know how I'm going to be any use now. I can't use..." "Bah," Patrice said dismissively. "That won't matter much. It's a hand, Gordo. Not where your magic came from. It's in your marks. Bustabak, that raven. It'll hold. You have pack. You have a mate. You'll learn." "That's not..." "It is, boyo," Eileen said sharply. "In the end, it's not going to matter much. Not to who you are. Only thing it's going to be a problem for is if you were right-handed to begin with. I'm sure Mark will help you learn how to jack off with the left." "Jesus Christ." She coughed. It sounded harsh in her chest. "Now that that's out of the way, you gotta get moving. Those hunters, they aren't going to wait. Things are changing, Gordo. Whispers in the wind. I can hear them. It's not the same. Not anymore. It's going to come to a head sooner rather than later. These feral wolves were just the first step. The hunters yet another. It's escalating, I think. Michelle Hughes is going to tighten her grip. She's had a taste now, and soon she's going to know exactly what you all are capable of. She glanced at Ox before looking back at me, a grim look on her face. There's never been anything like the Bennett pack, or this place. She's going to do whatever she can to find out why, and she will try to take it. And the Omegas? I asked. The infection. Patrice shook his head.
That don't matter. Your Alpha here, he's got 'em. In their heads. You can feel it. I know you can. Hell, I can feel it. And I'm not even in your pack.
He turned to Ox.
I don't know where you came from, boy, but I don't think I've ever seen someone like you before.
I can bring them back, Ox said quietly. He was looking at the Omegas that moved around us. When this is done, they'll still be Omegas, the infected ones. But I think it'll hold until you kill Robert Livingstone, Eileen said grimly. This is deep magic, deeper than I ever thought anyone could go. We can't fix it, not until we know what he's done. And if he dies, there's a chance his spell dies with him. That's what I got from Thomas when he... Thomas? A trembling voice asked. I turned. Elizabeth Bennet stood nude, eyes alight in the dark. She was staring at Eileen, an indecipherable look on her face.
Eileen sighed.
Yes, it wasn't clear. The visions never are. I see. I think he knew that we would be needed. She glanced at me before looking back at the mother wolf. It was faint and quick, but I couldn't stop myself. I didn't know if I wanted to. She had to know. They all did. I've seen him before, at the door, and here now. Joe made a wounded noise, bowing his head, wrapping his arms around his middle. Elizabeth took a step toward me, her bare feet sinking into the snow. Her skin was pebbled with goose flesh, but she moved with great deliberation until she stood before me. She trailed her fingers along my injured arm, running along the tattoos. The runes and roses glowed under her touch. She looked up at me, and there was never a moment in my life I wanted to protect her more than I did right then. He found you again. I nodded, unable to speak. Did he speak to you? He said he loves us, I said quietly. Loves you, and that I was his witch. Carter tilted his head back and howled mournfully. The timber wolf whined and rubbed against his side. The Omega seemed agitated at the sound, but they stayed away, still moving slowly in a circle around us. You see now, don't you? Elizabeth asked, reaching up to cut my face. Her hands were warm and kind. I think so. It hurts to know what I've lost, what we've lost. It hurts. And it will, maybe forever. Her thumbs brushed over my cheeks. But it will become a part of you, and one day it'll be bearable. A single tear fell from her eye. But you will never forget your Alpha. He said he was proud of me, I whispered, fearing that saying it any louder would make it untrue. And oh, how she smiled. He is, Gordo. As am I. As we all are. You were lost, I think, for a long time. but you have found your way home, though it was not without consequence." I winced. That might be an understatement. "I know, but we will figure it out. We always do. You're not alone, Gordo, and I promise you that you never will be." She stepped away, dropping her hands from my face. I watched as she shifted in front of me, and I remembered being told that it was easier to deal with grief as a wolf. Human emotions were complex. Wolf instincts were not. She was blue, so blue, but mixed in was green, wrapping around her, keeping her safe. She nosed Mark's throat before she went to stand back next to Carter, who licked one of her ears. "We will stay here," Eileen said quietly. "Clean up what remains. There are enough of us who have come to Green Creek to rebuild your wards while you do what you must. Nothing will escape, not while we stand watch. You have many allies, Alpha Matheson, whether you realize it or not. You must remember this, because there will come a time when it'll seem that the whole world is against you. You have powerful enemies, but I can see your strength. I will pray that it is enough to do what you must." Ox nodded. "Thank you for coming for my witch, for us." "Peace, Alpha. May your pack one day know peace." She stepped back. Patrice reached up and rubbed his thumb over Ox's forehead. A little trail of light formed a symbol on Ox's brow, an inverted S. The Omegas rumbled around us. Carter yipped. Mark growled at my side. Ox breathed in deeply. His eyes burned. "What did you do?"
"Focus," Patrice said. "That's focus. They're tied to you, Alpha. All of them. It will pull harder than you ever imagined. Tightened those bonds a bit. Not much, but it's the best I can do."
Ox bowed his head in deference. "Thank you." The witches moved away from us. The Omegas parted, letting them pass through without incident. They moved toward the bridge. "Gordo?" Ox snarled. You need—" "Shut up, Ox." He frowned. "It's not. Would you do the same for me?" "Always." "Then shut up." He sighed. "Only you wouldn't accept gratitude after getting your hand cut off. We have bigger things to worry about now. We can talk about it later, when I come off my inevitable meltdown."
"He'll wait on you hand and foot," Joe said. "Or maybe just foot now."
We turned slowly to look at him. He blinked at us. "Too soon?" He nodded. "Yeah, too soon. Sorry, Gordo." Ox took a step forward. The circle of Omegas broke. They amassed in front of him. Some were half shifted. Most were wolves. There had to be at least 60 of them. All their eyes were violet. It was more than Richard Collins ever had. Oxnard Matheson said, "I called you, and you came. I have made mistakes in the past. I cut myself off from all of you. I closed that door, even though you needed me. I have no right to ask anything of you, but in the end I must. There are people here, hunters. They have come into Bennett territory uninvited, and they have come to take away everything I hold dear. They already have 2 of my pack, and I will not accept that. If you help me, if you stand with me, then I promise you, I will do everything in my power to bring you back, to put your minds back together, no matter how long it might take. You are the forgotten, the lost. But if we survive today, I will find a way to bring you home." The Omega wolves tilted their heads back and howled for their alpha. The sound rolled over us, causing me to shake down to my bones. It was loud and angry, feral and harsh. I hoped Elijah and her hunters heard it too. They were waiting for us when we arrived back at the house at the end of the lane. The sky was nearly cloudless, a cold, clear blue. The sun was bright, and the moon was full and pale, but visible. I remembered the story Abel had told me about her love. Rico was standing on his own, eyes wide as he watched us approach. He was muttering something I couldn't hear. Jessie was next to him, tapping the crowbar on her shoulder, eyes narrowed. Robbie stood at the bottom of the stairs next to Kelly, who was wringing his hands. He looked as if he didn't know whether he wanted to step in front of Kelly and snarl or pull him back into the house. He did neither. Instead, he said, "That's a lot of Omegas." Elizabeth went to them first, shifting as she approached the house. Jessie reached down to a pack at her feet, pulled out a robe, and tossed it down the stairs. Elizabeth caught it mid-shift and wrapped it around her shoulders as the wolf melted away. "What happened?" Kelly demanded. "We felt... I don't know what it was, but it was awful. It was like someone died, but..." "Gordo?" Rico asked. "Why are you holding your arm like that? Did you break it?" "Not exactly," I muttered. "Gordo saved Ox," Elizabeth said. "He was hurt, but it'll be okay." "I don't understand," Robbie said, sounding confused. "It was like..." I held up my arm. Silence. Then, "What the fuck?" Rico squeaked. "Who did that?" Jessie growled. "And please tell me they're already dead." "How is it healed already?" Robbie demanded, eyes flashing. Kelly came first. Kelly, who had stood in the doorway of a dilapidated motel in the middle of nowhere, watching me shave my head, and told me I had to do it to him next, had to make him look like me. I thought he'd been my pack first, before Joe and Carter, because of that. His hands had been gentle when they pressed against my shoulders, and he hadn't fidgeted when I'd done the same to him. I remembered how prickly his scalp had felt when I'd run my fingers over it after I'd finished. He'd still been a child then, a grieving child far away from home. That child was gone now. The man he'd become stood before me. And he leaned forward, pressing his forehead against mine, eyes open and staring at me. I didn't look away. "You idiot," he said. "You stupid idiot. Had to get you to stop being angry with me somehow." He choked on a laugh. "Oh, I'm still mad at you, but now it's for entirely different reasons. I'll probably need to come to the shop to give you a hand now. I don't know the first thing about cars." "Too soon," Joe muttered, sliding into a pair of jeans Jessie had given him. "Already tried it." I shoved Kelly away. "Asshole." He shook his head as he went to his brother. The timber wolf didn't seem pleased to see him again, but Kelly ignored it, falling to his knees in the snow, wrapping his arms around Carter's neck. "I'm fine," I told Jessie and Rico, who were starting to fuss. "Yeah, sure you are," Rico snapped. "I get shot and you just had to go and try and one-up me. I'm going to have a sexy scar, and you're going to be able to get a sexy hook. Pirates always beat scars, Gordo. You know that. You stay away from Bambi. You don't get to try and take her away from me when you already got a wolf." "Why does it feel like this is a conversation you guys have had before?" Jessie asked us suspiciously. "Weed is a hell of a drug," Rico told her. "Though it does make more sense that Gordo would be the pirate instead of me." "Why would that be?" Jessie asked. "Because I'm straight," Rico explained. "And Gordo likes to plunder the booty." "I hate you so fucking much," I told him. Nah, that's a lie. Don't even try it. And, as a sidebar, is it almost time to kill the bad guys and get Chris and Tanner back? Because I'm gonna need them here with me to help me get over the trauma of getting shot and having a one-handed boss. They'll help me come to terms with this brave new world we find ourselves in. Men, Jesse grumbled. You're all fucking idiots. Hey, this has hands down, sorry Gordo, been one of the worst days ever. Show a little respect. I loved them more than I could ever say. Yeah, it's almost time. Good, they muttered in unison, sounding more wolfish than the actual wolves. The hunter should never have come to this town. And because he was the only one left, and still stood near the porch looking ridiculously unsure, I waved Robbie over. He came, trying not to stare at my arm, but failing miserably. Who did this? He asked, voice hushed. A witch. Is she dead? Mark growled as I said, Very. Robbie nodded frantically. Great, that's great, that's... Kid, you need to calm down. Take a breath. We're fine. We're all... He surprised me by leaping forward and throwing his arms around me. I grunted at the impact, and Mark snapped at him, fangs flashing but not actually sinking into skin. I'm glad you're okay, he whispered into my neck. I rolled my eyes and wrapped my good arm around his back. Kid was soft. Yeah. Enough with the feelings, all right. We got bigger things to worry about. He stepped back and his eyes were orange. We're going after her, aren't we? Eventually. He wasn't talking about Elijah. Yeah, we are. You gonna be okay with that? He didn't hesitate. This is my home. This is my pack. I'll do whatever it takes. I reached up and squeezed the back of his neck. We're lucky to have you, Robbie. Even if you insist on wearing those fucking glasses. He grinned at me. Ox said, Do it. I kicked away the line of silver. Pappas jumped forward, ready to bite and tear, and Ox roared. Pappas stopped. He blinked, tilting his head toward Ox. His eyes were violet. Ox rumbled deep in his chest, and Pappas listened. Gordo. I know, I told Mark, squatting in front of him. I know. He pressed his head against my shoulder and breathed me in. Gordo. I was not a wolf, but even I could feel the pull of the moon. When I'd been alone, when all the wolves had left me behind, I hated it. I hated the way it stretched my skin tight, the way I always felt it overhead. Eventually the bonds broke. Eventually I didn't feel the moon anymore. But it wasn't done with me. Not by a long shot. Here, now, I felt it. Maybe more so than ever before. I was not a wolf, but I was a part of them. They were a part of me. And the moon pulled. We stood in front of the house at the end of the lane, snow still drifting down around us. 9 members of the Bennett pack, a timber wolf, Pappas, and all those Omegas. The full moon was here. Cry havoc, I whispered, as the wolves sang their songs around me. And let slip the dogs of war. Chapter 24. Pack. When I was a child, a woman named Elijah had held my hand in the diner as she prayed. And then, even as she slipped a needle into my skin, much like my father had done before her, she rained fire down upon us. Hunters came to Green Creek and took away almost everyone I loved. We weren't ready. We paid the price for that. All that remained was a smoking crater strewn with death. She survived somehow, and she had come again. She meant to finish what she'd started. She had taken 2 of my pack away from me. She thought she had the upper hand, that she had us beat. But after all she'd brought upon us, after all she was capable of, she still didn't understand there was one thing that should never be done. Back a beast into a corner. Because that's when it has nothing left to lose, and it'll do everything it can to survive. I trust you, Ox told me. I know. They have Tanner and Chris. I know. And they're still alive, still fighting. I know. Ox nodded. Which is why you will go to them. We will come in from the front, distract the hunters, distract Elijah, pick them off one by one while we can before going full bore. And that's when you will come in from the rear. With any luck, they won't even know you're there until it's too late. Divide and conquer. His smile was all teeth. It's how wolves hunt in the wild. They separate the flock. And you're sure they're in the garage, Chris and Tanner? Have I ever told you what it was like when I opened my eyes as a wolf for the first time? I shook my head. He'd hinted at it, but then we'd realized just how wide open that door was, and everything was focused on shutting it and making sure it was locked. I could feel you, all of you, my pack. But it was more than that. I could feel all of them. The people here, in the territory. I felt the grass, the leaves, the birds in the trees. Everything. You know this place, Gordo. I know you do. You are in touch with it in ways that most others are not. But I think it's more than that for me. You are the earth, and I am the sky. So yes, I know they're in the garage. I know they're scared. I know they're hurt. I know they're as stubborn as they've ever been. And we're going to make the kings pay for all they've done. Their names don't matter to me. Dirt and leaves and rain, I muttered. He cocked his head at me. It's something Mark tells me. I looked away. It's what I smell like to him. I will bring him back to you, Ox said, and I closed my eyes. To all of us. You can't promise that, I said through gritted teeth. Watch me, Ox said. I love you, Joe told us from the porch, Ox at his side. I love all of you. You are my pack, and this is our town. It's time to take it back. Nevermore, nevermore, never. I moved through the back dirt roads of Green Creek, snow crunching underneath my feet. Mark was on my right and Elizabeth on my left. It wasn't until after Ox had told him to go with me that I realized what he was doing. He was trying to keep those who remembered the last time Elijah had been here away from her. Carter had been too young, but the 3 of us were not. I didn't know whether to thank him or be pissed off. It didn't matter. We could deal with it later. The stump that had once been my right hand was wrapped with a bandage and a sock placed over it. Jessie told me that while she trusted my magic, she didn't know these other witches. We couldn't know if there was nerve damage. I needed to avoid frostbite. We're going to have to get that checked, she told me, fitting the sock over the stump. And somehow figure out how to explain how it happened and how it already healed. Half the town already knows about wolves, I reminded her. I saw the doc in there too. What's a magically healed amputation in the face of that? This is going to explode in our faces. Maybe. But if it does, we'll deal with it then. The forest felt unnaturally quiet, as if it and the nearby town were empty. Rico and Jesse had made their way to the lighthouse with orders to keep everyone safe in case the hunters somehow found their way to it. Jessie looked like she was going to argue, but Ox told her he was trusting her to keep the rest of the humans safe. Rico sighed, but agreed. I mean, if I'm going to get shot, it might as well be by my girlfriend. At least I'll expect it coming from her. It was slow going, even though we kept to what were normally dirt roads. The snow was deep, and the drifts even deeper. I stumbled a few times, but a wolf was always there to keep me upright. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. Yeah, I muttered, putting my remaining hand on Mark's back. He was there, somehow. Mark. The bonds between us were frayed and tenuous, but they were holding. Because of Ox, or because I bore my wolf's mark upon my shoulder, I didn't know. I believed Ox when he said he would find a way. It was Gordo, 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 and mate which, and some wolf blue song of mine, and mine, and mine. He was echoing in my head, agitated and twitchy, but I held on to it as best I could. It meant there was hope. He helped me up again, and I was about to take a step forward when Elizabeth froze, ears perking, tail curved up behind her. Mark growled lowly next to me before he herded me against a large tree. It took a moment to hear what they did. Voices. They were faint at first, but they grew louder as I breathed shallowly through my nose. The vines on my arm began to tighten under my coat, pulling against my skin. My magic was wilder than it had been before, and I felt a phantom sensation where my hand had once been, like I still had fingers that could curl into a fist. Elizabeth moved a few feet away from us and began to dig in the snow, the powder and ice piling up behind her. Her claws scraped, and I worried she was going to give us away before she finished, lowering herself into the indentation she'd created. She blended in with the snow and trees. I put my back against the tree trunk, Mark standing in front of me, not even trying to conceal himself. Idiot, I said quietly, reaching up and running a finger between his eyes. He pressed against my hand and breathed in deeply. Don't know why we had to wait, a voice said as it got closer. A man. What the hell is she doing? I think she likes it here, another voice replied. A woman. Don't know why. This place gives me the creeps. Being in an alpha's territory is one thing, but 2 alphas? She's gonna get us all killed. Oh, how right she was. They were closer. I don't give a fuck what she likes, the man said. And just because she thinks the ferals are going to do the job for us doesn't mean they're not going to come for us after. I mean, there were already 2 of them. What if it's the whole pack by now? They're easier to put down, the woman muttered. Feral wolves don't think. They're nothing but animals. It's the non-feral wolves I'm worried about. She should have just let us burn down the goddamn house, circle the whole thing with silver, and just be done with it. The man snorted. Did you see the look on her face when Grant told her that? I thought she was going to shoot him right there. Closer. We're hunters, the woman said mockingly. We're supposed to hunt. Right? I get off on killing these things as much as anyone else, but goddamn, she's getting careless. This isn't like it was in Omaha, or West Virginia. Bennett's, the woman said. I don't necessarily agree with the way she's going about this, but can you imagine what it's going to be like for us when we get to say we took out the Bennett pack? We're going to be legendary. Closer. As long as we get paid, I don't care about. Mark looked at me with violet eyes. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. I stepped out from behind the tree. They were young. Almost kids, really. Maybe younger than Joe. Such a waste. They both had their rifles slung over their shoulders. They hadn't expected me. They stopped, eyes wide. Hello, I said. They took a step back. Mark rounded the other side of the tree, lips pulled back against his fangs. His tail swished side to side. They took another step back. "Your mistake," I told them, "was talking about killing a pack when a mother wolf could hear you." The man snapped, "What are you—" Elizabeth rose from the snow off to their left. The woman said, "Oh, please, no." They barely had time to reach for their guns before Elizabeth was on them. It was over without a shot being fired. Birds took off in the trees, wings frantic as a predator took down its prey. Hunter blood had once again been spilled on Bennett land, and we had only just begun. When Elizabeth lifted her head, red droplets clinging to her whiskers, her eyes flashed orange. "Pack," she whispered in my head. "Pack, pack, pack." We came in on the opposite side of town, near where we'd found the abandoned car. Our tire tracks had long been buried by the storm that had since dissipated into flurries. I wondered what they'd done with Jones, his body. When all was said and done, I would make sure he got a proper burial. We stayed off the road as we approached Green Creek, the buildings rising up out of the snow. In the distance, I could see the remains of the diner, the tow truck still on its side. I didn't know if they'd tried to move it to get at the body of the red wolf underneath, or if they'd just let it be. Farther down Main Street, one of the traffic signals was blinking yellow. Beyond it was the garage. The hunters' trucks still surrounded it. It didn't look like they'd been moved since we'd been there last, hunkering down in the diner. I could make out someone moving on the roof, still others near the trucks. Halogen lights had been set up around the garage, casting a harsh glow in every direction. The power in the town was still out, but the garage was lit like a beacon. I was uneasy. Elijah wasn't stupid. We couldn't underestimate her. She had waited until the full moon for a reason. Whether it was to justify the killing of werewolves under the thrall of the moon, or to wait and see if the feral wolves would either infect or kill the others before she descended, I didn't know. But the fact that she hadn't tried anything further since coming to Green Creek was unexpected. I hadn't believed her when she'd said the humans of the town were off limits. She was waiting for something. But what? I didn't know. But she had Chris and Tanner. That was more than enough reason for us to descend upon her. The sky above had begun to darken almost an hour before. The moon was growing brighter through the breaks in gray clouds. We hit the town line, staying out of sight behind the buildings and the shadows. There were no other hunters this far south. What those two had been doing in the woods I didn't know. Maybe they were on patrol. Maybe they were looking for us. It didn't matter anymore. They couldn't hurt anyone again. We were a few blocks away from the garage when we stopped. I leaned against a brick wall. The building had once housed a post office before it had been closed and moved to Abbey. It was now a seasonal gift shop that had closed early for the winter ahead of the storm. The shop owner brought her ancient Buick in for an oil change every 3 months like clockwork. I hadn't seen her in the lighthouse. I hoped she had escaped before the hunters had come. We waited. It wouldn't be much longer. The wolves sat in the snow on either side of me, huddled close to keep me warm. I said, "If this doesn't go well," Elizabeth growled. "If we don't make it out," Mark growled. "I'm trying to." They both growled. I sighed. "Fine, I won't be that guy. But never again can you tell me to stop being an asshole when the both of you are just as bad. Especially you, Elizabeth. I don't know why more people can't see how much of a bastard you are." She snorted. Mark pawed at the snow. I reached up to rub a hand over my face, only to remember at the last second that the hand was gone. "Fuck," I muttered hoarsely. "Gordo, Gordo, Gordo." It's not, brother, love, pack. It's not gonna be the same. None of this will be. Mark nosed at my stump. Elizabeth crowded closer. I'm gonna need you both, I said, and it was easier than I expected it to be. I didn't know why I couldn't see that before. I'm gonna need all of you. Yes, 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 yes. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. Okay. Will. It came then, a surge that rolled through us, the strength of our alphas. It was time. A moment later, a lone howl rose over the town, echoing down the empty streets. I knew that wolf. I knew where it had come from. The earth around us pulsed, recognizing its call. It fell away. Shouts of alarm rose from the garage down the street from us. The wolves were coming, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Here we go, I whispered. Elizabeth and Mark stood at the same time. I pushed myself up off the building. I cracked my neck side to side. The raven spread its wings. It wasn't like it had been before. My hand was gone. My magic felt untethered. I wondered if this was what it felt like to be feral, to be Omega. The howl rang out again. It was louder this time, and for a moment it was still alone. But even before it could start to fade, another wolf began to sing, almost like it was harmonizing with his mate. Oxnard, Joe. And then came the others. Carter, Robbie, and farther away, much, much farther, Rico and Jesse, howling in our heads. Chris and Tanner, laughing hysterically at the sounds of their pack coming for him. And then all the wolves began to sing, and it was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. All the Omegas howling with their alpha, singing a song of war. It was time to end this. Even before we rounded the back of the building, the first sounds of gunfire split the air. It echoed through the town, sharp cracks above the shouts of men. There were little bursts of light in my head, little flashes of pain, and I knew almost immediately it was Omegas being struck. They weren't pack, not like the others, but they belonged to Ox just as much as we did. It was in the periphery, and I hoped he would be able to forgive himself one day. Forgive me for telling him to bring them here. Whether it was too late for them or not, whether we could find a way to bring them back when all this was said and done, this was going to weigh on him, on all of us. We moved swiftly and surely. We knew what we had to do. We knew the plan. Divide and conquer. Even as we kept to the shadows, my breath harsh in my ears, I knew the first wave of Omegas would be breaking off into the town, fainting onto the side streets, small groups led by a member of my pack. They draw the hunters away. Even as we got closer, I heard the loud shouts of the hunters, and then their trucks fired up and tore off through the snow, giving chase. It was working. Ox and Joe would be the most visible, eyes on fire, making sure the hunters could see that there were alphas there. And if the alpha was killed, then the pack would flounder, be easier to take out. They had the largest targets on their back, and they would make sure the hunters saw them first. Especially Elijah. She would be leading the charge. There was a pull in my head, and it was cleaner than it had been in days. The witches around Green Creek had finished constructing the wards. I didn't know how many had come with Patrice and Eileen, but they'd done what they set out to do. Nothing further would get in, and the Omegas wouldn't get out. It was a prison, but one we now controlled. The hunters just didn't know it yet. The halogen lights were harsh as we neared the garage. I kept out of sight, the wolves crouching low beside me. A hunter stood on the roof, firing a rifle with quick precision. Another pinprick of pain flashed in my head. Silver entering an Omega wolf. But there was nothing I could do about that now. It wasn't one of my wolves. The garage had 3 work bays. One of the doors in the rear had been raised, and light spilled out from inside. I heard the chugging rumble of a generator. 2 hunters stood there, backs flat against the wall. "There," I whispered. "Take them. I've got the guy on the roof." Mark wasn't happy about separating, but we didn't have a choice. We needed to clear out as many as we could before we went inside. Elizabeth whispered in my head, and the blue was gone. She was hunting. Mark stared at me with omega eyes. "Go." They went, disappearing into shadow, crouched low. A metal ladder was attached to the side of the garage. Marty had had it installed not long after I'd come to live with him. One of the guys, Jordy, dead by cancer less than a year later, had almost fallen off the old rickety wooden ladder they'd normally used, and Marty swore up and down that he sure as shit wasn't going to see his premiums go up because of a goddamn workers' compensation claim. He shelled out a couple $100 to have the ladder installed on the side of the building. It was this ladder I went to now. I reached to grab a rung and... "Shit," I muttered, as my stump knocked against the metal, sending a sharp burst of pain through my arm. I gritted my teeth and grabbed the ladder with my left hand, hooking my arm into the rung above, and pulled myself up. The metal was cold and slick. My hand went numb almost immediately. Above me, the sound of gunfire continued. I was sweating profusely by the time I neared the roof. The sweat dripped into my eye, causing it to burn. I lifted my head until I could see out onto the roof. The hunter stood on the opposite edge, firing his rifle again and again and again. It wasn't scoped, and I hoped that meant he was missing more than he was hitting. I pushed myself up as quietly as I could. The snow that had accumulated on the roof had turned to slush from so many people walking on it. I breathed shallowly as I stood. The hunter hadn't heard me. He fired again. Between us was a row of skylights, long windows that led down into the garage and were used for ventilation in the hot summers. The snow had been cleared from the glass. Below me, I heard the grunt of men surprised, but it was the only sound they made before their throats were torn out. The hunter fired once more, and then came a dry click. He cursed and stepped back to reload. He reached into his coat pocket and... I was moving even before he could pull his hand back out of his pocket. He heard me in those last few feet. He started to turn, rifle swinging toward me, but I was on him before he could face me completely. I knocked the barrel of the rifle down, not wanting to take a chance that it had misfired and could still cause damage. He opened his mouth like he was ready to shout in warning, but it came out as a gurgle after I punched him in the throat. Something gave way with an audible crunch, and his eyes bulged as he struggled to breathe. I wrapped my hand around the back of his neck, forcing his head down as I raised my knee up into his face. Bones broke, and blood dripped into the slush. He raised his head again, and Jesus Christ, he was just a kid like those 2 in the woods. I didn't know where Elijah had gotten them, how she had recruited them, but she'd gone young. They couldn't be kings. Most of them were dead. But they were here to hurt my family. I backhanded him across the face and he fell onto his back, sliding near the edge of the roof. He blinked up blearily at me as I stood above him. I said, "You shouldn't have come here." He raised his leg to kick out at me, but I deflected it easily. The roses burst to life, and I swore right then and there I felt my hand again, like it was made of flowery petals and thick vines. I trusted it, my magic, and I followed it. I knelt and pressed my stump against the roof. The slushy snow around us began to crawl over him like it was sentient. He opened his mouth again to scream, but the dirty snow went into his mouth, pouring down his throat, causing him to gurgle. I twisted my stump against the roof, grinding my teeth. A surge of frigid air surrounded us. I stood back up slowly. The man's face was frozen solid, his mouth open, eyes jutting out between his lips and teeth. His eyes were wide and unblinking. The raven was flapping its wings, struggling to calm. It hadn't been like that since I was a kid, the ink still fresh on my arm. I'd have to deal with it later before it became a problem. I went to the rear of the building, peering down over the ledge in time to see Elizabeth and Mark dragging the bodies of two men away from the garage and into the dark, leaving behind twin streaks of blood in the snow. I turned around to head toward the ladder and... "Hello, Gordo," Elijah said, standing right in front of me. "What happened to your hand?" Before I could react, she lashed out. I saw stars as she smashed her fist into the side of my head, knocking me to the side. My vision swam as I fell to my knees. My ear went numb, a loud buzzing echoing in my head. Before I could react, she spun in a tight circle, bringing her leg up and then smashing the heel of her foot against the side of my neck. My teeth snapped together, biting into my tongue. Blood flooded my mouth as I landed on my back. I stared up at the night sky, dazed. The moon was blurry. She gripped my hair as she dragged me across the roof toward the skylight. I could hear the wolves screaming for me, singing in terror. Howls ripped through the night air, and the raven tried to take flight. But it was confused. It didn't know where to go. It didn't know what to do. We reached the skylight, and she pressed my face flat against the glass. "Look, Gordo," she said, her mouth near my ear. "Look and see what happens to humans who run with wolves." I opened my eyes. 20 feet below us was the garage floor, and against the far wall were Chris and Tanner. They'd been beaten within an inch of their lives. Their arms were chained above them, their heads bowed. Every part of them seemed to be covered with blood. Tanner's arm looked like it had been broken. Chris's face was so swollen, I doubted he could see. I waited for them to move, to show me they were here, that they were alive, that they hadn't left us, left me. Please, 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 please. They heard me. Tanner raised his head and looked straight up at me. His eyes widened. Chris coughed, blood spilling out onto the floor. "They are strong," Elijah said quietly. "I'll give them that. They didn't give you up, even when their bones broke, even when I made them scream. And Gordo, how they screamed for you, begging you to come save them. They believed you would come for them, all of you. And here you are. I see their faith in you wasn't misplaced. It's endearing. Misguided, but endearing. I will save them for last. After your pack is dead, and the fire of God has cleansed this place from evil, I will return and absolve them of their sins. It has been made abundantly clear that nothing in Green Creek must remain as it is now. I don't know how it was done, but Omegas have overrun this territory. It will need to be cleansed. The people here cannot be saved. My vision is clear, and I can see." She let me go. Chris and Tanner screamed for me as I turned over on my back. The moon was so bright. I didn't think I'd ever seen anything more beautiful. Elijah reached behind her shoulders and pulled the skin of the wolf over her head again. In my dazed mind, I thought I was safe, that the wolves had come for me and I was safe. Her hand went into her coat. For a moment, I saw a flash of something that looked like it was attached to her chest underneath her coat, but then she pulled out a gun and pointed it at my face. It was larger than anything I'd seen before. The end of the barrel looked like a gaping tunnel. I grinned up at her. My teeth felt slick with blood. Would do it again. She cocked the gun. I know you would. And that's why Green Creek will be purged. I spared you once because you were just a child, and I hoped that by freeing you from the chains of the wolf, you would see the error of your ways. I won't make that mistake again. I said the only thing I could. Nevermore. She blinked. What? Nevermore. The raven flew. The ink in my skin felt scorched, the bonds within me burning brighter than the sun. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. The wolves were with me. It was all I could ever ask for, here at the end. I would take her with me, and they would be safe. I slammed my arms against the glass underneath me. The roof rumbled as it cracked, metal and concrete and plaster shifting. Elijah took a stumbling step back, eyes going wide as the roof shook. She was off-center, which was the reason the bullet missed its target. It didn't hit me. Instead, it shattered the glass of the skylight I lay upon. Weightlessness, only for a moment, as the glass gave way beneath me. I fell through the skylight, head rapping against the metal frame, feet scraping against the cracks in the roof. I remembered him. Mark, standing in front of me, telling me I smelled like dirt and leaves and rain, telling me he needed to protect me. The way he'd tasted on a summer's day, his bare feet in the grass. The look of betrayal on his face as he stood on my doorstep. The way my hand had felt on his throat as I left a raven on his skin. I wished I'd gotten to tell him I loved him. One last time. I fell. The glass spun around me, and from below me came the sound of a furious wolf. I turned my head in time to see Mark burst into the garage. Everything felt slow. His muscles coiled before he jumped. And then he began to turn. The muscles and bones shifted underneath his skin. The thick hairs on his body receded. The paws outstretched in front of him spread and became fingers, the claws black and wickedly sharp. As he became human, as his violet eyes flashed, the raven on his throat ruffled its feathered wings and strong arms wrapped around me as a heavy human body collided into me. The breath was knocked from my chest as he curled himself around me, taking the brunt of the impact with the ground as we rolled. I ended up tucked into his side as the glass shattered. And then silence. I opened my eyes. Mark was staring down at me. His eyes were violet, but he was here. He was human. I reached up and touched his face. Gordo, he growled through a mouthful of fangs. I don't understand, I whispered. How are you? As romantic as this is, Tanner said hoarsely. And it's really very sweet. I would like it if my arms weren't chained to the fucking ceiling anymore. Yeah, Chris said, coughing wetly. What he said. Mark snapped his head up, nostrils flaring. I pushed myself up away from him, struggling to get to my feet, body aching. I looked up at the skylight, expecting to see Elijah staring down at us, gun pointed in our direction. But all I could see was the moon, Elizabeth ran into the rear of the garage, shifting violently. Her eyes were blazing orange as she stood. "Hi, Mrs. Bennett," Tanner said. "Nice to see you, Mrs. Bennett," Chris said. Her eyes widened at the sight of Mark standing next to me, his hand still on my arm. "How did you—" She shook her head, moving toward the others. "Elijah escaped. I saw her jumping from the roof, but she was gone before I could get back around. She left a scent trail." She stood in front of Chris and Tanner, reaching out her hands to cup their faces. "I'm so happy to see you again. You are safe now. I promise you. I won't let them touch you again." Chris sighed and leaned into her touch. "I'm okay," he said. Words lisped through swollen and split lips. "It looks worse than it is. Get Tanner down first. They broke his arm this morning, those assholes. I'm gonna fucking kill—" "Holy shit, Gordo! Where the fuck is your hand?" "Long story," I muttered. "Later. We need to figure out what Elijah is gonna do." I looked up at Mark. He was watching me. His eyes were still violet, but he wasn't struggling with his shift. "How are you doing this?" It looked like it cost him greatly to speak. His words were rough. You, it was you. Pack, strong, helped us. Gordo's safe. Keep Gordo safe." "Yeah, okay, safe. We're safe." Tanner cried out as Elizabeth broke the manacles around his wrists. She held him against her as he cradled his arm, her hand on the back of his head, fingers in his hair as he sobbed. "I've got you," she whispered. "I've got you." "Gordo," Chris said. "You gotta help them. She's going to—" He grimaced, turning his head and spitting a thick wad of blood onto the ground. "Elijah, she's not going to let anyone go. She knows about the lighthouse. We saw her, packing it, wearing it. Gordo, she's got a bomb strapped to her chest, and it's filled with silver. Ball bearings. It's—" "After your pack is dead, and the fire of God has cleansed this place from evil, I will return and wash them of their sins. It has been made abundantly clear that nothing in Green Creek must remain as it is. I don't know how it was done, but Omegas have overrun this territory. It will need to be cleansed. The people here cannot be saved. I see that now. I will deal with them myself." "Jesse," I breathed. "Rico." Elizabeth moved in front of Chris. "I will stay with them. Gordo, you need to get to the lighthouse before it's too late." I turned to Mark. His eyes were blazing. I leaned forward and pressed my forehead to his. "Are you with me?" His breath was hot against my face. "Gordo." Chapter 25. Moon. The streets of Green Creek were awash with blood. Men and women, all hunters, stared sightlessly at the sky, eyes reflecting the full moon. Their guns lay scattered in the snow. There were Omegas, full wolves, some half-shifted. One whined at me as we passed it by, reaching its hands toward me. Its lower half had been crushed as if it had been rolled over. Nothing could be done to save it. Mark had shifted back into a wolf. He stood above the Omega, head cocked down at it. It reached up and ran a single hand through the hair on his throat. It was over quick. Mark reached his head down and snapped its neck. It didn't move after that. He returned to my side. We came to an overturned truck on fire, flames sputtering out into the snow. A pair of legs stuck out from beneath the cab. Another hunter had tried to crawl away but had been caught by a wolf. I didn't know where his arm had ended up. From out of the trees stepped Robbie Fontaine, shifted and tense, followed by a small group of Omegas. He came to me and pressed his nose against my hip. He huffed out a breath, leaving his scent upon me. I ran my hand between his ears. He leaned into the touch. There was a question sent, and I said, "We have to move. She's going to hurt everyone." Robbie stepped away, turning over his shoulder to growl at the Omegas behind him. They flattened their ears. One hissed back at him, jaws stretched wide, but it subsided when Robbie let out a rough bark. He fell and stepped beside me, and we moved on. Kelly and Carter were next. They came out from between two houses, their muzzles caked with blood. Carter snarled at the sight of us, his hackles raised, beginning to coil like he was going to strike. Kelly moved in front of him, throat rumbling almost like he was purring. Carter's eyes flickered between his normal blue and violet, and he whined, sounding confused. The timber wolf came up behind him, rubbing against his side. Carter allowed it for a moment before he turned his head and snapped at the wolf. It bared its teeth back at him, not moving away. They surrounded me. Kelly and Robbie moved side by side. Carter and the timber wolf were to my left, next to Mark. More Omegas came out from the trees. All were shifted. One looked as if its leg had been severely broken. I saw the flash of wet, white bone as it held the leg up against its stomach. I could feel them. My pack. The Omegas. A violent thrum that made my head ache. The Alphas were waiting for us at the top of a hill, surrounded by feral wolves who seemed to want to get as close to Ox as they could. They were whining and barking in low, coarse tones, their songs running through us like a storm. Behind them were the bodies of more hunters, mouths agape, arms stiff and hands frozen above them, as if they were still trying to ward off wolves, even in death. I felt no pity for them. They had brought this on themselves. Joe looked over all of us, asking a question without making a sound. "She's fine," I said, "with Chris and Tanner. She'll keep them safe. Elijah, she's... We have to help them. Jesse, Rico, the town." The Alphas tilted their heads back and howled. In the distance, we heard the sounds of gunfire. She was waiting for us in front of the lighthouse. Her gun was in her hand, at her side. She sat in the snow, cross-legged. The bodies of 6 Omegas lay at her feet, all with smoking wounds, the silver burning its way through them. She had pulled the wolf's head back, letting it rest on her neck. Her coat was open. On her torso, attached to a thin Kevlar vest, were long glass cylinders, 8 of them in total. Each had 2 wires fixed to the top, green and red. The cylinders were packed full of silver ball bearings, just as Chris had said. Between her Kevlar and the cylinders were small bricks of what looked like black putty. Behind her, the lighthouse stood darkened. Rico and Jesse must have heard her coming and turned out the lights. Hopefully they were keeping everyone down on the floor and quiet. I was about to look away when Rico peered out the window, eyes wide. He saw us approaching and disappeared. Christ, I needed to keep them safe. Elijah slowly rose at our approach. The moon caused her shadow to stretch out grotesquely onto the lighthouse. She wasn't scared. Her hands did not shake. She smiled. She said, "Alphas, monsters, beasts, a blight on the skin of the world." She spat onto the bodies of the Omegas at her feet. "Paul the Apostle gave warning. He pleaded with his elders to keep watch over the Lord's blood-soaked flock. He told them that after his departure, Fierce wolves would come among them, not sparing the flock. They did not care, these wolves, about righteousness, about piety. They were devoted only to the rage that called from the moon. And Peter, he knew this too. He told them of false prophets who would rise among the people. She raised her voice. Just as there will be false teachers among you, who will secretly bring in destructive heresies, even denying the master who bought them, bringing upon themselves swift destruction, and from among your own selves will arise men speaking twisted things, to draw away the disciples after them. She looked at Ox. You are the false prophet, the false teacher, the abomination. You who found a way to become an alpha even before you gave in to the sins of a wolf. Beware the wolf in sheep's clothing. It will come to scatter the flock. But the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not fear the wolf. It's over, I said. You're outnumbered, Elijah. Your people are dead. Her smile widened. A necessary sacrifice, which proves everything I've said, everything I've believed. This town has a curse upon it. The land has been poisoned. We came here once, hoping to cleanse the earth so that it could heal, free from the chains of the beast. My God walked with me that day, steadying my aim. She tilted her head toward the sky. Especially when it came to the smaller ones. The little wolves, they tried to run from me. I was shining a light in the darkness, and they could not escape. They were just kids, I said hoarsely, as the wolves growled around me. All of us blew and blew and blew. Little wolves grow into big wolves, she said. And big wolves know nothing but the taste for flesh and blood. They were already lost the moment they took a breath in this world. Either they must be put down, or their spirit broken until they become nothing but a pet. She glanced at the timber wolf, who flinched and tried to crowd closer to Carter. But even then they disappoint you. Mark took a step forward, growling dangerously. Elijah didn't recoil. If anything, that made her angry. But we couldn't take them all. I watched as my family fell around me. I saw their skin tear. I heard their screams. I was a child, but I saw it all from the trees. A tear fell from her eye and onto the knotted tissue of the scar on her face. My family, aunts and uncles, cousins, people who believed such as I did. The wolves didn't know I was there. The blood was too thick in the air for them to notice me. My father, he lost his way after that. He didn't understand why God had forsaken him, why he had abandoned us when we needed him most. He couldn't see what I could see. He didn't know what I knew. We hadn't been abandoned. We had been tested. It's always been about the strength of faith. He is a just God, but he is a demanding God. He needs proof of our convictions. My father had lost sight of that. He spoke of walking away, of just letting them go. And no matter what I said to him, no matter how much I begged and pleaded with him, he wouldn't listen to reason. He had fallen from his faith. She raised her gun and put the barrel to the side of her head. I told him that I was sorry. Her voice broke. That I wished it didn't have to end like this. But I couldn't have his discord spread to the others. In the end, he, too, was a wolf in sheep's clothing, trying to take down the flock one by one. She put her finger on the trigger. God commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, his son, on Moriah, to prove his faith. He took his son to the mountain, bound and gagged, and placed him atop the altar. And just as he was about to show God how much he loved him, an angel came, telling him that God knew just how much Abraham feared him now. A ram appeared, and Abraham was able to sacrifice that instead, and God was appeased. She put the slightest amount of pressure on the trigger. I knew that I was being tested, just as Abraham was. I knew what God was asking of me, because I had faltered. In this place, I had failed. So I went to my father while he slept, and I put my gun to his head, and I put my finger on the trigger, and I waited for the angel to appear. I waited for a sign to tell me that I had proven myself, that I was who God wanted me to be. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. Nothing came, Elijah said, and I did what I had to do. I didn't cry when I shot my father in the head. I didn't. I felt peace. I knew I had done the right thing, what had been asked of me. It was necessary. My father had failed, and I could not. It was simple in the end. She lowered the gun back down to her side. I buried him under an oak tree. I carved his initials into the trunk. He would have been proud of me for that. My brother, Daniel, he didn't see it that way. I buried him next to my father.
You won't leave here, I told her. This is the end, Elijah. She nodded.
I know. I always knew that coming back would be the last thing I ever did. I prepared myself for that, even if I felt my skin crawl at being ordered by one such as Michelle Hughes. Standing in front of her and not filling her with silver was one of the hardest things I've ever done. And she thought we agreed for the sake of protecting the wolves from sickness, from infection. It was never about that. It was finally time to return to this place that had taken so much from me. It was about doing what I was born to do, what I was instructed by God to do.
I won't let you hurt them. I'll kill you before you can. She laughed.
I don't fear death, Gordo. I will be rewarded after for all that I've done. A plague has fallen upon the beasts, and I will stop it before it spreads further. Calling the Omegas here was something I didn't expect. But in the end, you have done the work for me. You have brought them all to this place, and I will smite every single one of them. I stand before an alpha of the Omegas, and the boy who would be king. Their deaths will signal the beginning of the end of the wolves, and I...
Pappas came then. He was quick. I hadn't even heard him approach. He growled from on top of the lighthouse, eyes violet and bright in the dark. He leapt from the roof directly toward her. He had the high ground, and I knew this was it. It was finally going to be over. Except Elijah was an old hunter. Years and years of experience. She had killed dozens, maybe even hundreds of wolves. She knew them. She knew how they moved, how they hunted. Divide and conquer. I had time to wonder if this had been her plan all along. This moment. She spun on her feet, the skin of the dead wolf hanging off her back, flaring around her, kicking up snow as she dropped to her heels. Pappas missed her by inches, crashing into the ground in front of her, sliding in the snow. He had barely begun to push himself to his feet when Elijah raised her gun and pulled the trigger. The crack of gunfire echoed in the forest around us. Philip Pappas's head snapped to the side, an arc of blood in the air as he fell. He was dead even before he hit the ground. The wolves started to advance on her. "Don't," she said coldly, but instead of pointing her gun at us, she raised her other hand.
In it was a small, black, rectangular box, her thumb pressed against the top. "Dead man's switch," she said. "Anything happens to me, 7 pounds of C4 explosive will send 600 silver ball bearings at speeds greater than 300 miles per hour. Nothing, not humans, not wolves, will survive the blast." Ox and Joe shifted almost immediately. The Omegas whimpered around them. Ox said, "You will not hurt them. The humans have done nothing wrong. You want the pack? Fine. You have us. But you can't hurt innocent people. Your fight is not with them. It's with us." Elijah's eyes narrowed. "Innocent? What does a wolf know of innocence? They have sided with animals. "We didn't give them a choice," Joe said. "We held them captive. All they want is to be free. You're right. They're lost. They need to have someone to show them the way." She glared at him. "You lie." "You spoke of the failings of a father," Ox said, taking a step toward her. "I know exactly what you meant. I, too, had a father who lost faith. In himself, in my mother, in me." Elijah took a step back. "Stop." "He told me that I would be nothing, that I was going to get shit all my life." "You don't know anything." "And I believed him. For the longest time, I believed him. Until I found myself a place in this world. We're not that different. You had your clan. I have my pack. You're not a wolf, but I know you have felt the bonds between your people. It's—" She shook her head furiously. "No, no, no, no." "And I'm sorry that it has come to this," Ox said, taking another step. The raven was agitated. I didn't know what it was going to do. "But you gave me no choice. I would do anything to keep my family safe. You forced my hand. All we wanted was to be left alone." "I don't believe you," she said. She brought the gun up and pointed it at Ox's head. "Ox," Joe warned. Mark bristled at my side. "I know you're scared," Ox said quietly. "And I know you think you have no other choice. But you do. Would your God really ask you to do this? Would he really want you to hurt people who have done nothing?" He stopped in front of her. She pressed the barrel of the gun against his forehead. "We're not animals, Meredith," he said quietly. Her face scrunched up, and incredulously, I thought it had worked. That Ox, crazy, beautiful Ox, had somehow gotten through to her. That he would take the gun from her. That she would back down and this would all be over. Oh, I was going to kill her the moment she let her guard down. But the fact that an alpha wolf had pierced through the broken fury of the hunter Elijah was nothing short of extraordinary. And then she laughed. A chill ran down my spine. "That was good," she said. "I'll give you that. But it wasn't good enough. Go to hell, Alpha." Her finger tightened on the trigger. I was already moving, but it was too late. The hammer rose and then fell back with an audible snap. There was the dry click of an empty gun. "Well, shit," Elijah said, and then she smashed the gun upside Ox's skull. His head jerked to the right. The wolves howled. She spun and ran toward the lighthouse. She was up the stairs right as I reached Ox. She hit the door hard. It splintered around her and she fell inside the lighthouse. "Gordo!" Ox shouted, and the terror in his voice broke my heart. "No!" I was at the bottom of the stairs when she lifted her head to look back at me. She raised the hand with the dead man's switch.
Please, I breathed. The raven flew. She smiled and lifted her thumb. She exploded in a bright flash of fire. I felt a wave of heat, but I was lost to the petals of roses, to the pricks of thorns, to the furious storm of an unkindness of ravens. My mother had told me they didn't love me, they needed me, they would use me, and that the magic in me was a lie. She had been wrong. My wolves loved me, and I loved them in return. I was pack, and pack, and pack, pack, pack. Brother, love, pack, friend, mate, mate, mate. A great wall of ice rose in front of us, even as Ox put his hand on my shoulder, as Mark pressed against my side. Through the thick blue sheen, fire roared as the lighthouse blew apart. The ice began to crack as balls of silver smashed into it, boring through with such force that I thought they'd break out the other side and hurt my pack. In my head, I heard them all. My pack, the Omegas, and they were pushing against me, pushing and giving me their strength. And suddenly, the roses began to bloom in the ice, the flowers thick and fibrous. The wall burst into vibrant life, as wild and fierce as my alpha's eyes. Ravens flew along the vines, grasping them in their talons and pulling them up higher, until the wall in front of us was completely filled with roses. The fire burned behind it, making the garden look as if it was alight. A single silver ball bearing made its way through the ice. There was a small crack as it came out the other side. It fell to the snow at my feet even as debris from the lighthouse rained down around us. Wolves climbed on top of me, pressing me down into the snow as they shielded me from flame and debris. I could barely breathe. Those people, all those people, Rico, and Jesse. And it had been my fault. All my fault. No, Ox whispered in my ear. No, Gordo, it wasn't. And I realized I'd been saying that aloud. Gordo, you saved us. You need to listen to me. I need you to listen to me. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. Mark grunted as a heavy piece of something hit his back, but he wouldn't move. He wouldn't leave me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't. The raven flew again. The wolves were knocked off me with a furious burst of magic. Joe shouting in surprise. Mark snarling as he hit the ground. I pushed myself to my feet even before they could move. I pressed my hand against the rose ice wall, cursing in anger, when I realized I didn't have a fucking hand anymore. But it didn't matter. The wall shattered, and I cried out as heavy chunks of ice filled with blooms landed on my head, my shoulders. I pushed through it, needing to get to Jesse, needing to get to Rico. I remembered when Tanner had brought me a little sandwich while I was buried in grief at the loss of my mother at the hands of my father, and how he'd brought Rico a taquito, a motherfucking taquito, and Rico had told him that was racist. That was racist, and how dare he? I had brought them into this life I had tried so hard to keep them away from, because they were my normal. They were my safety. They were there when everyone had left me behind. And now look at them. Chris and Tanner had been hurt. They'd been tortured because of me. And now Rico was... Oh, Jesus. Rico was... The lighthouse had been leveled to its foundations. Wood burned, hissing when it hit the wet snow. The bar top was gone, and tiny bits of glass shone like stars in the firelight littering the floor. Elijah was... Not much of her remained. The wolf skin had been shredded, and the head was burning. Elijah herself had mostly been destroyed. One of her legs remained. Her arm. I thought I saw what was left of her gun, the iron blackened and smoking. I stepped over her, choking on smoke,
trying to push my way into the lighthouse, needing to find them, needing to see for myself that they were gone because of me. They were gone, and there was nothing I could do about it. Except there was nothing there. Even through the smoke, even through the storm that raged in my head, there was nothing there. Strong hands wrapped around me, pulling me away, away, away. I fell down into the snow outside the lighthouse. My eyes burned from the smoke. I coughed roughly, on my hands and knees, head bowed. I struggled to take a deep breath, but my lungs hurt. Mark knelt before me, once again human. He took my face in his hands and lifted me toward him. His eyes were violet, but his touch was soft and forgiving. The raven on his throat stood out bright in the moonlight. "Gone," he said through gritted teeth. "Already gone. Out. Escaped." I didn't understand. I was exhausted. What remained of my strength was rapidly diminishing. I'd pushed too hard in the end to save them, my pack. Mark looked frustrated, mouth a thin line, like he couldn't find the right words. My heart ached. Joe came then. He put his forehead on my shoulder. Rico and Jesse. They got everyone out the back in time, while Ox kept her talking. "They're fine, Gordo. Everyone is safe." I closed my eyes and sagged against Mark. He held me tightly. "Pappas?" I managed to ask. Joe said, "No, he didn't make it." "Okay," Mark whispered, rocking me back and forth. "Okay, okay, okay." I opened my eyes to the sound of an approaching vehicle. There, on the road, heading straight for us, was one of the trucks belonging to the hunters, light bar across the top lit up. I struggled to push myself up, needing to get to whoever it was. It never ended. It never ended, and I couldn't. "Elizabeth," Mark grunted in my ear, arms tightening around me as he held me against his chest. "Tanner, Chris." "What?" I croaked out. "Pack, pack, pack." The truck stopped, and through the windshield, I could see Tanner and Chris staring out in horror at the sight before them. Elizabeth said something and pushed the door open, sliding from the driver's seat. She had found some clothes to wear, and though they looked big on her, she was still intimidating as fuck. Her eyes were orange as she approached, her hand going to the tops of her sons' heads as Carter and Kelly fell in step beside her. "Is she gone?" she asked, voice hard. "Elijah?" "Yeah," Joe said wearily. "She's Gordo. He saved us. He saved all of us." "What happened to him?" "Just tired," I muttered, though my words came out in a slur. "Give me a few. I'll be up to kick some ass again later." "Jesus Christ," I heard Chris say. "You let her blow up the bar? Oh my God, where the hell are we supposed to drink now? Max? His beer's all foam, man." "I told you two to stay in the truck," Elizabeth scolded Chris and Tanner as they approached. Chris looked worse than before, and Tanner's face was pale as he held his arm against his chest. "You can't be moving around much until we get your injuries checked out." "Oh, man," Chris said. "Please tell me my sister's okay, and that she didn't hear me bitch about the bar before I asked about her well-being." "Every word," another voice said. "When you get healed up again, I'm going to kick your ass." I turned my head against Mark's chest. Coming out of the dark on the other side of the bar was Jesse and Rico, and they were leading a group of wide-eyed people, most of whom were staring in shock at the devastation before them. The Omegas growled at them, but Ox flashed his eyes and they flinched away, trembling against each other in the snow. Chris moved toward Jesse, smiling, even though it obviously pained him. He limped, right leg dragging behind him. She met him halfway, wrapping her hands around him. He grunted in pain, and when she tried to pull away, he just held her tighter. "This kind of sucks," another voice said, and I looked to see Bambi standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at what remained of her bar. "Good thing it's covered, though I'm probably going to have to commit insurance fraud, because I don't think it's going to go over very well if I tell them the reason my bar exploded was because hunters came to kill my boyfriend's werewolf pack." "I love you so much," Rico breathed. "I'm gonna do so many things to you after I get over the mind-numbing PTSD of almost getting murdered by evil humans and feral werewolves." "Werewolves?" Will cried, and he looked soberer than I'd seen him in a long time. "I always knew something was going on with that family. Always hiding out in the woods. And you all said it was coyotes we heard howling. Looks like I'm owed apologies from all of you." The townspeople murmured behind him, huddling together. Some of them watched the feral wolves. Some of them were watching the fire burn. But most of them were watching Oxnard Matheson as he approached. "Maybe he should think about putting on some pants," Rico muttered, hanging off Bambi. "If he's going to tell them more than we did, they should probably hear it without his dick hanging out." "It's a nice dick," Bambi said. "Oh my God, would you please not stare at my alpha's junk?" "He's pretty good with it, too," Jesse said. Joe growled at both of them as he followed his mate. Bambi laughed as Jesse flipped him off. Elizabeth kneeled in front of me. Mark tightened his grip around me, and I rolled my eyes. "All right?" she asked, leaning forward to put a hand to my forehead. It was such a motherly thing to do that I had to swallow past the sudden lump in my throat. "Yeah," I managed to say. "All right." "Saved us," Mark grunted from behind me. "Gordo saved us." Elizabeth glanced at him before looking back at me. "I know. It stinks of magic." "Not much I can do about that," I said, trying to keep my eyes open. There was a pulse under her hand, and I felt green come through the bonds. "Thank you," she whispered, "for keeping them safe." I sighed. "Promised you I would, and then you threatened to kill me." And she laughed. "Oh, Gordo, how I love you so." The other wolves came then, and the humans. Bambi looked confused when Rico kissed her forehead and left her standing next to the bar. He went to Tanner and Chris first, and though I could hear them complaining about being too manly for such a thing, they hugged for a long time. Rico first kissing Chris on the cheek, and then turning his head and doing the same to Tanner, muttering something that I couldn't hear to each of them. Elizabeth sat in front of me, her hands on my legs. Carter and the Timberwolf lay on my left, Carter's nose pressed against my thigh, breathing in my scent. Kelly and Robbie came on my right, trying to get as close to me as they could. Jesse's hand was in my hair, and Chris, Tanner, and Rico stood behind us, always the protectors of their pack. Oxnard Matheson and Joe Bennett stood in front of the people gathered near the remains of the bar. He looked over all of them, and Joe reached over, taking his mate's hand in his, holding it tight. "You've known me," Ox said, "for a long time. I was just a kid when I came here. My mother, she did her best in the face of everything. She raised me. She loved me with every piece of her soul. She laughed. She danced. And one day, she gave her life so that I could live mine. A monster came and took her from me. He also took my father, Thomas Bennett. I didn't know if I would survive after that, but it was because of my family that I survived. You see, one day I met a boy who talked and talked and talked of things like candy canes and pine cones, epic and awesome, a tornado who would never let me go. And he helped me be brave and strong. Even when my heart was breaking, I remembered that. Remembered him. And my pack. I'm a mechanic. I'm the guy that lives in the house at the end of the lane. I eat with you. I laugh with you. I live with you. I bleed, and I hurt, and I love this town, this place. Thomas taught me there is nothing like Green Creek anywhere else in the world. It doesn't matter if you're human, or a witch, or something more, like an alpha. His eyes flared red and violet, and the people gasped, but none of them backed away. None of them tried to run, which, given it was a full moon and they stood before a pack of wolves, was probably a good thing. They were scared, even I could see that, but it was outweighed by something more. I am the Alpha of the Omegas. And I am the Alpha of all, Joe said, squeezing Ox's hand. And this is the Bennett pack, Ox said. Our pack. And I promise you, no matter what happens, we will always be here to keep you safe, if you let us. No one spoke. The fire burned. My pack breathed around me. Then Bambi spoke. You gonna bite us? And because he just couldn't help himself, Rico said, That's my job. Bambi glared at him. Consider correcting what you just said. Rico blanched. Yes, my queen, you are the light of my life. Without you, my world is cold and dark and celibate. She looked back at Ox and arched an eyebrow. No, Ox said. I will not bite you. I will not harm you. Any of you. We will protect Green Creek with everything we have. And what about them? She asked, nodding toward the Omegas prowling behind us. If what Rico and Jesse told us is true, they're sick. They're hurting. And you don't know how to fix it. How can you guarantee they won't turn around and attack someone when you're not looking? You can't be everywhere at once, Ox, no matter how strong you are. That's where we come in, another voice said. I turned my head. On the road stood Eileen and Patrice. Behind them were a group of people. Witches. All of them. Eileen smiled. I have an idea. Chapter 26. Ravensong. This has to work. I turned my head, fumbling with the cigarette in my left hand. Ash burned my fingers as I blew smoke out my nose. Maybe it was time to quit. I looked back out at the front of the house at the end of the lane. Omegas prowled in the snow. Some were sleeping. Others were grooming. Still others crashed in the forest around us. Mark lay at the bottom of the steps, ears perked up, paws crossed in front of him, watching the feral wolves. Carter was running with the timber wolf at his side. I could make him out in the distance, weaving in and out of the trees. I don't know, I muttered, stubbing out my cigarette and dropping it into an old coffee canister. Oxnard didn't say anything more. He didn't need to. We were all thinking the same thing. It had been 6 weeks since the full moon. Things had changed yet again, and I couldn't help but feel like we were barely in control. The people who'd been at the lighthouse the night Elijah had come for them had formed somewhat of an uneasy truce with us, led by Bambi and, surprisingly, Will. Granted, he seemed to take pleasure in telling anyone who would listen just how right he'd been, but still, People who thought he was crazy before didn't think that now. We hadn't been able to escape scrutiny. A cop had been shot in the head. Green Creek had been torn apart. People were dead. A tale was spun of a militia group who had come to Green Creek under the cover of a storm. They hadn't been happy, Elizabeth Bennett had told authorities, about a land deal that had been in the works with her husband before he died. He'd been planning on pulling out, but had had his heart attack before he could do so. It had been left to a grieving family to inform the Kings that any negotiations that had been in place before Thomas Bennett died were over. The Kings had come then, armed to the teeth. They'd murdered Jones, dumping his body in the woods. They'd almost killed Chris and Tanner, first by knocking them into the diner, and then later by holding them hostage and torturing them. They'd destroyed the bar. They'd been led by Meredith King. Meredith King, who, in the end, had blown herself up in the lighthouse. As for the others, well, while everyone had been trying to hide, there must have been some infighting. There'd been gunfire. That was all anybody knew. Oh yes, there'd been dogs with them, now that you mention it. Big dogs. Dogs that almost looked feral. The Kings had brought them when they tried to take over. No one seemed very surprised that the dogs would have turned on their masters. You raise a hand to an animal enough, and eventually it will either cower or fight back. It looked as if these dogs fought back. No one saw where the dogs went. The area was rural. The forests stretched for miles and miles into the mountains. They probably took their pack and fled. They'd be long gone by now. It was shaky, held together by thin strings. It had holes large enough to drive a truck through. It was national news, the tiny mountain town under siege by a group of redneck militants. Oregon seemed to breed them. There'd been that group the year before in eastern Oregon who'd taken over a wildlife refuge to protest the Bureau of Land Management. Granted, they'd gotten off free in the end, hadn't they? The Kings didn't. It had lasted days. Cameras and reporters with wide eyes and breathless voices, speaking into microphones about the terror in Green Creek, as the chyrons all said across the bottoms of screens. And while it started off as a major story, the media quickly became frustrated at how no one wanted to speak about it. No one wanted to be interviewed. They all just wanted to move on. Sometimes, howls could be heard coming from the trees. "Coyotes," Will told reporters who'd stayed in his motel. "Maybe a couple of wolves. Best stay out of the forest if you know what's good for you. If I was a betting man, I'd wager they don't take kindly to outsiders." They left as quickly as they had come, and Green Creek was once again forgotten. Tragedies occurred everywhere, after all. We waited. 6 long weeks since Mark had shifted back to a wolf and stayed that way. Oh, Ox had tried to call him back, tried to do the same for Carter. But while he could still feel them, while he could still feel all of them, they were still Omegas. It was only under extraordinary duress that Mark had been able to shift back when he had, when his mate had been in danger. All his protective instincts had come rushing forward, and he'd forced himself to shift back to human. But that had passed. And even as that long night had ended, he had shifted back and remained that way. He never left my side. We slept in his bed at the Bennett house. I'd only been back to the garage a couple of times since we'd rescued Chris and Tanner. At first, I told myself I needed time to heal, that we'd all been through something traumatic and we couldn't be expected to pick up right where we left off, that I didn't want to leave Mark, not while he was stuck as he was. Chris and Tanner and Rico said they understood. They handled the day-to-day operations of the shop. Well, Chris and Rico did. Tanner tried as best he could, but his arm was in a cast and would be until after Christmas. Robbie still worked the front office and the phones. They knew, though, what I was doing. I figured I'd get at least a few more days of feeling sorry for myself. My hand was done. There was nothing I could do about that. The stump was fully healed, the skin slightly gnarled where my hand had once been. It felt strange, the skin bumpy and rigid, with barely any loss of sensation. If I pressed down hard enough, I could feel the jut of bone. Whatever Patrice had done had been effective. But the skin wasn't unmarked. The sleeves my father had tattooed onto my arms extended to either wrist. I didn't see they had changed until we got back to the Bennett house, as the sun rose after the full moon. The runes were the same. They hadn't moved. The roses had, though. The vines now extended down my forearm, twisting around the runes and symbols, the thorns sharp and curved. And covering the stump was a bloom of roses so red they looked real. Patrice and Eileen hadn't been able to explain it. Either my place as the witch of the Bennett pack and our territory under siege had caused my magic to expand to compensate for the loss of my hand, or my mate bond with Mark was so strong I'd called upon it to make a wall of ice filled with roses, or a combination of the two. It was beautiful regardless. It looked like the work of a master. But my hand was gone. I wallowed. Yeah, it wouldn't be long before the guys came to kick my ass. And Ox, always Ox, knew what was going on in my head. He'd been busy these past weeks. Maintaining control of a couple dozen Omega wolves would do that to an alpha. There hadn't been much time for anything other than holding ourselves together as best we could, especially when more Omegas arrived every few days, still drawn by the pull of their alpha. But the new moon was tomorrow, and the sky would be dark. "Shop looks good," Ox said, and I sighed, knowing what was coming. I'd hoped we could avoid all this, but it was probably time to get it over with. "Everything almost looks back to normal. The diner's about to reopen. Lighthouse is on track for March. Main Street repaired from all that storm damage." I snorted. Storm damage. Right. I forgot about that. "I'm sure. But everything is going good with the garage, in case you were wondering." "Great. Since you haven't really been back to town in a few weeks." I rolled my eyes. "You're not very subtle. You know that, right?" He shrugged. "Not trying to be. The guys know you'll be back when you're ready." "Oh? Well, they're giving you until the new year to be ready." "Figured. I thought you might have. You need to go back." I refused to look at him. "I'm needed here." "Why?" "Mark. Mark is fine. I've got him. Try again." "Jesus Christ." "Yeah, sounds about right." Mark turned to look at me at the uptick of my heart. He cocked his head, and it was Gordo, 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 in a constant hum. "Thank you," Ox said quietly. "I'm not going to do this. Not with you." I felt that big hand of his on the back of my neck, squeezing tightly. "You saved me. Again. You always do that, don't you?" I stepped out of his reach. The wooden porch creaked underneath us. Mark slowly rose as I glared at Ox. "I'm your witch. It's what I'm supposed to do. You would do the same for me." "I would." "So then don't. I don't need your gratitude. I don't need your pity." "You're hurting, Gordo. You've tried to hide yourself for so long that it's become second nature for you. But you always seem to forget that you can't hide shit from me. I'm your—" "Alpha," I spat bitterly. "I know. You're always in my head." "I was going to say friend." God damn it. I don't. I'm your friend, Gordo. And your tether. Yes, I am your alpha, but it's always been more than that between us. Even before all of this. You were there after my dad left, when it was just Mom and me. When I called you on the phone and told you we needed help. You came for me. You always have. I'm fine, I told him stubbornly. You don't have to feel guilty for... You aren't alone. I swallowed with an audible click. You've always been this force, Ox said, not unkindly. This immovable force. A mountain, I told myself. A constant. Always watching. Over me, and then over Joe and Carter and Kelly. Yeah, maybe it wasn't what you wanted. Maybe it wasn't what you expected it to be. But you were always there, Gordo. For us. It's time you let us be there for you. I don't need... His eyes flashed. Don't lie to me. Not about this. It's not as easy as you're making it out to be. I know. But surely it isn't as hard as you seem to think it is. I'm fucking broken, Ox, I snapped at him. Why can't you see that? Why can't any of you see that? All of you, you're treating me like I'm a member of the Bennett pack, Ox said. Just as you've always been. That's not fair, I said hoarsely. You can't just... God damn it. He stepped forward slowly, like he was approaching a skittish animal. I gave brief thought to jumping down the stairs and heading for the trees. Instead, I just sagged when he stood in front of me. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead against mine, and even though I tried to fight it, this was my alpha, and I needed him here, with me. He hummed a little under his breath, mingling my scent with his. You gave part of yourself for me, he whispered, and my eyes stung. I could barely breathe. You protected me, and I will never forget that. I wish things could have been different, for all of us. But we are here, and we are together, and I will do everything in my power to make sure it stays that way. Do you believe me? Of course I did. I loved him. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. It will work. I opened my eyes to stare directly into his. It will work, he said again. Because we are pack. We will sing them home, and one day they will be as they once were. A wolf climbed the steps, and a moment later a cold nose pressed against the roses. Gordo, the wolf whispered. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. A tether is the strength behind the wolf, Abel Bennett told me once. A feeling or a person or an idea that keeps us in touch with our human sides. It's a song that calls us home when we are shifted. It reminds us of where we come from. My tether is my pack, the people who count on me to keep them safe, to protect them from those who would do them harm. Do you understand? I hadn't. Not then. But I did now. It won't be the same, Eileen told us. I need you to understand that right now. It won't be like it was before. Carter and Mark, they won't be betas, at least not in the traditional sense. They'll still be omegas, but they will belong to Ox just as they did before, and to a lesser extent to Joe. This isn't a cure. It's a stopgap. There's nothing we can do to end whatever Robert Livingstone has brought upon them. It's a magic that we have never seen before, this infection. It is corruption on a level that is unprecedented. We don't know how he's managed to achieve this, but we can do our best to contain it. The only way it can be completely broken is if the witch responsible breaks it himself, or if he's dead. As for the others, they only feel an allegiance to Ox. They will see only him as their alpha. Some are infected, others are just feral,
either because their pack was taken from them or their tethers lost. I can't make any promises about them. They will not be your pack. Not really. But you will be tied to them because you are tied to Ox. It will need to be during the new moon, when the pull is at its weakest. It will require all of you, and all of us, our combined strength. But I believe it will work. There are doors in the mind. Gordo shattered the door between Ox and the Omegas. We need to close the doors between the wolves and the wild that calls to them. Those infected will affix to Ox, Carter to Kelly, Mark to Gordo. But you must remember that they will scratch on the door. They'll still feel it in their heads. It will not take much for the doors to blow wide open, and I cannot promise you that we can ever close it again should that happen. We need to find him. We need to find Robert Livingstone and end this once and for all. You have the support of the witches. We will do all we can to help you in this war.
She smiled sadly.
Though I know not of what the future brings, this moment will be the greatest test of the strength of your pack, of the bonds between you all. Only if they are true, and only if they are pure, will this ever have a chance of working. I believe you're all capable of bringing them back. I just hope that you believe it too.
We lay in the bed, the sounds of the pack moving through the house beneath us. In the basement, the Omegas gathered, sleeping on top of each other. Outside, the daylight was giving way to night. I could hear Elizabeth singing somewhere in the house at the end of the lane, her voice mixing with Judy Garland's, telling us to have a merry little Christmas. It was blue and blue and blue. Mark's massive head rested on my chest, rising with every breath I took. I ran a finger between his eyes. He rumbled his contentment, and I heard him whispering my name. "You need to come back to me," I whispered as the room darkened. "You need to come back to me, because we've only just begun. I'm sorry for all the time I've wasted, for all my anger, for everything that's happened between us. And I know I don't deserve it after all we've been through, but I need you. I need you here with me. I can't do this without you. Not anymore. I love you, and I don't ever want to stop." His eyes flared violet, and for a moment I felt Gordo, pack, mate, love. It was dirt and leaves and rain. I hoped it would be enough. It was almost time. A cold November had given way to a mild December. The snow had melted almost entirely, leaving behind a waterlogged earth. The ground squelched beneath our feet as we made our way through the forest. Ox and Joe led the way, their pack moving behind them. Omegas crawled through the trees, trailing behind their alpha. Mark was at my side, always. The trees gave way to a clearing. There, waiting for us, were witches. Eileen stood as we approached. Patrice stayed sitting where he was, off from all the others, eyes closed and legs crossed. His hands were on his knees as he breathed in and out slowly.
"Alphas Bennett and Matheson,"
Eileen said, bowing low. It was the most formal I'd seen her since she arrived in Green Creek the night Ox had called the Omegas.
"It's a pleasure to see you again."
Ox and Joe bowed in return, eyes flashing in respect. I didn't think we needed to stand on ceremony, but Thomas had drilled it into Joe, and he wouldn't have it any other way. "We are well met in Bennett territory," Joe said, sounding a little stiff. "You and yours are welcome here in the spirit of unity." Eileen looked as if she was trying to keep a smile from her face.
"Indeed," The spirit of unity. Tell me, Alpha, will you do what you must for your pack?
Yes, Joe said without hesitation.
I expected as much. Patrice has been meditating since the sun reached its zenith. The land here, this place, it speaks to him, to all of us, I think. I understand why your family chose it, and why others have tried to take it from you.
They have tried, Elizabeth said coolly, again and again, but they haven't succeeded. There was the smile Eileen had tried to hide.
No, I don't suppose they have. A message has been sent, I think, but I worry it will still be ignored by non-believers. This is but one ending. There are other things to come.
We'll be ready, Kelly said, standing next to his brother. Carter growled in response.
I know you will. Shall we?
The witches began to spread out around the edges of the clearing. I recognized a few of them when they nodded in my direction. They were all without a pack. I wondered what Michelle Hughes would think of them being here with us. If she wasn't scared yet, she would be soon enough. It was similar to how it had been when we destroyed the door between Ox and the Omegas. Only this seemed bigger somehow, beyond anything that I'd ever been part of. Kelly and I sat in front of Patrice. The ground was wet beneath us, but I ignored it. Without hesitation, Kelly reached over and took my hand. All right, I asked him quietly. He nodded tightly. If this doesn't work, it will. He squeezed my hand. If it doesn't, I need you to know I don't blame you. For Carter, for Mark, for anything. You should. No, I shouldn't. You did what you thought was right, and we're all still here. If this doesn't work, there will be another way. We'll find it. I know we will. Yeah, I said, looking away. We will. Gordo? Yeah. I'm scared. Me too. He let out a shuddering breath. But we're strong, all of us, because there's never been a pack like ours. Never more, I whispered. And somehow, he knew what I was trying to say. Mark lay next to me, resting his head in my lap. Carter did the same to Kelly. Our pack gathered behind us. Rico's hand was on one shoulder and Tanner's on the other. Chris touched the top of my head, fingers tangling with my hair. Elizabeth stood above her sons, her legs pressed against Kelly's back. Robbie was next to her and, after a moment of hesitation, reached down and touched the side of Kelly's face. Jesse stood with the timber wolf, who didn't look too happy being away from Carter. We didn't know what would happen with it, if it would shift back or stay as it was. He didn't fit like the others. He'd barely let us remove the silver chain that had been embedded around his neck, and that was only because Carter had been there. Ox couldn't feel him, not like the others. We didn't know why. The Alpha stood on either side of Patrice, facing their pack. They placed their hands on his shoulders. The Omegas gathered behind them, yipping and growling as if agitated. They knew. Somehow they knew something was coming. In the distance, I felt the first pulse of magic. Witches stood, arms raised, palms flat toward us. Their eyes were closed, and all of them muttered under their breaths. Eileen was closest, and I could hear her quiet murmur. It was almost soothing. "This won't be easy," Patrice said quietly. "Healing what's sick. It's not a flesh wound or a fever. This is born deep, in the head and heart. You'll need to be strong, Bennett Pack, for those you love, for those you don't even know. Gordo and Kelly, they're gonna need you. It's easy, I think, to get lost, Help them find your packmates and bring them home. We got this, Chris said. Damn right we do, Tanner said. Rico snorted. I can't believe this is how we spend our Sunday nights. If we're not watching shit blow up, we're in the middle of the woods with strangers chanting around us and feral werewolves getting ready to gnaw on our nuts. Oh, please, Jessie said. Like you'd want to be anywhere else. And if you said that you did, Elizabeth told him, we wouldn't believe you. I could be getting laid right now, I'll have you know. Bambi said you haven't groveled enough yet, Kelly reminded him. Ooh, Chris and Tanner said. Jesus Christ, Joe muttered. Are you all finished? Ox growled. We're kind of doing something important here. Yes, Patrice said, smile widening. I think you'll do just fine. Prepare yourselves, Bernard's pack. This will come quickly. He reached out and put one hand on my knee and the other on Kelly's. Kelly didn't let me go. It made me feel better. I looked down at Mark. His eyes were violet as he gazed up at me. I need you to fight as hard as you can, I whispered, because I'm coming for you. There were bursts of light around the clearing, and Patrice's hand felt like it was burning. The roses grew, and the raven screamed, and I stood in front of my house. The sun was rising. The street was quiet. Somewhere a dog was barking. It was the same, but the shutters hadn't been painted. Those bushes I'd torn out were still there. No. I knew this. I knew when this was. A car pulled up to the curb. Mark sat inside. He was young, younger than he'd been in a long time. Don't, I begged. Don't do this. Leave. Drive away. He didn't hear me. He pushed open the door and climbed out of the car. I reached for him and, here, he's home. I'm home. Hear his heartbeat, resting, sleeping. Home, home, home. My hand went right through him. My hand that had been taken from me but was here now, in this place. He walked toward the front door. It turned violet, and the ground cracked beneath our feet. From somewhere behind me, I heard the snarl of a feral wolf. I screamed at him to stop. I saw the moment it hit him. His nostrils flared. His eyes flashed orange. His shoulders slumped. But still he knocked on the door. I answered eventually, standing there with jeans low on my hips, the marks of another man littering my skin. Who? Mark asked. And now, with everything I'd seen, with all that we'd been through, I could hear the sound of his heart breaking in that single word. You don't call, you don't write, the younger version of myself said, as if I didn't have a care in the world. What's it been? 5 months? 6? 6 months. 15 days. 8 hours. Who is he? The house shook. I was the only one who could see it. I grinned, and I hated how it looked. Don't know. Got his name, but you know how it goes. Who the fuck is he? I stood up straight. The tattoos glowed briefly, the roses shifting, the raven spreading its wings. Whoever the fuck he is no goddamn concern of yours. You think you can show up here, after months of radio silence? Fuck off, Mark. I didn't have a choice. Thomas. Yeah, Thomas. Tell me, Mark, just how is our dear Alpha? Because I haven't heard from him in years. Tell me, how's the family? Good? Got the kiddos right? Building a pack all over again. I took a step up behind Mark. I leaned forward, and even though it wasn't real, it couldn't be real. I felt the heat of his skin near mine. Don't listen to him, I whispered fiercely. I'm here. I'm here with you." "It's not like that," Mark snapped. "The fuck it isn't. Things have changed. I don't care. You can shit all over me all you want, but you don't get to talk about him like that. Regardless of how angry you are, he's still your alpha." No, he's not." Mark took a step back, and for a moment we merged, and I felt it all. His anguish, his horror, the devastation each of my words caused when they landed like goddamn grenades, blowing apart everything he'd ever hoped for. It hurt to breathe, and I choked as I pulled myself away from him. "Think about it, Mark. You're here. You can smell me. Underneath the spunk and sweat, I'm still dirt and leaves and rain. But that's it. Maybe you're too close. Maybe you're overwhelmed by the very sight of me. But I haven't been Pac for a long time. Those bonds are broken. I was left here because I was human, because I was a liability." He said, "It's not like that," and "Gordo," and "I promise you, okay? I would never." A little late, Bennett. He reached for me. He always reached for me. And I just knocked his hand away as if it were nothing. "You don't understand." And oh my Christ, he was begging me. But I didn't hear it. I didn't want to hear it. There's a world of things I don't understand, I'm sure. But I'm a witch without a pack, and you don't get to tell me shit. Not anymore. So what? Poor you, huh? Poor Gordo, having to stay behind for the good of his pack, doing what his alpha told him, protecting the territory and fucking anything that moves. And even though his words were hot with anger, everything I felt was blue and violet, emptiness and rage. You wouldn't touch me, remember? I kissed you. I touched you. I begged for it. I would have let you fuck me, Mark. I would have let you put your mouth on me. But you told me no. You told me I had to wait. That things weren't right. That the timing wasn't right. That you couldn't be distracted. You had responsibilities. And then you disappeared. For months on end. No calls, no check-ins, no, "How you doing, Gordo? How you been? Remember me? Your mate?" I would have let you do so much to me. "Gordo," he growled, sounding more wolf than man, and I wanted him to tear my skin from my bones. I wanted his teeth in my neck and my blood down his throat. "You can, you know," I told him quietly. "You can have me, right now. Here. Choose me, Mark. Choose me. Stay here, or don't. We can go anywhere you want. We can leave right now. You and me. Fuck everything else. No packs, no alphas, no wolves. Just us." "You would have me be an omega?" "No, because I can be your tether. You can still be mine, and we can be together. Mark, I'm asking you, for once in your life, to choose me." He said, "No," even though it was the hardest thing he'd ever had to do. I saw the moment it hit me, that single word. My face stuttered, and then hardened. It was over even before it had begun. He said, "Gordo, you can't expect me to. It's not like that." I took a step back. "Of course you can't," I said, voice hoarse. What was I thinking? I turned and went back into the house, leaving the door wide open. He didn't follow. "This isn't how it ends," I told him, as he watched the empty doorway, the house filling with shadows as it shook on its foundation. "I know it feels like it, but this isn't our ending. We find our way back to each other. No matter how long it takes, we find our way back again. It's how we always are. It's how we'll always be." The younger version of myself came back into the doorway, a box in hand. Mark said. No. Mark said. Gordo. Mark said. Just wait. Please, just wait. I said. You take it. You take it now. He said. Please. I thrust it against his chest. He flinched. Take it, I snapped at him. He did. I screamed at him, at myself. It doesn't have to be this way. The door slammed in his face. The violet of the wood pulsed brightly. The house began to split apart. He stood there for the longest time, listening to the sound of my racing heart on the other side of the door, even as the roof caved in. Eventually, he turned and walked past me, walked through me, and I felt him giving in to his wolf, giving in to run, must put paws on ground, hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and the animal that lurked underneath. But this was different. It wasn't like it should have been. He was a beta here, eyes like Halloween, and though he felt himself collapsing, he should have remained that way. He should have felt the pull of his pack. But it wasn't the same. I could feel the wild call of the feral wolf, and it had sunk its claws into him, dragging him by the throat into... I turned to follow him, and I stood on the outskirts of the clearing. Mark Bennett was on his knees, his clothes having been shredded during his shift. His head was tilted back toward the sky, and he held that little box in his hand as he howled at the sun, sang for the hidden moon. It was a song of sorrow, an aria of grief that thundered through the trees as if the very sky was cracking right down the middle. I felt it coming. I began to run toward him, but I was too late. The gnarled hand of a half-shifted wolf burst through the ground beneath him, wrapping around his bare thigh, claws digging into his skin and causing blood to bloom like roses. Then came another, and another, and another, the last of which was thickly muscled, an entire arm rising from the ground, dirt and grass still stuck to its rotten skin. It reached up and wrapped its hand around his throat, where my mark should have been, where the raven should have been from the very beginning. The hands began to pull him down into the earth. His eyes were open toward the sky. They were ice, then orange, then they flickered violet. His mouth opened in a silent scream, fangs lengthening as he clutched the box that held his stone wolf, a wolf he'd given that I'd taken for granted, that I'd thrown back in his face. I was halfway to him when I slammed into an invisible barrier, the pain bright and glassy as I fell back. I pushed myself back to my feet, reaching out to find what was keeping me from him, to find what it was that would keep us from each other. My palm pressed flat against wards. They were wards, unlike any I'd ever felt before. The magic here was ancient. It was ugly and rotten, and I swore I felt it squirming against my skin. I ground my teeth and pushed against it, pushed with everything I had even though my hand was long gone, and it pushed back. And I knew it then, though I hadn't felt it in years. I knew it. Magic, it has a signature, a fingerprint, specific to a witch. But amongst family it'll be similar. Not the same, but familiar. If my father did this, if this is his magic breaking the tethers of the Omegas, his magic is in them, and they're recognizing him in me. It was him, Robert Livingstone, the proof I needed. And he was stronger than I was. I couldn't break through. Oh, but how I screamed for the wolf, how I banged my hands against the wards until my bones splintered, how I tried everything to get to him. He was up to his chest now, in the earth, those feral wolves pulling him down. But nothing I did was enough. Until magic comes from the earth, from the ground, from the trees.
the flowers and the soil. This place, it's old, far older than you could possibly imagine. It's like a beacon. It calls to us. It thrums through our blood. The wolves hear it too, but not like us. It sings to them. They are animals. We aren't like them. We are more. They bond with the earth, the alpha more so than anyone else. But we use it. We bend it to our whim. They are enslaved by it, by the moon overhead when it rises full and white. We control it. Don't ever forget that.
My father had taught me that. I stepped back from his poison. I breathed in the sense of the territory around me. It smelled of dirt and leaves and rain. I sank to my knees and dug my fingers into the earth. Once, the moon had loved the sun. Once, there was a boy. Once, there was a wolf. He had sat with his back against a tree. His bare feet were in the grass. The boy leaned forward and kissed the wolf, and knew then that nothing would ever be the same. An unkindness of ravens swirled around me, feathers rustling. The air was redolent of roses. And I gave everything I could. For him. For my wolf. Gordo? I opened my eyes. Mark Bennett stood before me, on the other side of my father's wards, not as he'd been before, but as he was now. We could never be who we once were. He smiled his secret smile. His eyes were blue. He said, "Hey," and "Hi," and "Hello," and "You came for me. You really came for me." I said, "I did," and "I had to," and "You need to fight this. You need to fight this for your pack, for me. Please do it for me." He nodded slowly before glancing over his shoulder. Behind him, the younger version of himself was fighting against the wolf hands. And I thought maybe he was winning. Mark turned back toward me. "He has to stay here, doesn't he?" "Yeah," I said miserably. I can't fix this. Not on my own. But we can contain it. We can close this door and keep it locked until we're ready. I'll help you. It'll be you and me, okay? It'll be you and me, and I'll keep you safe." "Why?" "I would do anything for you." He reached up and touched the raven on his throat. "Because you're my mate." I laughed wetly. "Yeah, because I'm your mate." Oh, how that pleased him. How he smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling, and I was consumed by the sight of him. And then, beside him, against the wards, was a door. "Will this work?" he asked as we walked toward it. "Yes." "How do you know?" "Because we're the goddamn Bennett pack. Nothing will stop us. Not anymore. It's gonna be rough. We've survived worse." The smile faded slightly. "We have, haven't we? And we're still standing." He said, "Okay." Because it was that easy for him to have faith in me. "You push, you hear me? You push as hard as you can. And when you're through, we close the door." A loud roar came from behind him. The other Mark, the Omega, had burst out of the ground, the hands that had been trying to drag him down sinking into the earth. He was caught in his shift, back rippling as the wolf came forward, face elongating, spittle dripping into the grass beneath him. His body shook as hair sprouted along bare skin, as his fangs sank into his lips, causing blood to spill. He looked up at us. His eyes glowed violet. He roared again, and began to run. "The door!" I screamed. "Get through the door!" I pulled on the doorknob, the metal burning into my hand as I pulled with all my strength. Mark threw himself against it from the other side, and I could hear the feral wolf getting closer and closer, and the door flew open, knocking me to the side. Mark burst through, sliding in the grass. The Omega howled in triumph. I kicked out against the door, and it slammed shut just as the feral wolf crashed into it. The wards pulsed as the door seemed to bend, and a nauseous feeling bowled through me, like I could feel the infection my father had caused. But the door held. Even as the feral wolf charged at it again and again and again, it held. Mark collapsed beside me, both of us on our backs, breathing heavily. I took his hand in mine, or I tried to. It didn't work, because I didn't have a hand anymore. He gripped my forearm instead, turning his head toward me. He said, "Gordo?" I opened my eyes. I was in the clearing. The air was cold. The sky was bright with stars. "Gordo." I blinked. 3 faces appeared above me, foreheads wrinkled. "You think he's all right?" one asked. "His brains aren't leaking out his ears," another said. "So I think he'll be okay." "I don't think that's physically possible," the third said. "Of course it is. I saw it on the internet." "Oh, because you saw it on the internet?" "Jesus Christ," I groaned. "What the hell are you talking about?" Rico, Tanner, and Chris smiled. "Yeah," Chris said. "He's all right." And then I remembered. Mark. I sat up quickly. "Did it work? Did it work? Where is he? Oh God, please tell me where he—" "Gordo." I turned my head. Mark Bennett was sitting a few feet away, Jesse crouched in front of him. My breath hitched. He was here. He was really here. I was moving even before I gave it much thought. I needed to be as close to him as I could. He wrapped his arms around me as I crashed into him, and his breath was warm in my ear when he said, "I've got you. I've got you. I've got you." And I heard the wolf song and the raven song rising through us, etching themselves into our skin. It took longer than I thought it would before I let him go. Every time I decided to pull away, I couldn't bring myself to do it. He didn't seem too bothered, so I didn't worry. Over his shoulder I could see Kelly. His shoulders were shaking as he sobbed against Carter's chest. Elizabeth held them both, and she kissed each of them in turn over and over again. Robbie stood above them, arms across his chest, as if he was guarding them. Carter must have felt me staring and gave me a small smile. Whatever Kelly had seen, whatever he'd done to bring Carter back, seemed to have worked. For the most part. The Timberwolf lay a few feet away, eyes on Carter. Whatever we'd done hadn't been enough to force his shift. Beyond them was a group of strangers, people I'd never seen. They huddled together, shivering in the night air. Ox and Joe stood side by side in front of them. "I know you're scared," Ox said, and Mark held me tighter. "And I know you're confused, but there is nothing here for you to fear. You are safe now. My name is Ox. This is my mate, Joe. We are the alphas of the Bennett Pack, and we're going to help you find your way home." Epilogue. Their eyes were still violet, all of them. They were Omegas. Mark and Carter, too. Even with the bonds between us. My father's magic was strong. But the doors had been shut. Robert Livingstone had hurt us, but he should have killed us. Because now we were pissed, and there was nothing he could do to stop us. I stared at the computer as I sat in my office. Robbie had updated our software yet again, and I couldn't figure it out. Every key I hit on the computer made the goddamn thing chime, and I was a few seconds away from grabbing him by the scruff of his neck and rubbing his face in it. Out in the garage, the radio was turned to some sort of butt rock, most likely Tanner's doing. I could hear them laughing and shouting at each other as they worked. It should have been irritating, but it was soothing in ways I couldn't explain. It was normal. It was years and years of our shared history. It was the sound of survival. 2 months later, and they could laugh. I sighed and sat back in my ancient chair, tilted my face toward the ceiling. There was a small water stain in the corner that I'd never gotten around to doing anything about. I stared at it for a while until someone cleared their throat in the doorway. "I'm fine," I said, because they were nothing if not predictable. "Okay," Ox said easily. I looked at him, the chair creaking underneath me. "I'm fine." He shrugged, rubbing oil from his hands with an old rag. "That's good. I'm just happy to see you back here. I needed time." "I know. We all did." Robbie updated the software again. "Yeah, he does that. Thinks it'll help. It doesn't. He's making a website for the garage." "God damn it," I muttered. Ox grinned. "Couldn't hurt." "You don't know that." "Don't you have somewhere to be?" I rolled my eyes. They're doing fine without me. "Oh, I know they are. I just thought you'd want to be there. You're very particular about how things are set up in your house?" My eye twitched. "Mark has a lot of stuff." I stood up, the chair rolling into the wall. "Yeah," Ox said. "Had to rent one of those 20-footers. "I have to go," I said, fumbling for my keys. Ox laughed and stepped aside as I walked past him through the doorway. Without thinking too much about it, I reached out and grabbed his hand, squeezing it just once before letting it go. "You too, Gordo," my alpha told me. "You too. We'll see you tonight." Oh, he would. We had a message to deliver. Tanner and Chris were bent over a 2009 Toyota Camry with a transmission problem. They looked up at me as I headed toward the front of the garage. "Uh-oh," Tanner said. "He's got that look." "Someone is either going to get murdered or laid," Chris said. Then he frowned. "I wish I didn't know that much about him." "I'm taking the rest of the day off," I told them, trying desperately to ignore the knowing grins on their faces. "I want the parts ordered for the Buick before you leave. And don't forget to call Mr. Simmons and tell him that there is absolutely nothing rattling around that we could hear. For the 6th time." "Sure, boss," Tanner said easily. "Glad to have you back." "Go kill or have sex or whatever," Chris said. He grimaced. Holy fuck, do we need better boundaries? That was the first thing they'd said that I agreed with in weeks. Rico was in the break room, feeding Bambi grapes by hand as she sat in his lap. I didn't understand straight people. "Gordo," Rico said, sighing dreamily. "Bambi has decided to do me the honor of forgiving me for the whole secret society of werewolves thing. Isn't that amazing?" "You can still get out of this," I told her. "No one would blame you." She said. "The so-called anonymous donation I received to help rebuild the lighthouse went a long way to putting him back in my good graces. That and the fact there was enough for me to buy it outright." "I wasn't the one who blew up the bar," Rico said, sounding outraged. "If you're gonna be pissed at anyone, it should be Gordo. He's the one that—" "Sacrificed a hand?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. Rico gaped at her. But I got shot. I have a scar." "Bambi, nice to see you again," I said. "Rico, back on the clock in 5 or you're fired." "Bullshit," he cried after me. "Like you would ever let me go, brujo." Robbie was squinting over some invoices, pen scratching in the logbook. His glasses were perched low on his nose. He looked up at me when I went to grab my coat. Heading out already? He waggled his eyebrows. Maybe a little afternoon to... And by the look on your face, I should not finish that sentence. You're not as stupid as you sound. Good to know. And do you mind telling me why I can't get anything on my computer to work? Again? He rolled his eyes. Because for some reason you seem to think it's 1997 and that the internet still comes from free AOL discs that you get at a place called Blockbuster. He pushed his glasses back on his nose. Whatever that is. I pointed my finger at him. I want it working by the time I come in tomorrow. If it's not, I will take your glasses and shove them up your ass. I turned for the door. You know, with all the things you've threatened to shove in me, it's a wonder Mark doesn't get more jealous. I turned slowly back to look at him. He blanched. I didn't say anything. Ignore me. Go about your business. The phone rang. Thank you, Jesus. He picked up the phone. Gordo's, this is Robbie speaking. How can I help you? The air was cool when I stepped outside the garage. It made my lungs burn when I took a deep breath. I wanted a cigarette. I reached in my pocket and pulled out a pack of nicotine gum. I tore a piece from the wrapper and crunched it between my teeth. It wasn't the same. The blacktop on Main Street was still shiny from where it had been repaved. The banner on the diner advertising their reopening was faded and flapping in the breeze. People waved at me from the other side of the street as I walked to the truck. I wanted to ignore them, but we couldn't do that anymore. Not with what the townsfolk now knew. I forced a smile on my face and waved back. It must not have been very convincing, because they quickly walked away. It was fine. I wasn't a people person anyway. It was a 20-footer, just as Ox had said. It blocked the driveway, the ramp crossing the sidewalk. Kelly stuck his head out the back as I turned the truck off. He waved. I glared at him. He rolled his eyes. You're not fooling anyone, he said, as I approached the back of the U-Haul. I can hear your heartbeat. You're excited. Shut up. I looked inside. It was still half full, and Kelly was reaching for a box marked kitchen in a familiar scrawl. There's no fucking way all of this is fitting inside my house. We had to get rid of some of the crap, Carter said, coming out of the house. The crap, I repeated. You know, the junk, the stuff in your house that should have been thrown away a long time ago. I don't own junk. Uh-huh, Carter said, walking up the ramp. Of course not. I accidentally broke your coffee table into a bunch of tiny pieces, so it's a good thing that Mark had another one in storage that's much nicer than yours was. Accidentally? Carter shrugged. Yeah, it was this whole thing. The wolf tried to follow me into the living room. I told it to stay where it was, and then I accidentally broke the coffee table. Those two things don't have anything to do with each other. Carter took the box from his brother. Weird how that happens, right? And why is that thing in my house? Wherever I go, it goes. You know that. Carter sounded particularly aggrieved, which made me feel a little better. I still don't know why. Although it seemed very interested in how your house smelled. It pissed on the floor in the kitchen. I forgot to clean it up. So just, keep that in mind. I'm going to kill all of you, I growled. Carter reached out and patted the side of my face as he went down the ramp. Sure, Gordo. Okay. Still totally believe your threats after I've seen you make hard eyes at my uncle. Kelly laughed in the truck. I stalked after Carter inside the house. Sure enough, all my junk was gone. The old couch, the coffee table. For some reason, I now had bookcases in the living room and a TV that didn't have a dial on the front. There were speakers set up on either side of it, and everything looked bright and shiny in this old house, like it was something new. A beginning. The timber wolf rose from behind the couch and moved to follow Carter into the kitchen. Before it did, it glanced at me, nostrils flaring. It cocked its head, but then it turned away. Mark, I bellowed. When I said you could move in, I meant you. I paused, considering. Maybe some clothes. I heard him laugh down the hallway. I followed the sound. I was helpless to do anything but. He was in our bedroom, boxes stacked on either side of the closet. There were picture frames stacked on the floor near my side of the bed, piles of books in the far corner, clothes on hangers lying on the bed. Some of the boxes had been torn open, their contents shuffled. He was bent over one on the trunk at the end of the bed, brow furrowed, muttering under his breath. I leaned against the doorway, watching him. We were here. We were alive. We were together. There were good days. Oh, were there good days. Days in which I'd wake up and feel him curled around me, his breath warm on my neck. Days when I'd feel him wake up, his lips trailing along my skin, and he'd hum as he stretched his sleep-slack muscles, hands tightening on my waist. His voice would be a rumble when he'd say, "Hey," and "Hi," and "Good morning." Those were the good days. But there were other days, too. Days when the scratching at the door in his head was loud. Days when his shoulders were stiff and his eyes flickered violet. Days when he and Carter would disappear into the woods for hours on end, running themselves ragged until they collapsed and slept away the sound of claws against wood. And there were days where I wasn't any better. I still wasn't okay. I was getting there, and maybe it'd take a little longer, but I knew about those bad days. I'd be reaching for something, or scratching an itch, only to be violently reminded that my right hand was gone, that it had been taken from me while I protected my alpha. I would do it again. Of course I would. Anything to keep Ox safe. Always. But I had an underlying bitterness that sometimes wrapped around me, and it took a while for it to let me go. Mark would run, and I'd be there waiting for him when he got back. I'd lose myself in my head, and he'd be there to pull me close. Rarely did our bad days coincide, but when they did, it felt chaotic, wild. Both of us were dangerously close to being feral. But those days were few and far between. They were worth it, though. Everything about him was worth it. And even though I was putting up a fight, it was half-assed, the sight of him filling up my space making me feel more at ease than I'd been in a long time. I never thought we'd get to this point. I never thought we'd belong to each other. "You just gonna stand there and stare at my ass?" he asked, without looking up at me. "It's a nice ass." He laughed. If only Marty could see what had happened in his old house. I thought he'd be okay with it. "That so?" I pushed off the doorway. "I could show you if you wanted." He arched an eyebrow as he looked up at me. "You could show me my ass. How nice it is. What can be done with it if one was so inclined." "We can hear you," Carter shouted down the hallway. "What the fuck? No one should ever have to hear their witch trying to have sexy talk with their uncle. Are you trying to traumatize us further? Jesus, Gordo, haven't we all been through enough?" The Timberwolf growled in agreement. "How much longer until we can make them leave?" I muttered, pressing myself against Mark's back. I reached up and closed my hand over the raven on his throat. He tilted his head back on my shoulder. "Depends on what's left in the truck." His beard scraped against my cheek as he rubbed his face on mine. Fucking wolves. Always with the scenting. Have to have it back by the end of the day. "I like it," I admitted. "What? Having you here? With me?" I felt his laugh underneath my hand. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone you're getting soft." I had to ask one last time. "You're sure about this? Being here? With me? It's not. I know it's not the pack house, but wherever you are, that's where my home is. Jesus fucking Christ. I couldn't. And you say I'm getting soft. It was a deflection. He knew it, but he let me have it. I didn't do well when he said things that burned me from the inside out. You are. I can feel you blushing. I bit the side of his neck in retaliation, but stepped away. I wanted more, but apparently two virginish prudes and a feral wolf wouldn't take the hint and leave. He went back to digging in the box. The lines on his forehead appeared again. Everything okay today? Yeah, he said. You? Yeah. It was something we asked each other. Kept us honest. Felt good being back in the shop. Told you it would. I rolled my eyes. Yeah. I sat on the bed next to the box he was digging in. Elizabeth and Jesse see that girl off okay? She got picked up this morning, Mark said. One of the Omegas. Not like him or Carter. Not infected. A regular girl bitten by a rogue alpha last year who had turned Omega after being abandoned. She'd been placed with a pack up in Washington. She was the 12th we'd sent to another pack. There were only a few non-infected Omegas left. There wasn't any rush. They could stay here if they wanted, or we would find them a home. The infected ones, they needed to stay as close to Ox as possible, at least until we could find my father. They needed the alpha most of all. Carter and Mark were better off. Their bonds with the pack were stronger, even if they did have violet eyes. The threads between us were tenuous, but they were holding and becoming more fibrous every day. It would be enough until Robert Livingstone showed himself. And he would. That much we knew. Mark growled in frustration, and his eyes flashed. He dropped something back inside the box. It sounded like it broke. Hey, I said, reaching out to grab his arm. It's okay. Take a breath. What are you looking for? I can help you find it. He scrubbed a hand over his face. I saw a hint of claw and fang. It's not... I know it's here. I know it. I just can't remember where I put it. I tugged him toward me. He resisted, but only just. He stood between my legs, breathing in through his nose and out through his mouth. I waited, rubbing my thumb over the back of his hand, thinking. He settled eventually. We'd caught it early enough this time. Sorry, he muttered, obviously frustrated. I shrugged. It's okay. It happens. You do the same for me. It's not. It is, I said fiercely. It is the same, and don't you try and tell me otherwise. Remember what you told me? What we would be for each other? He softened, and it felt green. I'll be your hands, and I'll be your sanity. He leaned forward then. He kissed me. In our room, as cool winter sunlight filtered in through the window. It was sweet and warm, and I'd never wanted anything more. Sap, he muttered, kissing me once, twice, 3 times. Just as long as you don't tell anyone. Secret's safe with me, Livingstone. Damn right it is, Bennett. We grinned at each other like fools. But that was okay, too. We'd earned it. Earned this. Then his eyes widened. I know where... He stepped away from me, turning toward the stack of boxes near the closet. He set aside 2 of them, reaching for the one on the bottom. I waited, wondering what the hell could be so important that it had caused him to almost lose himself to his wolf. He sliced the tape with a single claw and opened the box, rifling through it until... I knew it was here. I had no idea what he was on about. What are you... And then I couldn't speak. He turned toward me. In his hand was a little box. I knew that box. The last time I'd held it, our hearts were breaking. He took a step toward me, watching me like I was something revered, something beautiful, something he couldn't believe he got to call his own. I felt the faint pulse in the scar on my neck, a perfect indentation of the teeth of a wolf. He coughed, shaking his head before trying again. I know it's dumb. You're already my mate. I know that. I can feel it between us, okay? I can. I know it's not how it should be, but I know it will be one day. But even if it never gets better than it is right now, then that's okay. Because I get to have you. I get to love you. I get to be loved by you. I swear to God, I said roughly, if you bring me dead rabbits or a basket of mini muffins, I'm going to skin you myself. Duly noted, he said dryly. Then, can I give this to you? Please. Gordo, can you take this from me? He opened the box. Inside, lying on a blue cloth, was a stone wolf. It looked just as I remembered. I gently took it out of the box. It was heavy and ornately carved. The tail was long and thin, and the head was cocked, the wolf's lips curved as if it was smiling secretly. Yeah, I told him, because he needed to hear it said out loud. I'll take it. He tackled me onto the bed. Outside, I could hear Carter and Kelly shouting in joy, and in the distance, the howling of wolves. We gathered in the office at the house at the end of the lane. All of us. Ox sat in the chair behind the desk where Abel and Thomas had once been. Joe stood at his side, hand on his shoulder. Carter leaned near the doorway, the timber wolf lying at his feet. Kelly sat on the arm of the sofa against the wall. Robbie was next to him, biting his bottom lip nervously, gaze focused on the tablet in his hand. Elizabeth sat next to her son, eyes closed as she waited. Rico and Tanner sat on the edge of the desk. Jesse and Chris were against a bookcase, arms crossed over their chests. Mark and I stood near the window. Ox said, "Robbie, it's time." Robbie nodded as he sighed. Kelly reached up and squeezed his arm. Robbie looked surprised at this, but pleased. He tapped on the screen of the tablet. The monitor on the wall lit up. There was a beep, and then another, and then another, and then Michelle Hughes appeared on the screen. Her face was blank. "Alphas Bennett and Matheson," she said, voice cool. "Alpha Hughes," Joe said. "I must admit I expected to hear from you sooner." She took in the room. "And the entire pack, no less. This must be important. Robbie, how are you?" Robbie's eyes narrowed. "Do you even care?" "I wouldn't ask if I didn't." "I'm fine. I'm with my pack, where I belong." "So I see. You've been busy, Bennett Pack." "We have," Joe said. "Which is why we've requested this meeting." "A curious thing, that," she said. "A request. After all that you've done, the good people you've killed." I snorted. "Lady, you seriously got a fucked up ideology if you think there was anything good about the Hunters. Especially Elijah. You knew her history with this pack." "The witches," she snapped. "The witches, those things slaughtered." "Casualties of the war you've brought upon yourself. If anyone is to blame, it's you." And that caught her attention. "War. Dale said—" "Dale," I said, a nasty smile on my face. "Is he there? Can he hear me?" It only lasted a split second. but her eyes flickered away from the camera before looking back at us.
I don't see what my witch has to do with...
He ran before we could get to him, I said, and Mark growled beside me. He should know there's nowhere he can go that I won't find him. And I will find him.
Are you threatening my witch, Livingstone?
You're goddamn right I am. She glared at me before looking at the alphas.
I demand that you...
See, that's where you should stop, Ox said, and we felt his great anger rolling through us. Because you don't have the right to demand anything of us.
You are out of line, Alpha Matheson. I suggest...
It's time for you to step down, Ox said, and I saw the moment the words hit her, landing like a punch to her gut. She inhaled sharply. Her eyes looked as if they were filling with blood. Your time as the alpha of all has come to an end. My mate, Joe Bennett, is ready to claim what is rightfully his.
It's far too late for that,
Michelle Hughes said, claws digging into the desktop.
The Bennett pack has proven itself to be the enemy. You have allowed the Omegas into your territory, into your home. 2 of your pack remain infected. I don't know how you have slowed the process, but it doesn't matter. They will become feral, and if you don't kill them first, they will slaughter all of you. Like you sent the hunters to do to my family,
Elizabeth asked.
Elizabeth, I don't know what they've told you.
The truth, she said easily.
Obviously more than I'd ever expect from the likes of you. That you sit in the position once occupied by my husband is one of the greatest farces to ever befall the wolves. You have to know this will not end well for you, for your people. You were entrusted with the power of the Alpha of all, but it was always meant to be temporary. It belongs to my son.
Hughes slammed her hand on the desk.
It will never go to him. You are one pack filled with ferals and humans and abominations. You can't win this.
Ox rose slowly. That's where you're wrong. And I saw it then, on her face. Fear. Michelle Hughes was scared. I will give you, Oxnard Matheson said, one last chance. Step down. Now.
I will not be intimidated by the likes of you. You are nothing. Your pack is nothing.
Then you should remember, Ox said, eyes flashing red and violet, and oh, she hadn't expected that. That in the end, I gave you a chance to end this peacefully. But that moment is now over. You should prepare yourself, Alpha Hughes, because we're coming for you. We're coming for all of you. The screen went dark. Ox turned toward us, eyes blazing. You are my family. You are my pack. You have helped make me who I am. I will do everything I can to keep you safe. But we knew this day would come. It's time. It's time for us to bring the fight to them. The roses bloomed. The raven took flight. The wolves howled. Their humans cried along with them. And I did the only thing I could. I tilted my head back and sang a song of war. Somewhere in Maine. Other. The screen went black. Michelle Hughes sat back in her chair, claws gouging the wood on her desk. That didn't go very well, Dale said mildly. She gave serious consideration to tearing out his throat. Somehow she stopped herself.
All of them,
she said.
All of them have lost their minds. It's a tragedy, to be sure. Such a fall from grace.
She thought quickly.
And that's how it will be spun. That's what will tell the others. The infection. It has spread through the pack bonds. It's contaminated the others. There were already rumors about Matheson, but now we have definitive proof. You saw his eyes. He is becoming one of them. And he's the mate of Bennett, which means Joe won't be long to follow.
Dale nodded slowly. That could work, but...
But what? She snapped.
It's just... Ox.
What about him?
There's never been anything like him.
He's a fluke, she snarled. A freak. Whatever he is, whatever Thomas Bennett did to him, it doesn't matter. He can't be trusted. And if those goddamn hunters could have actually done what they were sent to do, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. The humans are useless.
She couldn't admit out loud she'd been stunned into inaction in the weeks that followed the destruction of the hunters. It had been over so quickly. She never should have trusted Meredith King. Humans were weak. The Bennetts were stronger than she expected. She wouldn't underestimate them again. You haven't stood before him, Dale said quietly. Not like I have. He exudes power, unlike anything I've ever seen. Be it the territory or something else, it's intoxicating.
Michelle shook her head. It doesn't matter. He bleeds, which means he can die.
And what of the packs that have helped them? The ones who have taken in Omegas?
We'll deal with them later. They won't dare stand with him. Not if it means the eradication of their entire pack.
I think you shouldn't underestimate his reach, Dale said. He's already proven himself formidable. They all... Shouts and snarls from out in the compound. Michelle rose behind her desk. Dale went to the door and slammed it shut. He pressed his palm flat against it, muttering under his breath. There was a pulse of light underneath his hand as he warded the door. It didn't help. The door exploded, knocking him back. He slammed against the far wall, slid down, and slumped against the floor. Blood trickled from his nose. He groaned, looking dazed. A man walked in through the ruined doorway. He was older, his skin wrinkled, his hair in thin white wisps around his head. He was dressed for the Maine winter, heavy trousers and a thick black coat. But every step he took was measured and fluid. He moved with purpose. And she knew who this was. She'd just seen a version of his face glaring angrily at her moments ago on a connection to the other side of the country. She should have seen this coming. Alpha, Robert Livingstone said, a small smile on his face. I thought it time we meet.
You can't be here.
He arched an eyebrow. Oh, I think you'll find I can be wherever I wish. We need to have a chat, you and I. It would seem that you're no better than Richard Collins at handling a meager threat. Hunters, Michelle. Honestly, what could you have possibly been thinking? Even with my assistance at the wards, you still failed. The level of incompetence I seem to find myself surrounded by is astounding.
Assistance? What assist?
Though you did do me a favor, he said, as if she hadn't spoken. I'd been tracking Meredith King for months once I discovered she was in possession of something that belonged to me.
You come into my territory uninvited, Michelle said, her shift starting to come over her. You are not welcome here, witch.
He laughed. Oh, I don't need an invitation. Sit down. Her claws popped and her fangs lengthened. I said, sit down. And she did. She couldn't stop herself. Her legs folded and she sat in her chair. Good girl, Robert said. Now, I'm going to talk,
And you're gonna listen. Do you understand me?"
She nodded, though she tried to fight it. He tapped his boot against Dale's thigh. Dale groaned, but otherwise didn't move.
"I have little use for wolves. You're animals, the lot of you, enslaved to the moon. I've always found lycanthropy not unlike a virus."
He sighed.
"Which is why I attempted to make it one. The results have been varied, but there's always a trial and error phase with any experiment. One must learn from their mistakes in order to push the boundaries further. And I planned to push them until they broke. But I find myself at an impasse. There are wolves that I did not account for, variables I didn't expect. Richard Collins was a failure. Your attempt with the hunters was a failure. Because of these variables."
"The Bennett pack," Michelle managed to say.
Robert sighed. "Yes, them. Still, even with the fall of Thomas Bennett, even with a separation, even with nothing but a human to guide them, they managed to survive."
He shook his head.
"And now, well, they've become something more, haven't they? Somehow they've been able to contain my magic in the Omegas. And they have my son."
"Gordo?" Michelle asked. "But he's always been—"
"No,"
Robert Livingstone said as he came to stand in front of her desk.
"Not Gordo. Gordo is lost to me. I'm talking about my second son, his brother."
There was a sharp buzzing in her ears.
"I don't understand,"
she said weakly.
"There isn't any other Livingstone. We would have—"
"Do you know what it feels like to lose your tether?" he asked, leaning forward, hands flat on the desk. "What it feels like to have it ripped from you when you least expect it? Because I do. My wife, she didn't understand. She quite lost her mind in the end, and she took my tether from me. Murdered her in cold blood, even though she was an innocent in all of this. When she became pregnant, Abel Bennett made me send her away, made her give up the child. She returned, but she wasn't the same after. And then my wife—"
His hands tightened into fists.
"I promised myself when my magic was being ripped from me that I would return, that I would bring my children back into the fold, that I would see the end of the wolves. But Gordo, I knew that no matter what I said, he wouldn't understand. And my other son, somehow he'd been bitten. He'd been changed. I could heal him if only I could find him. And then came news he was the pet of that hunter, and I did everything I could to get to him."
His voice grew cold.
"Instead, he finds himself with the Bennett pack and his brother, feral and stuck as a wolf. That will not do. I have come to you with an offer. Help me break them apart. Give me back my son, and you will be allowed to remain as the alpha of all. I no longer care about the fates of wolves. I only want what's mine."
"How?"
she asked. He lied, she knew, even though his heartbeat didn't stutter. But she also knew that she would agree. He leaned closer.
"Even after all they've done to you, there's still one who you're fond of, isn't there? A wolf in their pack who used to be yours. Someone who I can turn against them. Someone who I can use to take back my son."
Her eyes widened.
"Robbie,"
she whispered. And he smiled. This has been Ravensong, written by T.J. Klune, narrated by Kurt Graves, Copyright 2018 by T.J. Klune. Production copyright 2018 by Dreamspinner Press.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.